Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Trent Bridge once again for day 3 of the first Test match of the summer. It is England against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe about to resume their second innings, following on 30 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing by 270 runs. England had a good day yesterday, declaring 565 for 6. Zimbabwe bowled out for 265 in their first innings, and as I say, 30 for 2 in the second innings. Brian Bennett, the star of yesterday, he made a quite magnificent century of 139 and was one of the 2 wickets to fall in the second innings. So it is Sean Williams and Ben Curran who are going to make their way out, down beneath myself and Steve Harmison on commentary duty this morning. It is overcast. It is nowhere near the sunshine fest that we saw yesterday, I've got to tell you that. And there was some rain overnight, although nowhere near the amount I think they were predicting at one stage. So we're starting on time. There is no problems with that, but it is overcast. It's a little bit muggy, so it may swing around a little bit this morning. We'll get Harmy's thoughts from a bowler's point of view. But England are coming out knowing that 7 wickets will do the job. We're not expecting to need the full 8 due to the injury in the first innings to Jarrod. So it is 7 more wickets for England to get up and running in this Test match summer. Harmy.
Yeah, good morning, Macca. Good morning to everybody listening. It's going to be I think a sharp day for me. I made a big statement on day 1 about 500. I can't remember what I said yesterday. Probably stupid, like 20 wickets. But today I think it's going to be a sharp day. I think the conditions are perfect for bowling. England bowlers will have been desperate to get down them stairs. Henry Olonga's just rang the bell, and we, as you were listening to Macca speak there and give a great intro to what is going to be a good day, you could hear the blower, the industrial blower, and he wasn't blowing sort of grass away or anything like that. He was drying the sponsor's logo behind where the wicketkeeper stands. There's a lot of water surfaced on there, so he was moving water off that. So that tells you there is been some rain around, there is some moisture in, and the interesting sign is here, the captain, he's took his jumper off, he's took the ball, and Ben Stokes is going to bowl the first over of the morning.
Quite fascinating, some of the newspaper write-ups of yesterday's play. Ben Stokes bowled about 20 balls, and in some of the broadsheets where you might get 900, 1,000 words rounding up the day's play, about 700 of those were on the 20 balls that Ben Stokes bowled. There is that much interest in the captain, in his form and fitness, and he will be underway straight away this morning. He's got a couple of wickets under his belt from the first innings. What's he going to do in the second? He's going to be bowling right arm over to Sean Williams, who is 22 not out. Zimbabwe 30 for 2, and here we go then for day 3. Stokes running away from us, a little bit towards leg stump on that occasion, flicked away into the leg side by Williams, and Zimbabwe up and running today.
A little bit of shape from Ben Stokes, no real pace on it, good spring in his step going in, and I think it's important that he does take the lead today and does take the bull by the horns and try and get not so much the wickets, but it's overs under his belt. If he can get a 5 or 6 over spell here first thing this morning, that'll do him the world of good as he comes back from this hamstring injury. Didn't spend much time with the bat in the middle, and he won't spend any more time with the bat in the middle. I do fully believe England will bowl Zimbabwe out within the 269 runs that there's left to make England bat again. So I think it's about getting some miles and getting some overs in the legs of the England captain.
3 slips, a gully and a point for Stokes as he goes in and bowls. That's a good one to Curran. Good line, good length as well. It's a ball that he can leave, but not without a little bit of discomfort. It rises through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps, probably going over the top of off pole. Good start from the captain.
Yeah, good start from Stokes. An excellent seam position. That seam is perfect for what he's trying to do. It's just angled back in towards the sort of off stump. He's trying to shape it back in to Ben Curran. Ben Curran batting from when he was batting, the bowler's bowling around the wicket, he's batting an off stump. He looks as though he's batting a little bit further back over, probably on middle and off.
Stokes in, little bit of width through the gully and away for 4. Curran, it wasn't a full-blooded drive at that, it was sort of a push, and it absolutely flew to the left of Ben Duckett. and it goes away for the first boundary of the morning. Curran doubles his score and goes to 8.
Yeah, the fielder at Golly were very, very encouraged, but he's the smallest fielder in there. Ben Duckett, he's slightly vertically challenged. He's not the biggest there is. I think even Zach Crawley, probably England's, I don't know, Josh Tongue might be challenging for England's tallest man. I don't even think either of them would have got anywhere near it. But it was up, it was pitched up, went to swing back, it didn't. And Ben Curran's thrown the kitchen sink. If you're going to flash hard.
Stokes runs away from us, past the umpire, inside edge on this occasion, down to fine leg. The fielder down at long leg, therefore has to go about 20 metres to his left, gets it up and on the way. 2 more to the total. Curran will go into double figures to 10. Zimbabwe 37 for 2.
Beautifully bowled from Stokes. It just shaped back where the ball before didn't come back. It went on with the sort of angle and the hand, and Ben Curran threw the kitchen sink at it. This one seems perfect. This is going to hit middle and off, about halfway up, and Ben Curran possibly playing for not this ball to swing, and he's got a thick inside edge, and it's one down to fine leg. So one that swung and one that hasn't swung so far for Stokes as he a little bit of a false start.
Yeah, it gets halfway towards the crease and then just felt, hang on, there's something not right about this, so bailed out.
You always worry when he does that. You think, oh no, hamstring's gone again. He did it twice, and he bowled 21 balls in the first innings, and he did it twice.
No problems this time as he approaches the crease. It's in towards the thigh pad of Curran, and it'll dribble out to Bashir at square leg on the leg side, and there is no run. So, right, there's 1 ball left of this over. Who are you giving the first over of the day at the Stuart Broad Pavilion end, Harmy?
I think you have to give it to Cook. I really do think you have to give it to Cook. I think you've got to see what he can do in all different sort of situations, and it's perfect for him. You know, the overhead's perfect. The ball's, as we've seen by Ben Stokes, the ball's swinging. I think you have to give it to Cook because we need to find out everything about the lad and whether he can step up to big games.
In goes Stokes. Forward is Curran defensively, and that is the end of the over. 7 came from it, 37 for 2 Zimbabwe after 11-0, so they still trail by 2-6-3. They'll need to tick those off if England are to strap on the pads again. And as Harmy's just said, we're really not expecting that to happen, but strange things happen in this wonderful game. There are ebbs and flows throughout it, and look, you never know.
No, you never know. It's not exactly Barbados. All them a few years ago, that was arguably the longest day of my entire life, that one. I mean, we not only had we booked golf for 2 days, I think we bought a boat party trip, but we'd booked everything for the last 2 days of a game, thinking, oh, England have won this by an innings, and it's comfortable. It's, you know, we're going to be playing Westmoreland, we'll possibly play West Apes Hill, we might go to Sandy Lane, boat party, everything that's coming. And Jason Holder and Dowrich batted all day without losing a wicket to put on something like 300 on the longest, slowest, boringest day in Test cricket history.
Well, it is Sam Cook from the pavilion end, and in he goes and bowls to Williams. Williams roundabout off stump on this occasion. A little bit nervously about it, but comes forward, drops it into the onside, no run. As Jason Holder made a quite magnificent double 100 if you're a West Indian. If you're a frustrated England commentator who was trying to get to the first tee sharpish, it wasn't quite as impressive, but let's be fair, that's why we were there.
Yeah, that was why we were there. I put my foot in it a few times. I'm very good at putting my foot in it, but I put my foot in it a few times on that one. Here's Ruston Chase coming on, over before lunch. He's hopeless. He can't spin anything. He got 8 for 50. He's not an off spinner.
The new West Indies Test captain, no less. Sam Cook around the wicket to Williams. Again, sort of fighting this one off from middle and leg. Pushes it out on the onside, no run. I did send Goffey a message the other day when he was named as captain. I said, your mate's just been named Test captain of the West Indies.
Yeah.
And he replied with, well, he has got a bit better.
Thankfully, I wasn't the only one that put me foot in it, because Darren did as well. Between us, we said Ruston Chase was a non-spinning off spinner who would just get one over before lunch, and he ended up getting 8 for 50. Yeah, well done.
As we always say, if you don't make predictions, you can't get things wrong.
And I'm good at that.
Cook around the wicket once again. 3 slips and a gully in place. And Williams is just dropping it at his feet. No run. Williams appears to have settled in for bed and breakfast here, or at least that's the intention.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good start. From a scoring point of view, Curran's managed to get a bit of width, and he's thrown his hands at it. Got a 4. He's not fortunate. He got his back down just in time. Ball swinging back in, and Williams is looking... he's an experienced character, as Williams. He'll not give it up. He's a fighter. Zimbabwe's wins are fighters. They're not going to give this up. England going to have to get these wickets and have to bowl well to get these wickets.
Curran in. Once again, it's from the crease, sort of a push-punch drive towards mid-off by Williams. Not fielded cleanly initially, but not enough to be able to take any kind of run. So it remains 37 for 2. By the way, if you've not seen, India have named their test squad for the Tour of England coming up. We'll be talking about that during the lunch interval. So if you are watching and want to get involved in that and send us a message on the comments on the stream, then feel free to give us your thoughts. Interestingly, my headline there, 18 players. That's a very big squad. Cook around the wicket. Williams solidly in behind that, dropping it into the offside. No run. So yeah, we'll go through that during the lunch interval, as I think we're going to get to lunch. We'll see. Yeah,
it's just dropped, and my initial thoughts are there's 18 players there, but I think they're a batter short. Even in 18 players, I think they're a top batter short. And like I said, we get into it at lunchtime, but there's no Iyer, no Sanju Samson. There's another one I can't remember who is not here, along with Mohammed Shami. And I'm thinking, I just looking at it, there might be a batter light.
Cook from the far end is in, bowling onto the hip of Williams, turns on the onside, but again, no run there, so end of the over. That's Cook's 5th over. He's gone for 4 runs in total. Atkinson yesterday bowled 3 overs, 1 for 1. Josh Tongue 2 overs, 1 wicket for 22. And we've seen Stokes use today. Shoaib Bashir 1 over, cost 2 runs just before the close. So all the bowlers have had a go. And now it's a case of settling in, getting into that rhythm. Bennett and Irvine dismissed yesterday. Still plenty of work to do on this 3rd day of 4. Stokes in to start the new over. It's very full and straight, and Curran has hit it back at Stokes. And he's not able to take the return catch. It was absolutely travelling. Ricochets to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, even the superhuman Ben Stokes couldn't catch that. I've seen him. I think he had something similar for Durham. Was it last year? Maybe it's the year before. I think it might have been down at Worcester when the ball was bred back at him. He took a brilliant catch as he did a forward roll. That one, he's not been able to take it. Always the hardest catch is the one coming back if you're the bowler. And you just worried that he bent a finger there, but it seems to be okay.
In goes Stokes once again, left alone by Curran on this occasion, through to the keeper. No run. Well, I mean, first of all, he did brilliantly to bend his body to be even being remotely a position to be able to try and attempt the catch, and then almost got 2 hands to it. So the reaction was fantastic from Stokes. He either hit his left thumb or first finger on his left hand.
It hit his first finger, which looks horrendous. It's like E.T.'s finger. It's. I've seen it. I've seen that happen. The incident when he bust his finger when he was young. He was really young. He's only about 19. It was extra cover hit to him. Extra cover mid-wicket hit to him, and he got the ball jammed between his finger and the ground.
In goes Stokes once again. Bowls on the hip of Curran through square leg for a single. Curran gets up to the non-striker's end, and actually as he gets there, just inquires of Stokes, are you all right, as he wanders back past him to his mark. And Stokes seems to say, yeah, I'm all good, thank you. I'm going to carry on and certainly finish this over off.
Yeah, it's a pretty picture, that index finger of his. It's horrible. It really is. And to be fair, his dad, bless him, God rest him, Jed, who was an amazing man, he lost a finger while playing rugby. He had a finger taken off while he was playing rugby, and that's the old celebration pointing to the sky with a finger missing to the old man who sadly died a few years ago. What an unbelievable fella he was.
Stokes goes in, and this one is a little bit of width to Williams. Doesn't take the step into the ball, plays it from the crease with balance, but absolutely pings it through cover away for 4. 42 for 2. Williams goes to 27.
Yeah, width there from Williams. His first time. Cook didn't give anything to hit, anything to get his hands free. And that seems to be the shot that Williams likes. He's not moving his feet that well. He's very, very static at the crease. But if you give him width, he'll punish you like any other international batsman. And boy, he did there.
Stokes goes in once again. Wow, Williams has climbed into one that's round about belly button height and pulled it wide of long on. 4 more back-to-back boundaries, 46 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. But it was a nothing ball from Stokes. It wasn't a short ball. It wasn't the big effort ball. If anything, it was dragged down. It looked as though he's got his feet caught in the crease. Just got stuck a little bit, and he's dragged it down. And Williams has punished it. It wasn't the effort ball. It wasn't the short ball. I think that it might be coming this time.
Let's see what the follow-up is then. Here goes Stokes past the umpire. It's full. And the weight was coming forward from Williams just about. He plays it gently into the offside. And there is no run. So, Williams 31. Curran 11. Williams made 25 in the first innings, so he's had an impact in both innings so far. He'll want to go on and play the Brian Bennett role, if you like, from the first innings. I found out, actually, I bumped into an old teammate of mine this morning who told me that Brian Bennett is only 21. 2 years ago, he was the pro for a team about 10 miles away from here. Anyone who knows this part of the East Midlands, there's a road between Nottingham and Derby called the A52, and there's a town just off it called Ockbrook. And Brian Bennett was the overseas pro at 19 for Ockbrook. So to come to England and play a test match would have been amazing. But to play here at Trent Bridge, so close to where he played a couple of years ago, probably makes that 100 even more special for him.
Fantastic. There was a lot of Zimbabwe in here and probably had some friends as well.
Cook is going to go around the wicket once again to Curran. He uses his feet to come and meet him on this occasion. Pushes back down the pitch. And there's no run. Well, I can tell you, Brian Bennett was interviewed by Sky TV this morning, and his dad is here as well. So they actually interviewed the pair of them at the same time.
Fantastic. No, that's great. It's a great story. And I mean, I said following on and with Jarrod last night, I mean, he's going to inspire a lot of kids in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, I mean, it's a great country to tour. You know, before it went through a little bit of a rough patch, but to get them at the big table is what we all want.
Cook is in. And Curran is playing from the crease, drops it into the onside. Bashir feels no run.
So because of that, they need some inspiration. You know, Irvine, Williams, you know, they're the ones that are holding everything together at this moment from an experience point of view. Curran's gone back and now playing there. They've got some young, exciting players potentially coming through. But, you know, if you look at a Brian Bennett, you know, playing in a test match in England, surely there's kids coming home from school in Harare and Bulawayo wanting to be Brian Bennett last night. And that, for me, is brilliant for Zimbabwe cricket.
Getting a little bit brighter as Cook comes in and bowls. Takes the outside half of the bat of Curran down into the backward point region, and there is no run. Still quite a lot of cloud, but it feels like it's getting a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's getting a bit light. It seems to get a little bit lighter. The heavier cloud seems to be moving away, but it's still there, and it'll still be encouraging, you know, the bowlers to pitch the ball up to see if we can get some lateral movement. Stokes has got it to swing a little bit. Cook's got it to nip once or twice, but I think Cook needs to get it a little bit fuller. Curran's come down the wicket at him.
Cook in once again. It's again a little bit shorter, actually. And Curran is able to guide it round to deep backward square, where Gus Atkinson will do the fielding, and a single is taken, 47 for 2.
And the challenge for Cook, which is always going to be, everybody's going to be talking about his pace. The pace is not the thing for me. It's, can he move the ball? Can he get the ball to in a good area that moves, that you can challenge these top players on flat pitches? And I think he has got, you know, enough movement to challenge the players, but it's got to keep that consistency.
In comes Cook around the wicket once again. He's not really bringing Williams forward there. Williams is playing from the crease, and that's what Army's talking about there, just guiding it into the offside, no run.
And I think that's largely down to the pace that he bowls at. So he possibly has to go that little bit fuller, but you run the risk if you go that little bit fuller to float it up there and get driven back past you. In county cricket, in first-class cricket, I mean, on day one, what did he have? He had one for 72 off 17. He probably would have ended up with 2 or 3 for 50.
And he goes once again, defensively played by Williams, no run.
And that's the challenge of international test match cricket, even against a Zimbabwe side who, probably bottom rung. Players are just about good enough to play what would be first-class cricket in England, and I think this first 2 overs, he's bowled a little bit too short for me because he has to get it that little bit fuller. He's not quick enough to bowl that back of a length and make the ball move to trouble even batters like Ben Curran and Williams. So that's going to be the challenge. I know there was a lot of newspaper columns written about Stokes yesterday, but there was quite a bit written about Sam Cook and about his pace and about his ability to play international cricket. And you say, talking about his pace, you'll be judged quicker than he actually bowls.
Stokes to start a new over, guided by Curran to backward points, and there's no run. It's interesting that people were talking about Cook's pace. Cook's pace is what it is. Surely you should be judging him on what he's doing with the ball. And at times yesterday you were saying Ben Stokes is setting fields here that he's not quite bowling to. Is that potentially what the England captain and coaches will be looking at to say, well, look, we know we're not picking a guy who's going to bowl 96. What we're looking for is a guy who can put it where we want so he can set fields. Is that potentially what England are looking at more than anything else? Stokes is in once again. Push drive by Curran. Beats mid-off. Mid-on will come round down beneath us. Josh Tongue. Pull the ball in and they will take a couple. 49 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be looking at that, but they'll also be looking at, the pace, he's not going to bowl 96, he's bowling 76. He's bowling 76 late last night, and it's about whether he can trouble and move a batsman around the crease to put him in a position to get the wicket, which will be from his point of view, probably a nick to first or second slip, LBW. They'll be the type of dismissals that he'd be looking for. But for them, you've got to get that little bit fuller.
Stokes in once again, covered up by Curran on the offside, no run.
And that's the challenge of English cricket and international cricket. And there'll be a lot of talk about Sam Cook, and he's deserved his place in this side. He's deserved his chance to come and play. But so far this morning, he's probably bowled a first-class length where he probably will get rewarded, where in international cricket, better pitchers, better players, you're not going to get rewarded like that because batters will just leave you or they'll play you comfortably off the back foot. You've got more time. They've got more ability. And I think from Sam's point of view, at this moment in time, he just needs to pitch it up that little bit more to entice the drive.
Stokes goes in, going fuller, trying to entice the drive. It's worked off the pads by Curran to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's the question, isn't it? Can his skills on good pitches against high-quality batters? That's effectively what England are looking at.
And he's got the skills. He has got the skills, and he's proven in the winter that, in Australia with a Kookaburra ball that he can bowl on them types of pitches. But it doesn't matter about your skills, and it doesn't it really matter about the pace sometimes. Can you handle the pressure of playing international cricket? Can you play on the big stage where a lot of people are around? That is also the big question.
Stokes in once again. A little bit of shape on that one, going away from the left-handed Curran. Fielded at point. And there is no run. 49 for 2. Zimbabwe resumed this morning at 30 for 2. Oh, in fact, it's going to go up. The 50's just come up. That is an overstepping no ball has been called by... it's signalled by umpire Dharmasena, but he's just got the word from the box. Yeah, there's plenty not behind the line there, shall we say. We can see daylight.
Yeah, it was a big no ball. But I said, just to finish on Sam Cook, he's been given a chance, and fingers crossed he can pick up a couple of wickets, because I think he needs a couple of wickets for himself, not for anything else, for himself, the confidence that he can perform at this level.
Stokes in once again, and this is played defensively by Curran, and there's no run. It's a standard. I'm about to say something that's going to be so obvious, it's stupidly obvious. But Ben Curran bats an awful lot like Sam, doesn't he? There's so many mannerisms that are quite similar in a way. That defensive shot, the way he just shaped up, he looked like his brother.
Yeah, he's got Sam's mannerisms, but Ben gets his front foot blocked off. He plants his front foot where Sam gets his front foot out the way. That's why Sam's such a great white ball player, because he gets his front foot out the way and he can access the ball to get his hands free.
Stokes, short ball, paddled, oh my goodness, just safe. He was trying to paddle it around the corner on the leg side and didn't get quite as much of it as he thought, and it was looping towards Shoaib Bashir, but lands about 5 metres away to his left-hand side. And it's the end of the 15th over, 51 for 2. We're on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's a lot of mannerisms of Sam, not so much Tom, but of Sam and Ben. But the slight technical difference is Ben plants his front foot and his big toe, his right toe, points towards sort of cover point. So because of that, his back has to come around himself, and then he's not in a position to sort of open his shoulders up as fluently as what Sam does. Sam gets his front leg out the way, which is obviously suitable to white ball cricket, so he can access all around the ground, but mainly through extra cover and through the sort of the square cover point region. So that's probably the two technical differences, but mannerisms, boy, do they look very, very similar.
Sam Cook will start a new over from the pavilion end, coming in and bowling. Punch drive, back past the bowler. Should be at least 3, might even get all the way to the boundary edge. No, will be pulled in by Tongue from the far end, and will be 3. Maybe just the overnight moisture's just slowed the outfield down a touch. I think yesterday that probably would have been 4, certainly yesterday afternoon. But it's a nice push drive back past the bowler for 3.
And that's the challenge for Sam Cook. He's got to get it fuller, but he runs the risk of the ball doing that, which is if it doesn't move, it goes straight into the middle of the bat, and good players can hit strong down the ground. And yeah, that's where he'll be judged, unfortunately. And it will be, unfortunately, that's where he will be judged, that if he's not got enough pace to beat the outside edge from a fuller length.
Cook is in again. Ooh, fended at that one a little bit. Is Williams. Sort of played hands away from his body and guided it to duck it in the gully. One of those that if it gets a little bit big on him, then he's got trouble. But he didn't get big on him, so he was all right.
No, that's good. You know, Sam Cook he's been driven back down the ground from a floaty, probably half volley, but he didn't revert back to type and go back to back of the length. He pushed it up again, and he got the movement that he was trying to get the one before. So it's good that he's keep trying to go that little bit fuller, because that's the business area. You've got 3 slips of gully. You've got to keep them in the game, and if you do keep them in the game, it's got to be from a fuller length.
Cook goes in once again. Lovely cover drive, off drive from Williams. That's for yesterday, today and tomorrow. That's 2 full, and mid-off doesn't have a price of cutting that off. And that's a lovely boundary to Williams. He goes to 35, Zimbabwe 58 for 2.
Yeah, wonderful shot. It really is. You know, full of length over pitch. That's a full half volley. That is a full half volley. Williams didn't have to work too hard for that. Not much movement. Another one that plants his front foot. Didn't have to, you know, his hands weren't away from his body. Just let it come to him and driven it lovely down the ground.
What's Cook's follow-up? In he comes. Straighter to the body. Turned on the leg side to Bashir. No run. 50 partnership to run a ball. Remembering Zimbabwe followed on 300 behind. England very rarely enforce the follow on these days, but 300 in front with bowlers needing miles in their legs.
Yeah, I think it was important that they made them follow on. It's important that England get used to fielding for long periods of time. If they want to win this summer, they're going to have to field a long time. That's what winners do.
Cook in. It's in a bit of a tangle, does Williams, on this occasion. He's looking to play to mid-wicket. Takes him on the body and loops out on the offside, and there's no run.
It'd be interesting to see how long. I wouldn't like to see them do this, but it wouldn't surprise me if Ben goes there quickly, because his bowlers, the pitch-up bowlers, it's not moving that much. They're not working. How quickly he goes to the short ball territory tactic. When will Josh Tongue come on and England go, right, we're going to go to the bouncer route? they need to practice it doing that as well, because they're going to do that, probably do that a lot this summer. It's not moving from a fuller length for Sam Cook.
Cook is in once again. Williams gets in behind this one, drops it to his toes, and that will do it for the 16th over of the innings. 58 for 2. They trail by 2-4-2 Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I think maybe he's one more over of Cook to see if he can get it to go, but then I can see Tongue coming on early. I'm not sure which end I'd bowl Tongue from. Possibly from a Stuart Broad end. I think he looked better from the Stuart Broad end. So I think I would bowl him from the Stuart Broad end, and Ben needs a good bowl, so he'll probably have another 2 or 3 more overs. And whether he goes down the short ball tactic when Tongue comes on, it'll be interesting to see. But I think Cook deserves one more over, but it's not really worked for him this morning. He's not bowled full enough, and when he has bowled full, it's been a bit floaty, and it's an easier shot down the ground.
Well, Stokes is going to go around the wicket now to Curran. There's still 3 slips, a gully and a backward point, but Stokes is going to go a slightly different angle around, and that's an absolute ripper to Curran. Beats the outside edge, and the captain has got his lips pursed as he's thinking, that one was close.
Yeah, fantastic delivery. Not looking to swing it away. That's nipped away. Seen bolt upright, perfect, going down, and it's just held its line. That's an absolute beauty from Ben Stokes. If you want to be critical, could it have been a little bit fuller, but that is being over critical. It was an excellent delivery from Stokes.
That's one of those they say you're a good player if you nick it. It really was a jaffer of a delivery. Stokes around the wicket again into Curran. It's swinging away this time, and Curran spots the line early, starts outside of off stump, going wider so we can allow it through to Jamie Smith for no run.
Again, we've got movement from full. There's movement from full, so England probably haven't used that this morning well enough. And again, it comes back to that first innings. I don't think England bowled consistently well. I thought they bowled some very, very good deliveries, but I don't think they really nailed it as a unit. And then it's hard because they're not. This will be the first time they've all bowled together.
Stokes goes in again. Oh, it's a straight ball inside half of the bat, out to Bashir at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now, Stokes is swinging it from this end, and we talked about the effect that this stand has. Is it worth, if you're going to say you're going to go Tongue at the far end, to give Cook a crack this end? Because if Stokes is swinging it from this end, then Cook should be able to swing it from this end as well, shouldn't he?
but Cook's not really a big swinger. He's more like nip off the surface. He's more of a line bowler than he is a swing bowler. Wokes is a swing bowler. Potts and Cook are line bowlers that use the seam.
Stokes goes a little bit wider on the crease on this occasion, homing in towards middle and off. Curran defends no run.
So you should be able to mix your length up while using the seam, and I just don't think they've bowled the right lengths. I think bowled a little bit too short, a bit safe length. Nice getting leave, and the figures look good when you bowl 5-6 overs for 10 runs, but there's a difference between bowling 6 overs for 10 runs and you've looked dangerous, and bowled 6 overs for 10 runs and you haven't looked dangerous. And I don't think England have looked that dangerous so far this morning.
It's what they call pretty, isn't it?
Yes, it is pretty, and Broad and Anderson did it for years until Stokes came in and told them to pitch it up a little bit more.
Stokes is around the wicket again, and again that is threatening to shape away from Curran from roundabout leg stump, but he's able to clip it to deep square leg and take a single. 59 for 2.
And there again, just trying a bit too hard for the swing, and it's just easy glance onto leg stump and a push into the leg side. And there's the pressure is it being built. There's been dot balls put together, but no real dot balls were you would say with danger. A couple of plays and misses, but apart from that, not really a great deal this morning.
Stokes around the wicket again. Oh, we've pulled that one down. It's short and wide, and it's actually given as wide by Kimber Sena. Ben Stokes is actually sitting on the pitch, rolled over, and he's facing the umpire as he's signalling and that, going, "Are you sure?" And the umpire said, "Yes, absolutely."
I don't think it was. I'm not sure it was a wide, but he's fallen over. Is it the corner crease? I don't think it was. I'm speaking from experiences. I know what a wide looks like. it wasn't. I don't think that was a wide. So yeah,
I think it was because he was around the wicket and it kind of started out there and carried on out there. I think it just one of those sort of deliveries that looked like it should be wide but probably wasn't actually. Stokes will go in again. Williams weight on the back foot, drops it into the offside and will take a single. End of the over. 17 gone in the innings. 61 for 2 Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that's better from Stokes. Good area. Yeah, telling Williams he's got to come forward, and he's in that no man's land of do I go back or do I go forward. That's the areas that England need their bowlers to be in consistently. They haven't been in that area consistent enough for me so far this morning. They've either been very, very full and the ball swung and they've been able to being pushed back down the ground or given width from a full length and being flared through the vacant sort of gully area for 4 a couple of times, or they've been back of a length, and it's a pretty length, but it's not one that's really going to danger or upset the body movements or the shape of the 2 Zimbabwe batsmen.
Right, Cook's going to continue. The 8th of his innings work so far. Goes in and bowls and actually seems to bounce a little bit on Williams. Bounces up, takes him on the body. Just drops down on the offside. Cook actually started in to bowl that delivery before Stokes had got his jumper on at mid-off. So Stokes realised about halfway through he wasn't going to get it on, so actually just tied it round his waist. And he's left it there. Yeah,
he's left it there. I'm not sure why. I thought the umpire could keep a hold of it, but yeah, got it. Captain's got it round his waist.
Looks like a geography teacher on a day out. We're at that time of the year where school trips are plentiful, coming towards the end of the academic year. Cook around the wicket. Now that one bounces, nips away from Williams, drops his hands on that one and allows it through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, it does, but again, it looks good. Looks fantastic, but it's not in an area where, I mean, he's pushed at it, but it's a bit too short to really trouble, you know, a top batter. It's a very, very good delivery, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to bowl, you've got to get it fuller. You've got to get it fuller. At that pace, you've got to be bringing the batter forward.
Comes in past umpire Pellicker, and it is pitched up and driven through mid-off. Stokes with his jumper flapping behind him is running after this one. Can he pull it in? Oh, it's the heartbreaker. Stokes gets to within 1.5 meters of the ball as it touches the boundary sponge. It is 4 more for Williams. He goes to 40 from only 32 balls faced. Zimbabwe 65 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Asking it to be a bit fuller. It is fuller, but again, it's just angles coming in and it's nipped back and it's gone perfectly into the middle of Williams's bat. Tough time here for Sam Cook because his good ball is too short and his full ball, the ball that he's trying to pitch up, which he needs to do, is not doing enough to beat or trouble the Zimbabwe batters. And they managed to hit him now 3 or 4 times, back past him for 2, 3 and that time 4.
4th ball of the over. Cook is in. Squared up a little bit, Williams, on that occasion. Will drop it into the offside and they scamper for a single. 66 for 2.
Yeah, I think for me, a spell of Josh Tongue going hard at Curran and Williams. You know, the length, the back of the length, it is moving, but I think I would add the bouncer to it now. Tongue can get it up there, he can bowl his natural length, but he can also bowl the bouncer and move the batters, left and right and move them across the crease and obviously put them back on the back foot as well.
Cook comes in once again. Defensively played by Curran without any great alarm. Defensively played, no run, 19 from 52 balls he's now faced. So the question is then, when does Atkinson come into the equation and when does Shoaib Bashir come into the equation? And Stokes has some options up of his sleeve.
Well, we've had 8 overs this morning, so Stokes has had 4. Did he have one more? Possibly one more, and then assess then. And I wouldn't like to see him bowl more than 5 overs, possibly 6, but that would be it for the captain.
final one of this over from Cook is played by Curran out on the onside, and that is the end of the over, and that is the end of mine and Harmy's stints. Jarrod, Kimber and Ed Rainsford are going to come up and take over the commentary for the next half an hour or so. Decent start from a Zimbabwe point of view. They resumed at 30 for 2. They're 66 for 2 after the first 35 minutes or so of today's play.
Beautiful day here. See a full hamburger, breakfast hamburger. Oh, Brian Bennett's dad, is it? He's not eating the hamburger, to be fair. The hamburger's just behind his head. It's almost the size of his head, that hamburger.
Yeah. Good morning, Jarrod. Good morning, everybody who've joined us this morning. Yeah, that is Brian Bennett's dad, and there's also a change in the bowling attack for England on the Ratcliffe end. Just Tongue. He picked up 1 for 56 in his 13 overs in the first innings, so he has his first opportunity today with ball in hand, with Ben Stokes opening the bowling. With Sam Cook, they've both gone wicketless. 3 slips and a gully. It's defended by Sean Williams, who's played really well. 41 off 34 deliveries. What is very glaring is that perhaps England have tried to bowl Zimbabwe out rather than just focusing on a good line and length and allowing these overhead conditions to play their part.
Even starting with Stokes, like, I'm not saying it was a bad decision at all, but it felt like, oh, we'll get a couple of wickets here, he'll swing it around, and rather than just being like, let's just bowl, top off, let the conditions assist us, they went about it from a different perspective, and it hasn't worked.
Round the wicket, Fuller on the legs, clipped away. Square of the wicket, and Bashir does the fielding. I guess, yes, you want to give him opportunities to bowl and get some workload in him, being the skipper. And also Sam Cook, because of the overhead conditions, with a slightly newer ball, you'd give him first go. I thought Atkinson would be the one to start with Sam Cook as well, because I think he started to find himself late yesterday.
We've also seen Curran try some things this morning, like coming down the wicket a little bit and, mixing things up. So he's been thinking about how to go about this innings.
Tongue round the wicket, down the leg side. It's a good hand. The wicket keeper.
So Tongue has bowled a half volley on leg stump and now a wide one down the leg side. I'm not really sure what the theory is here. He has 2 fielders out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep backward square, but I'm not really sure what the thinking is here with this. He's got, what, 3 slips and a gully? So he might have just made a mistake. He's trying to bowl too straight. I'm not sure, but what's he? 3 balls in. So he's still warming up a little bit for the morning.
He sets off. 2 Curran. Bowls short of a length. Defended. Yeah, I think if you look at some of his dismissals in that Ashes series against Australia, he generally does go with round the wicket to the right-handers and tries to bring the ball in, and then the natural variation will bring the slips and the gully into play. But you're right. I think the angle is what really is concerning. And if he's going to try the short ball to a Curran or a Williams, I thought perhaps a fielder underneath the helmet on the leg side as well, just to get the batter to think, when is that short ball actually going to be on its way? It's a very wide mid-off, almost a cover. Bowls, full on the pads again, easy as you like, just tucked around the corner for a single. Score moves to 68 for 2.
The TV was just showing there Sam Curran. Now I'll say Tom, Kev. I'll get to the right Curran eventually. Ben Curran, just from the first innings, you can see that he was closing off, and we were calling it on air, that he was closing off with his front foot. He was starting on off stump and then going across with his foot towards cover. And in this innings, he's managed to just keep his foot sort of more in the line of off stump, pointing back towards the bowler a little bit more. And so he's not closing himself off in the same way. And we've also seen him try some other tactics. So he's really been thinking about, how to make runs in this innings.
Tongue, final delivery. It's a play and a miss by Sean Williams. That's a good delivery to finish the 19th. It's 68 for 2. And Zimbabwe are in the follow-on. You talk about Ben Curran. He's got a very close relationship with the assistant coach and batting coach Dion Ibrahim, who played for Zimbabwe, moved to New Zealand, was brought out here on 2 New Zealand tours as a learning for him. And during that time, they kindled a relationship, him and Ben Curran. So they're really, every time they're talking about cricket, they're talking about how to improve his batting at every stage. He's almost in his back pocket.
Well, I mean, even early on, I can't remember when it was, maybe the third over, fourth over of the day, when he came down the wicket to Cook at one stage. And that's obviously what the England players have been doing for a long time. You know, we talked about this sort of Baz ball shuffle that they do and everything. But it was basically to say to Cook, you just can't bowl the same length over and over again to me. He's only done it once, I think, and he maybe hinted he was going to do it another time. That's all he has to do, and Cook's a little bit worried now of getting the right length. So, you know, just little decisions like that. And look, you can see here, I think I described him yesterday, might have been in the press box, I can't remember if I did it on air, but he reminds me a lot of Marcus Harris, the Australian batter. They're limited players. No one's expecting Ben Curran to come and average 48 in Test cricket. But they do have a lot of very good skills, and you can see how professional they are, and he goes about it. He's clearly thinking, you know, how do I get through this innings? And this is a guy who's never made 100 for Northants, right? Like, he's been a good player in Zimbabwe, but he's not like, he wasn't on the fringes of playing for England or anything. He is that level below, so he has to be smarter than other players and use everything within his toolbox, right, to be able to succeed. Here's your man.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end. Round the wicket, straight. And also just tucked around the corner for yet another single. So I have to ask you this, and it's a difficult one for Test players and international players who find an error in their technique and then make that adjustment in the space of less than 24 hours, and it actually works. It's quite remarkable.
So... we name drop this one here that Raul Jarrod told me.
Have you got him on speed dial?
Yeah. I'll call Raul in a minute. We'll get him on. But he was saying to me that that's what he could never understand about Sachin Tendulkar. That he would spend 3 months or 3 weeks or 6 training sessions trying to make a little change like that. And Sachin would come up to him during the game and go, "Do you know what? I'm going to take a leg stump guard now. Now I'm not going to play this shot for the rest of the day."
Round the wicket, Atkinson to Sean Williams, who defends. It's short of a length.
So I do think there are players who can do it and players who can't, because those are still two of the, let's say, two of the 15 greatest Test batters of all time, if you were making a list, say, and putting it in a book. So it's a very different way of going about it. I think with Raul Jarrod, he had to make sure he was doing it in nets and everything else. And then I've talked to players, and you would know this as well. Like, sometimes you'll talk to a player about a shot they've played. I think it might have been Carlos Brathwaite who did a lap sweep. Remember, he had all the sixes at the end of that game. Everyone remembers those. He did a lap sweep off, was it Jordan? I'm trying to remember who the seamer was.
Atkinson bowls, it's full, it's driven, and he's driven well today, has Sean Williams. This is skipping along the surface for yet another boundary for the Zimbabwean left-hander. He moves on to 46.
And I'm pretty sure he said to me, "Oh yeah, I hadn't actually really practiced it all that much." And there are other players who won't do anything until it's absolutely perfect. So I do think that making those little changes, and Babar Azam's a famous example of this recently, where he's basically gone from batting on leg stump with an open stance to batting more on middle and off with a closed stance. And for about 2 years, all he did was make runs. And now he can't make any runs again, and he's struggling to go back to it. So some players are really worried about making changes because of the Babar Azam story, and other players can do it within one innings.
Atkinson changing the field. There's now protection in the cover region. There's a short catching cover, and there's a square cover, and that one goes through to Gully for no run. 73 for 2.
Did you use the crease much, or did you usually come in from the same spot?
Generally from the same spot, but then I would sometimes just make a subtle use of the crease to bowl the off cutter. But it was more to put the batter off, because I used my wrist a little bit more, to just run my wrist down the side of the ball or my finger. And so, as a fast bowler, you get those calluses sometimes on the end of your fingers. Whereas you had someone like Atkinson bowls, this is defended by Sean Williams, whereas you find people like Vernon Philander that were just in one place all the time.
Yeah, and so I talked to, I can't remember who the bowler was, but we talked about Mark Wood, because Mark Wood uses a crease for a fast bowler way more than most fast bowlers ever do. And I was saying to this other bowler, "Have you thought about that?" And he said, "I just lose my rhythm, and then the next ball isn't as good. So even if I get a bonus out of it, and So not everyone can make those subtle changes and have the ability to be able to just change the way they come about things.
Atkinson bowls, final delivery of the over. It's just pushed away through to the offside. Backward point does the fielding. There is no run. 20 overs gone. It's 73 for 2. I always, nowadays, I really watch as much cricket as possible and find out what these international players or these elite players are doing to change their game. And there was also some images a few days ago about Zach Crawley and how he's changed his technique. But that took some time, and here you go, Ben Curran has just changed it over the space of a night.
Yeah, and so, again, that doesn't mean that Ben Curran is a better player than Zach Crawley or vice versa. It's just the flexibility to be able to do that. Have we got the Miss Universe?
Zimbabwe.
So she's the Miss Universe winner and she's from Zimbabwe?
Well, it says Miss Universe Zimbabwe, so I'm assuming she's the contestant that'll then go and represent Zimbabwe at Miss Universe.
You seem to know a lot more about this contest than I do.
I read there's a bit of news that sort of popped on my phone last night. You're naughty.
But yeah, so I do think there are different ways of going about it. So, Jarrod Meandad, so Richard Hadley said that Jarrod Meandad was impossible to bowl to because every single ball he would move in where he was facing. So he'd be deep in the crease, then he'd be down the wicket, then he'd be like 1.5 meters down the wicket. And so even though Richard Hadley was being told by the point fielder that he was moving, he's like, how do you change the 1 meter, the 2 meter, the 3 meter differential that Jarrod Meandad was doing? I think we would both agree that that's a great idea and every batter should do it. But you can't. It's really off-putting for batters to move around.
The light's coming on as Tongue sets off away from the commentary box. It's a full delivery. It's driven, and he gets a hand to it. And Stokes does the tidying up. No run. Nice-looking shot here by Curran, who's 21 off 58.
We talked about Mark Wood using the crease and spinners off. Some spinners do that a lot as well. Mark Watt, the Scottish bowler, who sometimes bowls from back at where the umpire is.
And has paper in his pocket.
And Watt is an interesting character in many different ways. But the reason that bowlers don't do that is, again, it takes you out of your rhythm, right? It's a completely different thing to do. And so some people just like to stay in what they do, even if it's not completely working for them.
Tongue sets off to Curran. Short delivery, and he rides the bounce to deep back with square leg, and it'll be a single. Score move on to 74 for 2, so they're implementing the short delivery now to these two left-handers.
Yeah, and they have for Curran the leg slip in place as well, which, considering the line that Tongue bowled in the first over, makes more sense, doesn't it?
I'll go back to what I said earlier. I just feel perhaps England have come out here with the overhead conditions and think they could have just bowled Zimbabwe out, whereas I think their groupings could have been a bit more disciplined and a bit more consistent because they're all very skilled. I think there was enough in the air and enough in the surface maybe to trouble the batters, but they've looked so comfortable. As I mentioned, the lights here coming on at Trent Bridge. Overhead conditions cloudy. Tongue bowls, full delivery. Here we go. Sean Williams have some more down the ground. Beautifully played. He goes to 50 in style. Appreciated by this crowd. Phenomenal player is Sean Williams. 6th Test 50 in 20 matches and 500s.
Yeah, but again, it's kind of everywhere, isn't it? Like, he's gone for the wobble ball, but he's just overpitched it by meters, really. And we've seen a few drives today. I don't think you need to bowl that delivery that full. As you said, I think it feels like England is searching for magic balls rather than just bowling the best areas.
Bowls Tongue, cut away now. He backs away, does Sean Williams. Back-to-back boundaries. This one square of the wicket through the cover region. Zimbabwean fans on their feet and enjoying a man that's been around the international circuit for some time.
You don't see many players in international cricket get to play a cut shot like that when they're a left-hander and the bowler's bowling around the wicket to them. That should be cramping him up. That was a very poor ball, but two beautiful shots. He's had the opportunity to capitalise. The lights are on, so it's not like the light is perfect at the moment, and he's absolutely smashed both of them off the middle.
Sets off again, does Tongue. Now there's more protection through the cover region. Short delivery, which Williams gets under comfortably.
It felt like Williams ducked that before it was bowled, did you? I mean, maybe it was just that short, but it looked like he was under it so early, which hopefully means for him he's seeing the ball well, but he knew it was coming.
Yeah, in the first innings, it sort of took his eyes off the ball and then got hit by Tongue from the opposite end. This time, I think a double bluff there, and he went down early, you're right. Williams, 20 matches, averages 45. in Test cricket. 500, best of 154. I think that was against Afghanistan. Tongue sets off again round the wicket. 2 slips and a gully await. Short again, pulled convincingly, finds the fielder, picks up a single. End of the over, 21 overs gone. It is 83 for 2, and Zimbabwe have started off very well this morning.
I think we'll get a normal over from Atkinson here, but I think if Tongue bowls again, and he should, he's only bowled 2 overs. If he bowls again, I think we'll see the Neil Wagner fields and the deep third.
You think so?
Yeah, because I just think now that's how England do things, right? They've cycled through. They've cycled through swing. They brought the fast bowlers on. They've tried the wobble ball. That hasn't worked. So generally, that's how they do things. They might not do it next over. It might be an over too early, but I think if you're going to get him to play the pull shot, he's bowled 2 bounces to finish that over without the field set for it. He might as well just do it with the full field out.
Atkinson from Stuart Broad Pavilion end. The lights are on, but it's got a lot lighter here at Trent Bridge as he comes round the wicket. Full delivery. It's a inside edge. It's not really played well on that occasion by Sean Williams, who's shown great control. They'll pick up 2. Score will move to 85 for 2. But I want to say this. Ben Stokes is someone that is always thinking outside the box. And yes, we're speaking about him opening a bowling today with Sam Cook. But in the first innings, he brought Bashir on very early. Why would he not bring him on now with 2 left-handers?
Yeah, I suppose there's a chance. I could see that as well. I suppose what I'm saying is I think they'll change their strategy.
Got you.
I think they'd probably give Tongue 1 more of bounces before they do that. But you're right, that's another option.
Atkinson bowls short, defended through the offside, no run.
Just occasionally with Williams, and he's never going to, we talk about batters changing their techniques. His technique is set, right? At his age, he probably won't make many changes. Just occasionally he hangs his bat on this weird angle. We're now seeing him go out to Shoaib Bashir, where he gets his feet sort of set in concrete around the crease, and he has this angled bat, and it's how he almost went out to Atkinson a moment ago. So he plays it against pace and spin. This sort of, I don't know, it's not even really a push, is it? It's almost like he dangles his bat there. So he always gives you a chance of a drag on, I think.
Yeah, you're right, but it's also another great point on his technique where he trusts his hands and his eyes so much that he doesn't necessarily need to move his feet. As Atkinson sets off again, round the wicket to Williams, it's short and it's comfortably played. No run. Yeah,
it's not even I hesitate to call it a flaw. I mean, it probably is a flaw if you're being, technically accurate, but it's like, this is how he has played in, he's a very experienced player who's made a lot of runs, got a good record in Test cricket now as well, and he's been fantastic in limited overs over the last 2, 3, maybe even 3.5 years now. But it's one of those areas that England would spend a lot of time looking at. Can we get him to drag that ball back onto the stumps?
Atkinson again around the wicket. Williams awaits. It's straighter. There's a bit of an appeal from Atkinson and Smith behind the stumps, but nothing doing. No run. Score remains 85 for 2.
Remember yesterday we were talking about framing and about how you appeal. Smith went down the leg side then and then made the appeal. You have to if you're a wicket keeper. This is for all the kids at home. If you're a wicket keeper, you have to take a quick sidestep behind the stumps before you make your appeal, because the umpires are processing all the information of where you're standing. If your leg slip, they were expecting that ball was going to go down the leg side.
We'll come to that. I have a slightly different theory as Atkinson sets off again. Williams awaits, bowls back of the length, and it's punched through to that fielder at a very square cover for no run. I think, yes, the umpires do have the wicketkeeper in their eye line, but it's generally those tram lines that they're looking at. But I almost feel that the umpires nowadays just don't necessarily focus on where the wicketkeeper is and where they're moving. They focus on those tram lines, where the ball pitches, and then they have the luxury of the technology, right?
You're right, but I think so when you talk to international umpires, Simon Torfel's really interesting on this.
Atkinson bowls. Short again. Oh, another sumptuous shot here by Sean Williams. Square of the wicket through the offside. Picks up a boundary to end the over. Score now goes on to 89 for 2 in 22 overs. Williams on 61 or 51.
That's not all that different than the one he almost dragged back onto his stumps a moment ago that we were talking about, that sort of angle bat, but it's come right off the middle, and as you talked about, he just trusts his hands. So the way they train umpires now is that there's basically, if the ball hits your pad and goes up, that means it's probably high. If it hits your pad and it goes to the leg side, that means it's going perhaps more down the leg side and the offside and everything else.
I'll have a look at this on our monitor. Blessing Muzarabani having a long conversation with Stuart Broad, and is very animated with the hands and perhaps how he can improve his bowling and get more information. And how wonderful is this? Blessing Muzarabani, if this test match doesn't happen, possibly doesn't have this important conversation with a Stuart Broad during a test match. As Tung sets off, bowls, Fuller, driven by Ben Curran, no run through the onside, 89 for 2. And how much shorter is Stuart Broad to Blessing Muzarabani?
It's ridiculous, isn't it? He's looking down at him. He's so much taller. I think is he trying to talk about the moving the ball away from left-handers?
It's also body position. He's looking at perhaps how the body can go in a straight line down towards your target, and then allow the natural variation of what you're trying to do with the ball, whether it's the wobble ball or you're changing your wrist to get the ball to straighten off the seam away from a left-hander or a right-hander. As Tung bowls, it's full, it's driven. Again, yet another drive. It's not as well timed on this occasion by Curran, so they should pick up 2, and they do. Score moves to 91 for 2 as Curran moves on to 24 of 61. Williams on 61 of 51 deliveries.
Yeah, so just to finish, one of the other things that they teach is where is the wicketkeeper. So modern umpires are actually taught all those sorts of things. Where's the ball ended up and how did it get there and everything else. So you can, I'm not sure you can make a huge difference to your team, but little things like that. I'm just saying, if you're appealing for an LBW and you're 3 meters down the leg side, the umpires might pick that up.
As Tung sets off again, Racket rode in full. On the drive is Ben Curran. Loses his shape a little bit. Lack of timing on that occasion.
But you know all this. You're a professional bowler. Your grifting umpires is basically the thing you were probably best at.
Sometimes. Sri Lanka, well, when their spinners are on, they appeal a lot. And you'd almost think that it's excessive. And the opposition teams almost would make it known to the umpires that, you know what, this is almost getting ridiculous. And Bangladesh also do that quite a bit with their left-arm spinners, and Saqib Al Hassan when he used to play. Short by Tung, and it's well played in the end by Ben Curran. Will pick up a single. He'll move to 25.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. I think originally, I think it was India who got done for over-appealing in South Africa, and that caused a big issue.
What is the law around that?
There is an idea that, of course, the appeal should last an appropriate amount of time, but no one's ever timed how long that is. And we certainly, and you also have, I mean, we just had Stuart Broad on the screen who had a fake appeal, right? The celeb appeal where he would run down and do that. Technically, that's against the regulations. But I think a lot of it is cultural. I think Pakistanis appeal more than other cricket cultures as well.
Tung bowls. Ooh, this is a brute of a delivery. I think it hits Williams on the bottom hand. It bounces and visibly not happy. Takes the glove off straight away. I think it's hit him on the wrist. And he does not look comfortable at all.
No, I think you're right. I think it just missed his glove, didn't it? Let's have a look again. Yeah, I think that's hit him on the left wrist, even further down, maybe the forearm?
Yeah, and Sean Williams is not the bulkiest of guys, so that would be straight on the bony part of the hand, and it's already bulged, and there's blood
there's
already.
Bleeding, yeah.
It's a really, really nasty blow here for the Zimbabwean left-hander. Ooh.
That might be a broken arm.
Yeah, that's just I wouldn't want to say exploded, but it's really swelled up very quickly. And he's grimacing.
We won't get too much into the details because this does look really, really nasty. But it does, as someone who broke his arm recently, it does look a little bit like a broken arm because of the way it's gone about. He's in proper pain here. They're trying to stop the bleeding, but you can see all the veins on his arm don't look right as well.
Yeah, and the thing about this is that the ball does skip off the surface, and you picked it up straight away, is that it misses the glove and then hits him just above the wrist, almost on the forearm. And yes, there's a little bit of bleeding that's happening there, and they're trying to stop the bleeding, but there's also swelling. Amato Machikicho, who is the team physio doctor, is out there, but Williams in visible discomfort.
Yeah.
The score is 92 for 2 after 22.5. I think it's also the opportunity for both teams to have a drink at this particular juncture, as there are running repairs that are being done to Sean Williams.
And he's moving his hand quite well. So maybe he's got to wait. If it is a break, it might be a slight break rather than originally it looked a lot worse than that. But they haven't even got to the point where they're worried about that at the moment because he's trying to stop him bleeding.
Yeah.
So we haven't even got to the point of actually, there'll be a delay here one way or another, because the next thing we're going to have to work out is, can he get a glove back on? Can he actually hold the bat? And he was, when they were, just for a moment there, did you see him moving his legs around like he couldn't contain the pain anymore?
Yeah, visibly in a lot of pain. But he's a very tough individual, is Sean Williams.
He's got that proper "I've been in the sun too long" face. Do you know what I mean? he's got. Do you know what he's got? He's got cricket coach face.
I don't know what that is.
You know exactly what that is.
As we have a look again at this replay that comes out onto our monitor, and yeah, it misses the protection of the glove and hits the bottom hand or the bottom forearm.
It's just next to the wristband on the glove, isn't it? That it's managed to hit him. And you're right. Look at the bulge that comes out straight away. You picked that up perfect. Look at that vein. Oh, it looks horrendous.
Yeah, so for me, if they can't stop the bleeding, do you think stitches? But it looks like he's okay now.
He has settled down, hasn't he? And maybe some of it was because they... I didn't see any stitches. Maybe they just gave him a quick staple?
No.
Is it possible?
Maybe, but I think they have put a little bit of bandaging, and then they're sort of wrapping that forearm.
We've got an actual doctor coming out with the physio now, don't we?
Yeah, and the umpire's also going across there to have a discussion on whether they'll be able to get him in some sort of shape so that they can continue the flow of the game. But they've also got to be very aware that this is quite a brute of a delivery and an injury that...
I think he has to come off, doesn't he?
That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't look like he wants to leave right now. Drinks are probably coming to an end shortly. The score is 92 for 2. There's one delivery left in the 23rd. Sean Williams on 61 or 52. He's played wonderfully. In that, they're striking at 117. He's struck 12 boundaries. He's been very good through the offside. Not many down the ground through the onside, so England have fed him, haven't he? And he has feasted on that particular shot and through that particular area.
Yeah, I mean, you just see here some of the wide and shorter balls they've bowled him, and that's kind of where he's at his best. I'm not sure what the plan has been. They've either over-pitched straight or they've bowled a little bit too short and wide. They just haven't been on it this morning at all. And how many of those balls have hit the middle of his bat as well? Like, I know he got the inside edge past the stumps and he's played and missed a couple of times. But so many of them have just hit the middle of the bat and they've just flown away. He's just got the tablets in. So that's obviously the pain relief. And he's having a conversation with the umpire now, isn't he?
Yeah, what's also quite interesting about that particular graphic that came up onto our monitor was that there's a strike rate slightly wide of off stump that's at 267 and then 115, and then when you get closer to the stump straighter, he's striking at 15. So that's just visible representation for England on how they have actually fed him, and he's actually capitalized. But he's all good. There's fist pumps going around now. He was in pain a while ago. They've strapped that forearm up.
I can tell you this, he picked the helmet up with his left hand, which is a good sign, right? Like, if you're that worried, you wouldn't even be doing that. So he's picked it up with his left hand. He did cross it over to his right not long afterwards, and I don't think I've seen him put the glove on yet.
Helmet's on.
Helmet's on, but usually when it's a hit there, you test the glove, don't you, to make sure it feels right around the bat. That's the only other thing that we would have a look at, but he looks fine. Well done to him for handling that, because he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah, very good hour here by Zimbabwe. 92 for 2 with one delivery to go in the 23rd. They trail by 208 after England enforced the follow-on. There's a delivery to go in the over. Curran on 25 for 63. Williams on 61 or 52 has just taken a blow to the forearm as Tongue, and the drinks have come to an end. Tongue sets off to 2 slips and a gully. Williams on strike, full. Oh, it's an absolute jaffer of a delivery. Beats the outside edge. Smile on the face by Sean Williams. Ends the over. It's 92 for 2 after 23. Andrew McKenna will take over from me, and Steve Harmison will take over from Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, fantastic follow-up delivery from Josh Tongue. Williams just staying leg side of the ball. It's hurled its line from around the wicket, bounced over the top of off stump. You know, you don't get many better follow-up deliveries than that. Smile on both batter and bowler's face. A good way to end what has been a long over from Josh Tongue, and a pain one for Craig Williams. Sean Williams, sorry.
Was a horrible blow he took there. But he's going to tough it out. And Zimbabwe have made it through the first hour without losing a wicket. And that would have been the first target. I always say break these things down into chunks. Well, they've done that. Light's still on, but I would venture to suggest I think we would be playing okay without them being on, but it's one of those things that now that they've been switched on, they don't switch them off again just in case. Jamie Smith is waving at mid-on. So ask Josh Tongue to go a little bit straighter, as Atkinson is going to be around the wicket to Curran, playing defensively. And there's no run. Trent Bridge, decent crowd in. Probably about half full, a bit more than half full actually. Way to the left-hand side, the Hound Road is more or less full. Down the far end, upper tier pretty good. The PKF Smith Cooper stand, the new funky looking roofed stand, probably about 3/4 full. Atkinson runs in, bowls leg side-ish, and that's turned pretty easily on the leg side. And well, they've taken a single there that was pretty sharp in the end.
Yeah, Sam Cook did really well there at square leg. He's run across the square, had a dive. I think Sean Williams was ball watching for a second. The body's not getting any younger, even with a bang on the hand. It's not getting any faster. He's scurrying between the wickets to try and get down to the other end, the striker's end, and it was an excellent bit of work from Sam Cook.
That's the last thing he needs. He's got that arm is going to be throbbing, isn't it? Absolutely throbbing. The last thing he needs is to suddenly be sprinting and then reaching out with bat in hand. He is facing Atkinson. Well, I tell you what, there might not be anything wrong with that arm after all. He's just played a fabulous cover drive. There's an extra cover and cover in place, and he threads the eye of the needle all along the floor, and it's 4 more to Williams, 65 not out, as Zimbabwe continue to rock along this morning.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot, over pitch from Atkinson, bit of width, nice juicy half volley. Atkinson hoping that Williams would be a little bit further back in his crease, expecting the short ball, but yeah, it was a fantastic shot.
Atkinson around the wicket again, played defensively by Williams. It's fielded on the offside by Zach Crawley, and there's no run. 2 slips for Atkinson, Root and Brook. Duck it in the gully. Bashir out on the deep point boundary. Crawley at extra cover. Cook at mid-off. Tongue at mid-on. There's a deep square leg. That's the fielder I was. It's the skipper who's out there, I believe. In goes Atkinson. Defensively played into the offside. No run.
Yeah, it's a good length from Atkinson, similar to Cook in the early part. We were on comms last, Macca, that it's a better length because he's got a bit more pace behind it. And I know people will, have a go at me for highlighting that Sam Cook's. He's always going to be down on pace because that's just the bowler he is. But you can bowl that length if you've got a little bit more on it. If you haven't got enough on it, you've got to get it fuller.
Atkinson, that's a short one, short and quick one. And Williams has nothing to do with that, and all eyes go to Kumar Devanasena, a square leg umpire, see if he's going to call it as a wide for height, and he doesn't. So it's the end of the 24th over. Zimbabwe 97 for 2. So they now trail by just over 200, 203. Tom Curran I see in the crowd on our monitor. Yeah,
he's in. Tom Curran's in with the rest of the Zimbabwe families. Sam Curran, he picked up a couple of wickets, didn't he, Sam Curran? Surrey Pen 6 bowlers. I think he's actually batting at this moment in time. What is he? He's 30 not out, 46 balls, so he's going nicely. He's going a little bit faster than his brother. They're at the Oval, aren't they? Yep, he's at the Oval playing against Essex. What are the? Try and keep John Norman updated. Surrey 143 for 6. Essex 217. Sam Curran, good to see him. Great to see him back playing in whites and red ball in hand and playing for Surrey in the county championship. And he's 30 not out and looks as though he's going to need to get a score on the board.
Tongue will go around the wickets, but this one is full into the toes of Curran. He'll clip it out to Bashir at mid-wicket, coming off the boundary. Just a single. If they'd gone really quickly at the start, they could have been thinking about 2, but no point taking any chances at this stage. Curran goes to 27.
Yeah, some more interesting stuff from the county championship. Warwickshire playing Worcester. West Country Derby. Warwickshire got 227 in their first innings. Worcester 88 for 4. And the significance of that is my old mate Chris Rushworth. He's back and he's got 2 wickets, but there is also a bowler who's just making his way in the game, isn't he? Chris Wokes played a lot for England. He's coming back from an injury. He's picked up 2 wickets as well.
Good on the wizard. In goes Tongue round the wicket. The left-handed Williams swings at this one, trying to hit it through mid-wicket, doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, we're going to have a chat about the India series at half-time, aren't we, Macca, about India picking their 18-man squad. Like I said before, it looks a young squad. It looks Shubman Gill is going to captain and not Jasprit Bumrah, and Rishabh Pant is going to be his vice-captain. I look at it and think there may be a batter short of that 18. There's a hell of a lot of bowlers. But they're going to play against England Lions, and Chris Wokes is going to play against them, I think, for the Lions.
Tongue goes in and bowls, push back past the bowler in the air by Williams. Will take a couple. Was uppish. The problem for the bowler there, Josh Tongue, bowling right arm around, is that he knows he's got to get off the danger area, so his weight is going to the right, and the ball ended up going to the left, so it would have been one of the most difficult of return catches if you are a bowler and you follow through. The 2 runs brings up the Zimbabwe 100 for 2.
Yeah, difficult to get right across, but it was up in the air, but it was never really in danger of being caught. And a nice little milestone there for Zimbabwe. I'm sure in the dressing room they're talking about little victories, little building blocks, and 100 for 2 was a fantastic start to this following on second innings.
Tongue shorter, backing away slightly as Williams on this occasion, guides it to point no run. Another man who's been around the England setup recently, Rayan Ahmed, only a few miles away from here actually, down the A46 to Leicester, 55 not out
Good
against
lad.
Lancashire.
Good lad. If you're not going to get a bowl, normally in England, April, May time, you can't feel your fingers as a spinner, so you won't get too much of a bowl as a leg spinner. Go and contribute in a game somewhere else. There was an injury a few weeks ago. I'll go and open a batting because he's so enthusiastic. He got 100, he's now batting 3, and he's now going to play in that Lions game. Well, he's in the Lions squad with his brother as well, so it's a great time for the Ahmed family.
In goes Josh Tongue, swing and a miss by Williams, but it misses the bat, it doesn't miss him. It hits him right in the stomach and drops out on the offside, and there's no run.
Durham 277 all out, and I said yesterday it was a good score because the tail wagged. Young Minto, number 11, got 36 in Somerset. I having one here, 144 for 9. Who's got the wickets in that game? Young Killeen on his debut, that'll put a smile on his dad's face. Not much does put a smile on Killer's face, but he will. He'll be proud as punch. He'll be beaming. Grandma and Grandad as well will be sitting in the crowd. 5 for 32 at the minute. Well done, Mitch.
Tongue around the wicket, goes fuller on this occasion. Push drive up towards mid-off. Stokes will field no run.
Neil Killeen is the bowling coach, consultant, other coaches these days. Bowling coach. He is a proper coach. He's got all the qualifications and he teaches them as well. So an excellent bowling coach for England. My sort of domestic roommate for a lot of years, so he put up a lot of stuff, did Killer, with me. Godfather to my son, and it's brilliant to see his son make his championship debut for Durham this week. He got 5 for against the universities at the start of the summer. Didn't really get a look in after that, and it's great to see him play the last round of the championships. 5 for 32 at this moment in time. Josh Tongue's just bowled a no ball, by the way. That's why I'm witchering on a bit more, because the fielder said tottled off to start again. It looks like Joe Root's going to bowl from a Stuart Broad end, but Kumar Dharmasena has been told by the TV umpire that it's a no ball.
That is the only problem with this new system. Tongue around the wicket to finish. Always going to. If that's a white ball game, that's a wide down the leg side. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Yes, the only problem with this system is the fact that everyone had changed places, ready for the new over to take place, and then the word comes through that it's a no ball, and everyone then has to go back and take their places. Right, fielding pads and equipment are indeed coming out. It is going to be some spin, and it is not Shoaib Bashir. It is Joseph Edward Root who is going to have a bit of a trundle.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're going with Joe and not. I just wonder if the finger of Bashir has got a little bit worse, and you're trying to protect that. Look at it, a couple of more championship scores. Hampshire 154 all out, Sussex 177 for 5. So Sussex lead by 23. Done the Durham game, done the Surrey game. Worcester Warwickshire games being mentioned. Yorkshire are having one without Johnny Bairstow on. The Notts 228, so Notts fans, they'll be happy. 228, but what are Yorkshire? I think they're 96 for 5 at this moment in time.
Come on, the mighty Notts.
David Malan is captain this game. He's 56 not out, so that's the full roundup of the first division. Get back to the second division in a second.
Let's have some Joe Root though. Bowling to Curran, slip and a leg slip around the wicket from the Stuart Broad pavilion end, and it's played just quietly into the offside by Curran, no run.
Leaders Leicestershire are really piling pressure under Lancashire. Lancashire 206 all out, Leicester 140 for 2. Glamorgan 376 for 9 against Middlesex.
Root around the wicket, Curran plays an off drive, fielded at mid-off, no run.
Gloucestershire are 383 for 8. Northampton are 383 for 8 against Gloucester, but the eye-catching one is Derbyshire. Derbyshire 440 for 2 against Kent.
Oh dear me. Root in, Curran off the inside half of the bat, pushes to mid-on, no run.
Kent have had a real struggle at this minute in time with bowlers and bowlers staying fit and overseas, but Derbyshire, Lloyd got 50, Caleb Jewels 185 not out. Madsen 85 not out, Keam 89 out.
Root goes in, inside half of the bat, in fact probably inside edge from Curran, just past his own stumps. Goes to the fielder at leg slip and there's no run.
So plenty runs in the second division and plenty wickets in the first division. Is about right, yeah.
Yeah, our old mate Mickey Arthur's having a good time with Derbyshire at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, well he did say he's now got a team that he is fully sort of produced and not the one that he inherited, and they're going well.
Root in, Curran comes forward, plays out on the offside, no run. Root is running back to his mark before it's even been fielded on the offside. He wants to get through this as fast as he humanly can. Curran 27 not out from 71 balls. He's facing Root. Root tries to field in his follow through, clatters into Irvine. That's the last thing that arm needs, is Joe Root going piling into it. End of the over though, 101 for 2 after 26 overs. They trailed by 199. It was interesting actually, just talking about the county stuff, listening to your county championship preview earlier on in the season, and everyone was talking about Lancashire, and I think the assumption was, well, James Anderson in England in April is going to take absolute buckets of wickets, and of course he didn't play because of injury. Lancashire have had a horror time.
Yeah, they have. They really have. They've got. If you don't get your groundsman on the side, then it doesn't matter what squad you've got. And they've got 80-mile-an-hour bowlers on an absolute shirt front. It's in a flat one, so they leave some grass on it, do whatever they need to do to get some pace into it. They played a game with Mahmood and John Turner, who was on loan, and that didn't work. They've not lost any games this season, but they don't really look like winning any either. Just complete draw. I mean, they've had, I think, 1 defeat and 5 draws. So, I mean, it's been a difficult time for my old mate Dale Benkenstein. They could do with getting some pace into their attack. Interesting to see where Ajit Singh Dale, who's in the line squad, goes at the end of this summer. So I'd imagine he'll move because he's out of contract.
Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl from our end, and immediately Williams is on the reverse and beats the fielder at short third, and it'll run away down to the short boundary at the far end and away for 4. Williams will go to 71. Zimbabwe 105 for 2.
Yeah, an excellent execution of the reverse sweep there. just looped in the air. You just give it a little bit more flight there was from Shoaib Bashir, and unfortunately Joe Root couldn't quite get it on the first attempt, and once it went past him, it was always going to run downhill for 4.
You might just be hearing the wind on our effects microphone today, which implies, because it's the first time really that we've heard it, that the wind has slightly changed direction today. Bashir around the wicket once again. Williams off the back foot, pushes out to cover, and there's no run. It's sort of been from behind us to the right for the last couple of days, and it feels like it's moved slightly more across the playing surface today, which is why the microphone is now less shielded. Bashir in, bowls nicely, aiming towards the front pad of Williams, but he plays it out defensively on the offside, and there's no run. Harry Brook waits at first slip, just clapping his hands, trying to get everyone G'd up. Umpire says to Bashir, we can resume playing. Now he's adjusted the bails at the non-striker's end. Bashir goes in and bowls. It's a ball that's shorter, bounces up, and enables Williams to hit out to the cover sweeper on the offside for a single. Zimbabwe 106 for 2.
Yeah, Matt Potts is on the field. He's on the field for, I'm not sure who's gone off. Is it Big Josh Tongue? Is he on there? No, Tongue's on there. Trying to see who's gone off the field. Might be Sam Cook, who's just popped off the field, probably for the toilet.
Bashir around the wicket, staying deep in his crease is Curran. Squeezes it out on the leg side. And there is no run. Sun's coming out. Oh, actually, do you know what I've just noticed? I mentioned the lights. They've switched them off.
Yeah, lights have gone off. They went off in the last over.
That tells you what you need to know. And in fact, we can now, I'm just looking down, I can start to see shadows emerging from the players as Bashir goes in. Fishes one round about middle and leg, turned on the onside. Curran will take a single, and the 100 partnership is raised. So Zimbabwe were in trouble early doors yesterday when they were following on, and found themselves at 3 for 1 when Bennett was LBW to Atkinson, and then 7 for 2 when Irvin was caught by Pope off tongue. Ball looping up, and that was only 7 overs and 2 balls into the innings. But Williams and Curran have done a great job to take it on to 107 for 2 after 27 overs now.
Yeah, the route experiment's gone. We're looking to see if there was any spin for the off spinners in Root and Bashir, to see if can use the wind, because the wind's going across the ground, so a little bit of drift and a little bit of turn. But Ben Stokes has given up with that idea. Ollie Pope now has gone for the short leg kit, not for the spinners, but it looks as though Josh Tongue is going to go down the bouncer route from the Stuart Broad end. The field is spread. And
you know what? That couldn't be a bigger compliment to Zimbabwe than anything else. England feel that they don't look like taking wickets, therefore we're going short stuff for a bit. That really is a tick in the box for Zimbabwe. They're almost 90 minutes into today's batting. They haven't lost a wicket, and there have been a few plays and misses. Of course they have. There's bound to be. But they've managed to survive. So here we go then. Tongue from the far end. Now that's not that high. It's only waist high. And Curran is able to get inside the ball and just turn it down to long leg. And will take a single, 108 for 2.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is a compliment to the way Zimbabwe have fought today. Anything that's been overpitched, offline, has been dealt with by Curran and Williams, and now England have gone to their backup plan. They often go to it when it's a bit flatter and nothing's happening. Josh Tongue, I don't think he's as comfortable bowling bounces.
In he goes, short ball. Williams pulls it away, and despite the fact there are 3 out, Harry Brook's got round and managed to field it. I was going to say it's going to go between 2 of them, because he really got good wood on that one, did Williams. But there's Harry Brook, Zach Crawley down at fine leg and long leg, and I thought it was going to go between them, but it doesn't, and it's only a single in the end, 109 for 2. There's also a deep mid-wicket who is only 5 metres in front of square, so There's almost 3 guys under an umbrella. So it doesn't take Einstein to work out what's coming. Tongue in around the wicket, short. Curran ducks underneath this through to Jamie Smith, no run.
It's a lot easier bowling it to Ben Curran than it is to Williams. Obviously, Curran a bit shorter in stature, shorter in height, but the challenge with that is to make him play. You know, the make him play bit is the thing, because that short ball there was probably the one to Sean Williams, and Ben Curran can comfortably get underneath it, where it probably would have been in and around the armpit, shoulder area to Sean Williams.
Tongue comes in from the far end again. It's short. Curran is going to have nothing to do with that. He's been there now, 77 deliveries. He's not interested in a strike rate of 90. He's there to bat. He's got 29 from those 77. If he doesn't need to play it, he's just going to sway out the way and thank you very much. He can see from where it's pitching. Nothing good's going to come of that if he tries and plays it, so he's just getting out the way.
Yeah, it's good though. It's good the way he's playing it. He's having a look at it. He's making sure he's watching it all the way back past him, and if he thinks he can hit it, he'll hit it. If he doesn't, he can get out the way.
Tongue goes in. Now that one was a little bit lower down, but again, Curran gets out the way of that one. Through to Jamie Smith. Duckett's still in at gully. Then there's a backward point for, again, anything that's sort of fended away, but it's sort of quite of a deep backward point. Then Bashir is in at extra cover. No mid on, no mid off, because nothing's going to be pitched in the batter's half. Therefore, the chances of the ball going there are next to none. And then there's the straight mid wicket, along with the short leg. Tongue goes in, bowls short, ducks underneath it is Curran, and it's through to Jamie Smith, no run. End of an over that, yeah, kind of neither here nor there, really.
Yeah, it was a nothing over, really, was it? Curran wafted at one of them. It's a good shot from Williams. And, it's a challenge, a different challenge when you've got try and getting the ball in an area where you're asking the batter to play. You know, the risk and reward of it, where if it's too short, comfortably going to leave you. But if you're not short enough, you're giving them a chance to hit you in front of square, where you haven't got any fielders, when you haven't got fielders in the deep. So it's a difficult art to perfect the bouncer and making sure it's at the right height for the right batter.
Bashir is going to continue from the Radcliffe Road end, and that's a brilliant shot from Williams. He goes down on the reverse and hits it through backward point for 4, and he actually completely did the fielder at the position. Root. Yeah, Joe Root, who's at backward point. He started going to his right, and then Williams actually got good contact on it, and he went to his left and was always going to be 4 from that point.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot. Joe just tried to sort of pinch a couple of yards as soon as he seen Sean Williams go down into the position for the reverse sweep, and unfortunately he's hit it square up.
Bashir gives that one some air. Williams takes it into the air. It's going to land 10 metres inside the rope at mid-wicket, and England's fielder out on that boundary is at square leg. So running around, didn't get there. It lands safely. Williams gets 2 more to the total. He goes to 79, 115 for 2.
Yeah, it's a calculated, it's a risk worth taking. There's not anybody in front of square in the deep on the leg side, so you could just see, he just waited a split second longer when he got down into the sweep to make sure he got a good piece of it, because he knows that Josh Trump at mid-wicket, but there's nobody in the deep.
Bashir, oh, it's a full toss. Williams has climbed into that one, into the leg side. That one is 4. And 2 attempted shots that could have brought 8, brings 6 from the 2 of them. 2 and then a 4. One thing I will say is Williams is hitting with the wind on that occasion, and therefore that is why that is an attractive shot for him.
Yeah, it is an attractive shot for him, and he'd be disappointed that he doesn't get an extra 2 runs there, because that ball deserves to go for 6. With the wind or against the wind, it was a poor delivery from Shoaib Bashir.
He has it back, makes his way in from our end, pitches that one up, push drive to Duckett, and mid-off, no run.
That's a good shot. It's a better delivery, better line, better length. And this is what you get with Shoaib Bashir. You get good deliveries, but in between time, he's got to limit the amount of poor balls he bowls.
Williams waits for Bashir, rocks onto the back foot as Bashir goes slightly shorter in length. It'll go out to the cover sweeper and a single will be taken. Williams 84 out of Zimbabwe's 120 for 2. It's a bit like we were talking about in the first innings, the way that Brian Bennett was scoring a huge percentage of the runs. Williams is doing it in this second innings. Just under half an hour away from lunch on day 3, the penultimate day in this 4-day test. Bashir around the wicket, Curran playing defensively, no run. And that will do it for the 29th, 120 for 2.
Good over from Zimbabwe. It really was. If you're not going to score from the tongue end because he's going to be bowling short and you're going to be getting out the way of it, what you've got to do is make sure you score from the other end to keep everything going. You're not going to die in a hole. You're not, I'm creating pressure for you because you look at the scoreboard, it's not moving, and it's not moving because the bowler at one end's bowling 4 balls and over, that's going over your head. If you can score 2 boundaries and over from the other end, then it really defeats the object of going down the short ball route.
You can really hear the wind starting to buffet around. The wind is certainly picking up at Trent Bridge. Tongue will start a new over. It's short. Williams goes on the pull. Straight out to Zach Crawley at deep backward square leg. And it is just a single. 121 for 2. People starting to move in the stands to go and make their way towards the various food and drink stalls around the ground. Maybe a few heading out of the ground, as Harmy did yesterday, and headed to the fish and chip shop across the road. Tongue in. Well, that's very short. Now it might be called wide by Alahuddin Pelaka. Sorry, by by our square leg umpire is Kumar Dharmasena, but only when he's gone and retrieved his hat, because the breeze has got up so much it's actually blown it off. And I don't know if he would have been calling it as a wide, but it's not going to be called a wide. He maybe got slightly distracted there. Jarrod Kimber.
I'm not sure he saw it, because I think his hat came off as it was happening, so I think they've got away with a run there, England.
Tongue in, backing away is Curran, and it's almost a brilliant catch at mid-wicket. Curran's given himself some room, backing away to the leg side, and tried to pull it into the leg side, didn't get particularly good wood on it, and Ben Stokes, of course, who else is it going to be, is running, taking 3 or 4 steps to his left-hand side, and then goes full length, one-handed. It goes into the fingers and then comes out again.
It might be one of the most modern-day images you'll ever see. You've got a fast bowler coming in with this ridiculous Neil Wagner field with people spread around everywhere. He's bowling a bouncer. Because he's bowling a bouncer, the batter knows he backs away. Then he plays a running hook shot to the ball, and then we get this incredible bit of athleticism out in the field as well.
Test cricket 2025, folks. Short ball from Tongue through to Jamie Smith, no run.
Yeah, just all round, just a very, very bizarre moment. And I think Curran just made a mistake there. He just didn't need to play that shot. There's no way you could. It's hard enough to control a hook shot when you're standing still, Macca, but when you're running around the crease, not ideal. And we see, when Neil Wagner started having success with his bowling, a lot of the shots are those sorts of half shots where you're just like trying to flick the ball away. Either hit it or don't hit it, I think, is your better option.
Well, I've just been praising him in the last over from Tongue for saying, well, look, if it's not in my area, I'm not playing at it. And that one, he got a bit of a rush of blood. Again, Tongue goes short to him. It's pulled around the corner by Williams this time. Out to the fielders deep on the leg side. Single taken. Williams now 14 away from 100. And bearing in mind, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, Williams got a horrible one on the left forearm that seems to have drawn blood, and potentially worse than that, as there was a decent amount of swelling that we could see. He is going to be batting through an awful lot of pain. It's probably stiffening up as we speak. Right, they've taken the single with Curran back on strike. Stokes has said straight away to Zach Crawley, leg slip, please. See if he is going to be backing away once again. In comes Tongue. And there was a threatened movement by Curran there. He doesn't. It is short. It's plenty short enough that he can simply get out of the way of it to end the over. I'm going to get out of the way because the former Zimbabwe international Ed Rainsford is coming in after some more thoughts from Jarrod.
Yeah, again, I think it's just showing how much Ben Curran has been thinking about his batting. He got stuck a little bit in the first innings and, really probably wasn't as impressive as he would have wanted to be. And here, last night, he sort of batted normally. And since then, he's just been changing his technique and coming up with new methods and everything else. And it's put England off. England have not bowled well. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Didn't hear any of Harmy, but I'm sure Harmy would have said some of that himself. But regardless of that, there is an element here of Ben Curran is not playing the way that probably all the notes on Ben Curran have to be thrown out so far, Ed, because he's playing a different version of cricket.
Yeah, he's playing well, isn't he? He's had to find a way to try and curb these England bowlers. And you're right, they haven't bowled well. And if you want to talk about the high standards of England bowling as they go into a very busy summer of cricket here and then into the Ashes, what they're seeing today is that when a side is going to challenge them, they have to find the right options to break the partnership. And today they haven't really started from ball number one in terms of trying to build up a partnership or some sort of method, as Bashir entered the attack as a slipper waiting to Sean Williams, who pushes it away through to the offside. Yeah. What would you put it down to?
I don't know. I mean, I understand why they started with Ben Stokes today, but I almost feel that you just wanted to say to your bowlers, bowl the top off stump and let's keep some pressure on them to begin with. And
Bashir bowls, foolish delivery. Williams on the drive. He'll pick up a single square of the wicket through the offside. He moves on to 87.
I mean, I think you said earlier, there was a little bit of chasing wickets. And we've seen they've probably been at their worst in this test match, England, with the ball, when they've just been chasing wickets. When they've been bowling normally, they've been a lot better. So I think there's an element of that. But Josh Tongue, I'm not sure Josh Tongue knows what. I'm not sure Josh Tongue really knows what his best line of attack is against these two at the moment.
Bashir bowls round the wicket to Curran, who defends off the front foot, still no run.
So it took longer for them to go the short ball than I thought it would. But before that, he was bowling too full, and Cook bowled a bit too full as well. They're a little bit too straight. There's no groupings, and generally that's one thing that you would say that England's pretty good at.
Bashir again. Curran is on the sweep, and there's an appeal. There's a big appeal. He misses it, and it's given. Kumar Dharmasena. It took a week. It took a month to make that decision. Had a long think about it. Puts the finger up. Ben Curran goes down to Sean Williams and has a conversation. The timer is on 4, 3, 2, 1. Just on the stroke of 1 second to go. He goes upstairs, and they've reviewed it.
You don't see many LBW decisions given that late after the ball has struck the pad. I think Dharmasena originally thought that was not out and then rethought about it for a moment and went, maybe it could actually be out. He's given it. I thought that was clipping leg. I gave it out myself when it first hit the pads.
Well, here we see it on the monitor. Very full. It's not a very convincing sweep shot there by Ben Curran. He doesn't get into that very strong position to sweep the ball. So what we see from Ultra Edge, he hits the ground. That's where the murmur comes. And so there's no bat involved. Can see a little bit of leg stump. Right, Jarrod, give it. What is it? What's happening? Is it going over the top?
It is bouncing a lot. It's hit him under his pads. To be fair, he's not a very tall man. But what's going on with this sweep shot? He just hasn't got down at all. Here's the decision. It's sliding a little bit, but it should hit enough of the stumps. And it's bouncing over. Wow, well done. I mean, it did hit him below the knee roll, but he was down the wicket, and it looked like it was bouncing up, didn't it? Even though it hit him low on the pad. Well done, Ed.
Yeah, from how I saw the ball react off the surface, it just looked like it, in terms of line, it looked good. But in terms of the bounce that it created, went over the top of leg stump, and Dharmasena has to reverse his decision, and Ben Curran survives with a chair from his mom, who she was standing on her feet.
It's such an odd shot. It's worth saying. He's got in an awful tangle there. I'm going to be watching his sweep shots from here on in. But you're right. It did, even though it hit below knee roll, it felt high.
Bashir bowls, defended by Curran on this occasion. There's a leg slip in place and a conventional slip.
It wasn't missing by a little bit either, was it, Ed? I think it's got a couple of inches over the stumps.
And this is what Bashir will bring. And Ben Curran was actually walking off, took the gloves off and then looked at the big screen and then turned around, and then Mum got on her feet as Bashir bowls again, and Curran tucks it around the corner for yet another single to end the over.
Well, he's seen the line, hasn't he? He's seen the line. He's like, okay, I didn't get away with that. And he wasn't. I don't think he was reviewing on height. I think because the conversation he was having with Williams was all about where they thought the ball was going. And we thought he was going to clip the outside of the leg stump. We did. I thought it should have been given out on the field a little bit quicker than Damasceno gave it out, but I thought it should have been given out on the field. But I wasn't at that stage really factoring in the amount of bounce. And that first replay when you picked it up was very different. Why was he sweeping standing up, though, is my next question for you.
We'll come back to that. 125 for 2, and I don't think the sweep shot is his shot. If you look at that replay and how he played
that one wasn't.
Yeah, because you want to get it. If you watch how Sean Williams has swept the ball, there's more control. The setup is very early and very convincing. That looked very ungainly by Ben Curran, who is now on strike as Josh Tongue sets off round the wicket, bowls to him, it's short, it's played fine, he rides the bounce, can fine leg come round? Yes, he can. Harry Brook, I think it is, does the fielding and pick up a single. 126 for 2.
So there's a player in county cricket, Scott might have seen this, our producer, who started sweeping off the other leg, and so there are some players now that are basically putting the other leg down so they can sweep in either direction if they need to. So it's for the reverse or the normal sweep, and I think Root might have done it in a game as well. But standing sweep sort of takes away the strength of the sweep. If you don't get down low, it's actually harder to play the shot, because then you're just playing a weird cross-bat shot rather than the sort of getting on top of it the way that you normally would.
Tongue round the wicket to Williams. Short again, and it's nicely played. Yeah, our field is out through the leg side for that short pitch delivery. As Williams now goes to 88. Yep. I think Ben Curran will be putting that sweep shot away for a while.
At least getting his leg down. I think what we're seeing, though, and we've been talking about it all day, is that he is trying things that he hasn't tried before. He's really mixing things up and saying to England, yeah, you guys know how to bowl to me, but not today. And so it might be one of those changes that gets him out. But at the moment, it's also got him to 32. And, you know, a fair way through this session.
It's Tongue again sets off round the wickets. Another short delivery. And Ben Curran gets underneath that one quite comfortably. Where a lot of people would have thought coming into day 3 here of this 4-day test match that Zimbabwe would have been under a great deal of pressure to try and survive that first hour. They've almost survived the whole session. Haven't lost a wicket, and these two left-handers have been absolutely brilliant. Whatever's been dished up, they've either put it away or they've really been good with their defense, barring that sweep shot a short while ago as Tongue round the wicket again. Short delivery, and it's left alone by Ben Curran outside the line of off stump. No run. 127 for 2.
You've almost got a mix, haven't you, between Williams and Curran of old Zimbabwe and new Zimbabwe. And the funny thing is that it's the opposite way around. The young player and the older player are in the opposite. But the way that Zimbabwean cricket was always played was top order guys would never play a shot. They'd stay in as long as possible. And now you've got this whole generation of Zimbabwean players who do score quite quickly and, you know, do attack in a different way. And then Ben Curran turns up and he's like, no, I'm going to be the one who blocks.
Tongue bowls, another short delivery, neatly played. Tucks it round the corner for it's another single. Yeah, the game has evolved, but Ben Curran has been the opener that Zimbabwe have been looking for a very long time. One that can occupy the crease for such a long time, take the shine off the ball, and he keeps things very simple. He's not the most extravagant opener you'll ever find. Very much like a Tino Mawoyo, who opened the batting for Zimbabwe for many years. As Tongue comes round the wicket again and bowls to Williams. That's a very, very short ball. Surely that's a wide. No, it's not. Williams bemused as the over comes to an end. 32 overs gone. It's 128 for 2.
Yeah, you had Joy Lord Gumbi for a long time at the top of the order. He's just not quite strong enough for international cricket, is he? He's not a bad player by any stretch, but I don't think he has, and this is some of the things you get from, you know, watch Ben Curran here. He looks like someone whose dad was a cricketer and a coach. Do you know what I mean? He looks like someone who's lived in the game, and he's getting all the little things right. whereas someone like Jarrod Gumby is just struggling to keep up at this level. And again, we were talking about before, no one's expecting Ben Curran to go on and average 44 or 45 in Test cricket or anything, but give them a good base and their middle order is the strength. There's a couple of Fred Flintstones out here. I hadn't realised that.
There's a lot going out onto these stands. There's a number of well-dressed individuals. As Bashir will continue round the wicket. He's driven down the ground. Pick up a single, Ben Curran. He'll move on to 34. Right, so something I wanted to ask you. There's a lot of conversation about how there should be 2 tiers in Test cricket. Now, I know this is a 4-day Test match. I know there would have been expectations and also been thoughts about how Zimbabwe would have gone in this Test match. And perhaps England would have thought maybe we'll get one over them pretty quickly. But they've shown some great ability as Bashir bowls round the wicket again, as Williams goes on to the drive, no run to the fielder at cover. Are you a fan of that, or the thought of that, or where do you think Test cricket should go? So these, I don't want to call them smaller nations, but the other nations that are not part of that World Test Championship.
Yeah, I don't think you can have a situation where you have a World Test Championship and then everyone else plays Test cricket for no other reason.
Right.
So that doesn't make any sense. They had a chance of doing 2 tiers of 7 teams in Division 1 and 7 teams in Division 2. They would have had to bring in other Test nations.
Bowles, Bashir goes on to the sweep, does Sean Williams. Oh, he's given him an appeal by Bashir. Strange, because it was almost just an ask. It wasn't as exuberant as the one before to Ben Curran, and Sean Williams has gone upstairs and he's reviewed it. This time Thomasina gave it out straight away.
Yeah, that looked a lot more adjacent. It might be the bounce again, but it didn't look like to me that it was bouncing as much as the last one did, but it looked very, very straight. And this time it was a proper sweep shot. He didn't get the sweep shot modelled. So we're just seeing here, where has this ball pitched? It's pitched on middle stump. It's sliding down a little bit. It's very leg side. It's given it as not out straight away on the back of that. It's very leg side. But he is, look where he is though as well, Ed.
We're seeing more of the leg stump than we did with Ben Curran, right? And he's a lot lower than Ben Curran was. The Ultra Edge is showing that there isn't a murmur, and then he gets struck on the pad and around middle and leg.
Is bounce a problem again?
The one thing about this one is that's different with Ben Curran is that Sean Williams is in a lot lower position. It pitches in line.
It's definitely sliding.
Impact in line. And umpire's call.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's the top outside part of the leg stump bail. And that is very unlucky for Sean Williams. He's played a beautiful innings so far. That definitely could have gone either way. Even Kumar Dhanasena was looking at that going, oh, okay. So the bounce just, and the leg stump just, and a great innings by Sean Williams. Showed some real courage there, and some incredible shots has finally come to an end.
That is unfortunate, because you almost think to yourself, with what happened with Ben Curran, Dharmasena may be thinking, well, that one could be doing the same, so I restrain myself from giving it out, and then perhaps England go upstairs and review it, and then it's umpire's call, and it's not out either. But that's why the technology is there, but arousing. Everybody on their feet. Applause for Sean Williams. He's played a fantastic hand this morning. He's played superbly for his 88. Took a blow to the forearm and he stuck it out, and now he's been adjudged LBW to Bashir, as Zimbabwe have now lost their third. But what an innings by Williams. He would have had the 100 in sight. A lot of pats on the back, shake of the hand as he was leaving the field, and there's still the cameras on him as he walks across the change room to the Zimbabwean change room. Well appreciated by everybody. How much longer does Sean Williams have? How much longer? Could this be in the last test match for him? Never know. And would he have wanted to go out with a bang or a big 100? 100 not to be, but entertainment nonetheless. England finally pick up a wicket.
Yeah, just again show Bashir the extra height, making him a little bit tougher to sweep than some other players. Sikandar Raza coming out to bat now. This is the sort of Williams Raza is the strength of their batting lineup. Be interesting to see how he plays Jarrod Bashir. He got dropped off a court and bowled, but ended up with a situation where they had a collapse afterwards because Ben Stokes came on. and they took a couple of wickets. But brilliant innings by Sean Williams. And he, look, I think, Ed, you've been to, all these smaller grounds watching him play. I've been watching him on, all these different feeds and everything. It's great that he got an audience because he has been playing magnificent cricket over the last couple of years.
Sure has. As Bashir bowls to Raza, who defends, no run. 129 for 3. Yeah, he has. There was some numbers that went up on the screen. Since 2020 in terms of averages in Test cricket, he has the highest average with a minimum of 500 Test runs and an average of 70, ahead of Williamson. As this is angled down the leg side, did he get a little bit of bat on it? The fielders around the back seemed quite interested. Keep an eye on Damasina. No, it's leg buys. Oh, we look at the images, the replays, they hang their heads. Curran, despair. Williams, despair. The game can be so kind and so cruel at the same time.
I'll say this, his arm must be better though. He threw the bat up with the right hand and caught it with the left.
Bashir now around the wicket to Curran, bowls, tuck around the corner. They should pick up a single, and they do. But success in the over. 33 overs come to an end. And it's 131 for 3 with Bashir finally getting the breakthrough.
So just to get back to the tiered situation, so they made a mistake when they came up with the World Test Championship, but you could also, Ed, argue that they made a mistake when they decided that you can only play Test cricket if you are given status. I think we've moved well beyond that in international cricket, and so South Africa got Test status essentially because English people like to go there and have holidays. Those Test matches shouldn't have been Test matches. England wasn't sending over full-strength teams. There were people who played first-class games, who played Test matches, and their only first-class games are playing in Test matches against South Africa, right? So why should South Africa, for the next 150 years, remain a Test-playing nation when they might be good or bad at certain times, right? Obviously, they lost it due to apartheid, but there's a lot of teams that have got that, and they've struggled. You're supposed to be at the top level of sport because you're playing well, right? And that's what teams like Zimbabwe should be aiming for.
Tongue to Curran. Down the leg side, tucked away for a single. There's a fine leg and a short fine leg as well. They'll pick up a single.
How many Test matches does Zimbabwe have this year? 12?
11.
11. Let's say, what's their record so far?
So they played Afghanistan.
Well, they won all against Bangladesh.
They won one all with Bangladesh. They lost 1-0 to Afghanistan.
Yeah. So let's say they beat Bangladesh 2-0. They beat Afghanistan. They draw this Test match, and then they go on a good run. What does it mean for Zimbabwean cricket other than self-pride? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. That's why I ask you the question. And you bring up South Africa. South Africa, for the first time, I think since readmission, will not host a Boxing Day Test match this year. And so they're focused more on their SA20.
Yeah, I mean, they basically gave up a Test series in the middle of this World Test Championship against
100%.
New Zealand. So,
but they still gain access to the World Test Championship, and in the final.
That's what angers me, and I just,
Tongue, round the wicket to Raza, short delivery, punches off the back foot, and he's off the mark in style is the talisman from Zimbabwe. Picks up 4, 136 for 3.
There's a book out at the moment called The Club about the history of the ICC. It's a beautiful shot here. It's punched through the offside for 4 by Sikandar Raza. And it's all about how, and one of the things I asked when I was interviewing Rod Lyle about his book was, how did they actually make the decision to bring in West Indies, India and New Zealand? And there's nothing in the minutes. It doesn't seem to be that anyone, it just sort of happened accidentally. So New Zealand don't win a Test series for the first 39 years of their existence.
Round the wicket again to Raza, short deliveries, defended, no run.
So they haven't won a Test series for the first 39 years, and yet they are still allowed to continue to play at the top level of cricket forever. And another team like Argentina, who I would argue were as strong as New Zealand, don't get Test status, and don't get the chance to have that. And then Argentina drop off. Denmark was another really good cricket nation for quite a few years, right? But wasn't given Test status, and so they've disappeared. That's how is it trying to grow the game? And you and I both know the natural talent in Zimbabwe hasn't suddenly dropped off since the 90s.
Tongue around the wicket again, short pitch delivery, and it's another punch through the offside. New batter at the crease, being given the opportunity to score freely again by England. They'll pick up 2. I just don't understand. I think he should have started over the wicket and sort of attack the stumps and attack the outside edge and bring the slips in play, but rather it's that hostile kind of bowling round the wicket to a right-hander which would have been a defensive ploy before, unless they've had a discussion about Raza. We're going to come back to the Test Championship conversation.
No, I was wondering if that was the case as well, but it's a weird field to start with. He hasn't played any shots yet. Why have you got everyone out on the boundary?
Mate, there's a man at square leg that's probably 40 yards off the boundary, and then almost a short pitch delivery again by Tongue round the wicket, which Curran tries to sort of swat through the onside. No run. We'll come. It's a strange one, this.
Yeah, look, he did go out to a back of a length ball to Ben Stokes, but to be fair, I think most international players would have gone out to that ball in the first innings. It was angling in and took away. Like, I find it hard to think he suddenly has a massive weakness based on that one delivery, and they certainly weren't bowling. I don't remember them bowling short to him at that stage. So, yeah, I'm with you. He's a new batter. He isn't set yet. At least give him 10 balls where you're trying to hit the top of off stump or hit the outside of his edge.
Yeah, exactly. He got out edging the ball in his first innings, did Secunda Raza. Anyway.
And he is a very good player, but he is a loose player as well. Like, I think you almost want the field up and you want him, playing that way. And he still got runs. It didn't even work.
Correct. Right, changing angle now over the wicket here to the left-hander Ben Curran. Tongue. Stuart Broad pavilion end as he sets off. Bowl, short pitch delivery. And no run, and left alone by Ben Curran as the 34th over comes in. 139 for 3. Right, so what's the answer? I know we can talk about it maybe after lunch as well. I've a lot of thought on how perhaps things can go ahead, but I ask you because your finger, your hand, your mind, your body is in touch with all the data and how the game has evolved for such a long time.
I think we've already missed our chance to have 2 divisions, because what happened was that West Indies, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka didn't want that because they didn't want to go into the 2nd division. And I think now we've missed our chance, and the way that cricket is currently run, I don't see that as the case. The best situation in the future is to make Test cricket.
As Bashir bowls over the wicket to Raza, who defends, no run. 139 for 3.
To basically open up Test status and also explain why teams get Test status and why they don't, because it's usually limited overs. But if you want to know the future is probably franchise Test cricket. If you're asking me what is the most likely thing to happen.
Say what? Bashir over the wicket. Full on the drive is Raza. Fielder out at deep cover. Effort, yes, it's a good one. And they'll pick up 2 as Raza moves on to 9. 141 for 3.
And I think that that obviously wouldn't be my first choice, but I think for the future of the game, I think that might be where we end up going, because there's actually a lot of money to be made from Test cricket, right? We're here, Zimbabwe's hasn't played for years. There's still a good crowd. There's still a lot of money to be made. It is, but the way we're running it, we're not making the money we should.
Bashir to Raza over the wicket. Slightly short on that occasion. Defended, no run.
And you also have to understand who are the people who make decisions and who are the people who are in charge. Well, the Ambani family is basically de facto in charge of world cricket at the moment. We are moving towards a franchise model more and more, and the sorts of people who can afford these things.
As Bashir sets off again, bowls, flighted delivery. Raza on the defense again. Goes all the way out to backward point, no run.
Yeah, I think the sort of people who love Test cricket are generally older, so there are a lot of millionaires and billionaires who can afford these sorts of things in a way that cricket boards just don't make that money yet, right? They're just not making the money off Test cricket that they should be making at the moment. So it's a long way off, but it's a possibility.
Sheer bowls again, fuller delivery, flighted and defended yet again by Raza. No run. Score remains 141 for 3.
So, yeah, the best way would have been to have the 2 divisions, as I said, Division 1, Division 2, and then sell that as a package like they sell the World Cup. The big problem is this bilateral stuff that we're still doing. It doesn't actually really help making money. And also, there's no streaming platform where you can watch every Test match in the world and you can pay for it, but you can with all these different football leagues and American sports leagues. That's the future, and so you do actually need it to come under one umbrella.
Right, changing the field. Forward short leg and then a leg slip and then a conventional slip here for Raza as they have a conversation with Bashir on what angle of attack he would like. He was initially looking to come round the wicket, but now he's changing to over the wicket. It's the final delivery of the 35th over. This could be the final delivery before lunch, and Bashir sets off and bowls. It's a slightly quicker delivery, and Raza goes on to the front foot, looks to try and take a run, and then decides against it as the 35th over comes to an end at 141 for 3, and the umpires have taken the bails off, and that will be lunch. It's a session that belongs to the visitors, firmly off the back of an 88 by Sean Williams of 82 deliveries, adjudged to be LBW to Shoaib Bashir, the only wicket to fall today, and an excellent session for the visitors. England will look back at that session and think to themselves, well, they weren't as good as they could be with that ball in hand. 25 overs bowled, 111 runs scored, 1 wicket lost at a run rate of just over 4 runs to the over. Impressive by the visitors.
They've done brilliantly, and obviously Sean Williams will be what we'll be talking about, taking that blow to the arm and everything else. But Ben Curran's only on 36 not out, but he's more than done his job, and I was really impressed with the way that he's gone about it. And this is, as much as anything, Ed, this is what we wanted to see, was a fight. And this is not Zimbabwe's strength. Their strength has been their seam bowling. So great work by their batters. So many batters batting out of position in this test match and still doing a great job.
Yeah, incredible session. A wonderful session for the visitors, but a lot of work to do for England if they're going to try and challenge Zimbabwe or try and bowl them out after enforcing the follow-on from what we've seen in that first session. Right, the first session has come to an end on day number 3. Zimbabwe 141 for 3 in their follow-on. It's lunch here at Trent Bridge. We're going to take a short break, and when you come back, it'll be Andrew McKenna and Steve Harmison.
It is indeed lunch on day 3 of this test match between England and Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe at the break, 141 for 3, 111 runs scored in the morning for the loss of just that 1 wicket. Williams LBW to Bashir for 88. A decision he can feel, well, pretty hard done by. Technology gave it out, but very few other people in the ground would have given that in real time, I don't think. England went up for it, I think as much as hope as expectations. He's the only man to have fallen, as Zimbabwe really continue to battle hard. I'm Andrew McKenna. With me is Steve Harmison for the luncheon period. And obviously we don't want to disrespect this test match, but there is coming up very shortly a 5-match test series between England and India, and India have today named their squad for that tour, and also the man who will captain them for that tour. So Harmy and myself are going to take a look through all of that for the next few minutes or so. So let me start by bringing you the squad. Well, first of all, Shubman Gill is captain. We will come back to that. Rishabh Pant is the vice-captain. Then it's Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Sai Sudarsan, Abhimanyu Isawaran, Karen Nair returns, Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja. Dhruv Jurel is the second wicket-keeper. Washington Sundar, Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, Prasidh Krishna, Akashdeep, Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav. Right, Harmy. First of all, though, let's before we get into the nitty-gritty of it, I'm intrigued by the fact that India have named a squad of 18 for this tour. When England, generally speaking, go on tour, they take 15, obviously a playing 11, plus a batter, spin bowler, extra seamer, and then one other to sort of cover eventualities. So India have gone with 18, which I'll put a theory to you. You can tell me whether I'm right or wrong. Is this India looking at things and saying, right, if we pick up an injury with the batters, we're calling up that person. If we're losing a seamer, we're calling up that person. We lose a spinner, we're calling up that person. And we're going to have the whole group together for the whole tour, so you'll all be acclimatised, you'll all be ready to go. Does that kind of explain 18? Because that's a very big playing group otherwise, when you've effectively got 3/4 of another team who are going to be netting for 4 days on 5 days while the matches are going on.
Yeah, it's a big number, but it's 5 test matches. So it's 5 test matches in, 6 and a bit weeks. So getting somebody from Red Hot India or wherever they are in the world back into English and acclimatisation to English cricket, I think it's always sensible. I've always been a big advocate for, bringing in more. If I was going on an Ashes tour, I'd take 25. And I think when you look at England this winter, will probably have in excess of 30 players in Perth for that first test match, because the Lions will be out there and they'll have 1 or 2 others that are on the fringe and out there as well. So I don't think it's a bad thing having there. I look at the squad and think, yeah, it's a youthful squad. It's Gautam Gambhir. It's not the previous regime. It's Gautam Gambhir's squad. Shubman Gill played for KKR with Gautam Gambhir when Gautam Gambhir was captain. So, leaders of India, I'm not saying they're dictators, but they are very much powerful and in control. And I think Gautam Gambhir wants to be in charge. He wants to be in control. It's his team. He wants to be done his way. So I can see why he's gone with Shubman Gill over somebody like Jasprit Bumrah. I had no real opinion either way, whether it was Jasprit or whether it was Shubman. But I think from a purely continuity point of view, if you can get 5 test matches out of Jasprit Bumrah, brilliant, because you want it, and I think the series wants it. I'd be amazed if we do, because of the injury record he's had and the way his body is. So if you're chopping and changing captain, it's one thing well and good chopping and changing your bowling attack. You don't chop and change your batting unit that much. But then if you do have to chop and change your bowlers, it's not impacted because of leadership. And I think the common sense has prevailed. He's a younger model. He's somebody, I think, who commands respect, does Gill. So I said from the outset, the minute that Rohit retired, Shubman Gill needs to take over, because it's all well and good having a vice captain who will step in every now and again when the captain's injured or out of form, but it's now about the long-term future and a new cycle for India. So from my point of view, I think it's the right call in Gill. Rishabh Pant is another youthful option from a vice captaincy point of view. I look at the 18-man squad and think, I just wonder if the bat is short. No Suresh Iyer, that was an eye-opener. Sanju Samson was another one who I thought possibly could have come. Sarfaraz Khan, who played against England in India. We seen him in close quarters when we were out there in Hyderabad and in Visakhapatnam. So he's missing. Mohammad Shami's missing because I think workload and injuries. And another one, they brought a lot of bowlers, but Harshit Rana has not come, and I wouldn't say he's a batting all-rounder, far from it, but he can give it a biff when he comes in, batting at probably number 9. But I thought his bowling style, hit the deck hard, would have suited English conditions over the pose of somebody like Arshdeep Singh, who was likely to try and move the ball laterally through the air from a left arm's point of view. So the rest of it, Shardul Thakur is here, but I think we knew Thakur was coming because he was supposed to go and play for Essex, wasn't he? And he got an injury, so that gave the game away that he was going to be in this squad. Karun Nair, who has had a good time in Ranji Trophy, played a lot of cricket in England, and it looks like he's going to play. So I think all in all, it's a youthful squad. It's a squad for the new cycle, and without the likes of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, I expected someone like Suresh Iyer to come, and he's not there. So that's why I think, looking at the group, they're probably a batter short, but time will tell.
It's interesting, as you say, new coach. You always get this sort of new coach, new broom, and let's go a new look at it. Let's look at Shubman Gill. So he's played 32 test matches. He is 25, coming up 26 years of age. Feels about the right time for him, doesn't it? He's got enough games under his belt. He's obviously been captaining Gujarat in the IPL, and he's got enough time to do this job and grow into the job. It almost like the captaincy has come round at the right time for him. Would that be a fair comment, do you think?
Yeah, a massively fair comment. I had dinner with Michael Vaughan last night, and it just seems like when Nasser stepped aside, and it was the right time, the right cycle. You know, new team, new bunch of bowlers. You know, enough experience in amongst it, and it was the right time for Michael to take over from Nasser when that happened. And it just looks as though it's the same here. So Shubman Gill is a wonderful player. He is a fantastic player. He's batted in the top, 1, 2, and 3. He's probably more suited at number 4. So I think it's a double whammy for Shubman, because not only is he going to take over the captaincy, he's probably going to have to go home back number 4, where Virat Kohli's batted for so long. And the character that I see, and I've sat with a couple of times when we were in India, very, very polite, very, very unassuming character, lovely, well-spoken individual, very respectful individual. I really hope it goes well for him. And at 25 years old, it probably is, you're right, the right time for him to take over the leadership and potentially take India for the next 6 or 7 years. And I think that's why it probably is the right decision over Jasprit Bumrah. Jasprit Bumrah captained in Australia, he's captained in India against England, and he is a wonderful thinker. You just look at his bowling, he's a wonderful thinker. But I think now, like I said before, a one-off game is fine, but if you want to put a stamp on it and a new cycle, new structure to it, I think if you've got a batter in the top 4 who is comfortable captaining, i.e. in Shubman Gill, I think common sense came through and said, right, it's his team now. It's Gautam Gambhir's coaching side of it, and it's Shubman Gill's team. And hopefully for India, it will be for the next 5 or 6 years through this next cycle of cricket, whether it be Test cricket or be interesting to see who takes the one-day side. But yeah, I think at 25 years old, I think it probably is the right time for Shubman Gill to take his head.
The other point as well, with you're following Virat and Rohit, two very demonstrative characters, two very exuberant characters. We see this quite a lot actually with England football managers. Slight tangent, folks, but stay with me on this one. In the fact that if you roll back to the late 90s, early 2000s, Kevin Keegan was in charge, and it was all passion, it was all pace, it was all energy. And then when Kevin moved on, we went to Sven-Göran Eriksson, sort of one end of the spectrum to the other, to sort of calm it down. Well, let's be tactical, let's be analytical. It feels like India probably couldn't really go down the sort of the character route of Virat and Rohit. And so again, that also was another tick in the box for Shubman Gill, because he is going to be much quieter. You may not even spot him. You'll have to look, where is he on the field? Whereas you always knew where Rohit was, you always knew where Virat was.
Yeah, there was a passion to them too, and that's up to Shubman Gill to put his stamp on how he pushes his character and his demeanour and his body language towards the art of leadership. And you just don't know how that leadership is going to be. Like I said before, the transition from Nasser to Michael was, you bowled a bad ball, big screen went on Nasser, and more often than not, he's picking his cap up off the floor, because he's either thrown it on the floor, he's kicked it from one end of the mid-off to the other. So, and then Michael behind the glasses, you didn't know what he was thinking under that brimstone hat. So everybody has to do it their own way, and in the way that suits them as individuals. The thing for me is going to be the batting at 4 is going to be the challenge, because anywhere else in the world, and you'll go, yeah, you're replacing a good player. There's nothing you can do. The great's gone, and it's now your time to put your stamp on that. But in that part of the world, it's completely different pressure, and the pressures of replacing Kohli, like Kohli had the pressures of replacing Sachin, and now Shubman's got added pressure of replacing Virat at that number 4. But he's an established player, an established character. He's a top player. I see there being a seamless transition from the captaincy point of view. But the number 4 bit, might take a little bit longer because of the player and the character and the persona that he's replacing. But all he can do is go out there every single time and be the best version of Shubman Gill possible. And if he does that, I'm sure he'll be fine, and he'll be the next superstar, along with probably Rishabh Pant and Yashasvi Jaiswal, to take India to the next stage of world dominance, like what Rohit Sharma did and what Sachin Tendulkar did before that.
I want to come back to that in a minute because you made a really good point in the middle of that. So we got onto our Indian correspondent, Chetan Narula, and said, go on then, tell us what you think the top 5 is based on this. And he reckons Jaiswal and KL Rahul to open the batting, Sai Siddharthan at number 3, Shubman Gill at number 4, Karun Nair at number 5. I know Brendan McCullum says we only take one game at a time and we think about these things and whatever, but Brendan McCullum over his lunch is probably looking at that squad. How do you think Brendan McCullum and the England bowlers are feeling looking at that as a top 5 coming to England?
I think if I was Brendan McCullum, I'd be worrying about my bowlers and which one's going to play against them, because the ones that have come out against Zimbabwe have not have fluffed their lines a little bit. The audition to get into shape to try and get to that first Test match at Headingley, it hasn't gone well for the likes of Atkinson, Cook and Tongue. So Matt Potts is bowling with a white ball as we speak, with Tim Southey in the middle there. And yeah, I think Brendan McCullum, I don't think Brendan McCullum is thinking about Ireland, about India at this moment in time. I think he's worried about how am I going to get these next 6 or 7 wickets from Zimbabwe, because the bowlers that I have got at this moment aren't doing the job that I want them to do. Looking at the India group, yeah, I expected Jaiswal to open with Sundaresan, but it looks like KL Rahul's going to go in first. I thought Shubman Gill might bat 3, and KL Rahul take up the more experienced KL Rahul take up the Virat Kohli role at number 4. Like I said, Nair's batted in England many times before. Then you'd have Rishabh Pant at number 6, with Jadeja at 7, and probably Nitish Reddy at number 8. That's a strong middle order. That is a strong middle order. That's a batter, a bowler, and obviously the wicketkeeper. And there's good all-round qualities in all 3 of them, who can be gritty, can take the game away from the opposition. So that's probably where the big strength is from a game point of view, India's game plan point of view, that if they can get off to a good start, they've got that threat of the middle order, who is very, very strong, and they can be, they can fight fires, because we've seen so many times Jadeja do that for India, when Jadeja and Ashwin, when India are in a little bit of trouble, 180 for 4, 180 for 5, and them two come in and get India to the 350, 400 mark that stays or tries to win a game. And Ashwin will be a big miss as well, especially in this country. He'd be a huge miss in this country, because his fighting qualities with both bat and ball and experience over here. So it's not just Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Not long ago they've lost our Ashwin as well. So that's what I would imagine the makeup of the middle order would be. And then they'll have to pick 3 seamers, and the 3 seamers probably for the first Test match, if everybody's fit and ready, will be Bumrah, Siraj, and I think Prashad Krishna will get the nod over somewhere like Arshdeep Singh. So it's a strong team, it's a strong squad. I don't see Washington Sundar or Kuldeep Yadav making the first Test match at Headingley from a spin point of view, but you'd expect Jaiswal, Rahul, Sundaresan, Gill and Nair, if Chetan Narula is right about a top 5 with Rishabh Pant, Jadeja, Reddy, Bumrah, Siraj and Krishna to be, I would imagine, India's first 11 when we get to Headingley in the sort of 2nd or 3rd week in June.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why this man is so good. He's just led you perfectly to the question that I was about to ask, because he just mentioned Ashwin in there missing as well. If you think back to 10, 15 years ago, Australia had a policy they would never lose more than 1 big player per year, and they would be prepared to take someone out of the team a year earlier so that they didn't lose 2 at the same time. It would be McGrath goes 1 year, Warne goes the next year, Gillespie goes another year, and then a battle. Have the BCCI dropped the ball here somewhat in allowing Ashwin, Rohit and Virat to all go in the space of 6 or 7 months? Surely there should have been an opportunity to spread it out. Now, look, I'm more than happy to say you can't take into account sometimes a player might metaphorically just get to the wall and say, I cannot go any further. That will take some of that out of that. But they must have been talking to Rohit, to Virat, for the amount of pressure that they're permanently under, the amount of cricket that they're playing, to get an idea of where they are going forward. To lose the pair of them and Ashwin in the space of a few months, to me, that is not good management on the BCCI's part.
Yeah, you make a good point, but I think Kohli did just fall off a cliff. I think Kohli did just go, I've had enough. And yeah, are you in a position to go to Virat Kohli? Oh, we think one more year, mate, and then off you go. I mean, you can't say that to Virat. You'd pick him. He might have. Virat might have 3 months off, and then get to the end of the England series, and go. You know what? I'm not ready to retire. I haven't had enough. I'm missing it. And then he starts putting his kit back on, and you go, well, are you in a position to come back and play Test cricket? Because the BCCI will go, well, you're going back in at number 4. Because, excuse me, that's what I'm sure would happen if it came to it. And the Rohit side of it, I mean, he had to drop himself in Sydney not long ago. So if that's the case, you know, I look at these decisions where Ashwin just had enough. His body was letting him down. Then Rohit's gone through such a difficult period in Test cricket. He's had to drop himself at Christmas time, and 3-4 months later, Virat's just woke up and said, I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready to carry on. And I think sometimes circumstance dictate that. I played in an era where we won in 2009, in the Ashes 2009, but when we got beat 5-0 in 2006-07, McGrath, Warne and Langer just walked off the field and that was them done. So sometimes you can be dictated to by unfortunate circumstances.
It is an India squad that is fascinating, plenty of intrigue. There's a 5-test match series coming up between England and India, and we'll be bringing it to you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We will be in place to bring you commentary on all of the balls of that particular series. It is going to be absolutely fascinating, and it's a proper meeting of power sides. England are currently second in the world rankings. India are 4th. Australia lead the way. Their current ranking, let's put some numbers on it so you get some context on it. So Australia's ranking is 126 points. England are second with 113. South Africa third on 111. India 4th on 105. They're the only ones into the 3 figures. New Zealand are 5th on 95. So that is where we are. And of course, we've got a World Test Championship final coming up at Lord's in a few weeks' time. South Africa against Australia. It should be a fascinating game of cricket, that one, Harmy.
Yeah, it will be a fascinating game of cricket. It'll be a good one. You know, the World Test Championship argument, I think, is there. It's flawed. A lot of people, even Jarrod, just talking about it in the last 20 minutes of that last set of the first session of Zimbabwe against England. And when you put into context, I don't think anybody really understands what the best solution would be to get everybody around the table in Test match cricket to make it fair and get to an even contest to make a final. I think that still needs to be addressed. So South Africa against Australia will be a very, very, very good Test match. I think if Australia turn up and play properly, I feel as though there's only one winner there. But when you've got the likes of Kagiso Rabada, who has bowled beautifully for South Africa for a number of years now, someone like David Bedingham, who is not a household name, but he's playing in England, and he's played a hell of a lot of cricket in England for Durham and been very, very successful. You know, he gets in on a flat one. Bedders likes to score runs, and he scores big. So, but like I said before, if the Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, seam attack turn up, I mean, it's very, very difficult to back against them. I just go, well, look at the England side. We've talked a lot about this, the India side, and I've named my probably 1 to 11. I tell you what, there'll be a lot of head scratching between Rob Key, Luke Wright, Ben Stokes, and Brendan McCullum on who their bowling unit will be come Headingley and that first Test match, because looking here, there's a few fluffed airlines. They haven't put had the audition, and they haven't put the right foot forward, and you'll be interesting to see where England go, because their top 7 will be the same. I don't see Jacob Bethel playing in the first Test match. I think he'll be back in the squad. I think it would be a monumental mistake to play Jacob Bethel over Shoaib Bashir. As well as Ben Stokes looks, I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on that body, because that's what would happen. Whoever bowls spin for England, they're going to get belted out of the park. I wouldn't want to put Stokes under that much pressure. So I see the top 7 looking the same. And at the minute, if I'm picking off the back of what I've seen here, I'm going with Bryden Carse, Gus Atkinson and Matt Potts as my 3 seamers, because, Sam Cook's, care, but he's not. I don't think he's been the Essex Sam Cook. Can you give him another chance? Can you run the risk of giving somebody another chance? I'm not so sure, so I wouldn't go with him. And Josh Tongue, exactly the same. I think he's had a chance here to be aggressive against a group of batters who are sort of borderline up to what first-class standard. Maybe he's a little bit better, but hasn't looked as though he's been that intimidating on what is always, it's Test match cricket. It's a flat pitch, and that's something he's going to have to put up with. And I don't think he has been as threatening or as dangerous as what you would like him to be. So hopefully Castle will have a good one-day series. He'll be back. For me, if I was Matt Potts, and this is the thing that really frustrates me about the modern-day game. I was different. I remember getting left out of a Test match at Lord's, England against Australia, and I made sure I was playing for Durham that afternoon. And I left Lord's at 10:30, and I took the first ball after lunch here at Trent Bridge against Nottingham. And if I was Matt Potts and he's bowling here, and yes, he's a different character, and you don't like to be forceful, but the minute I got left out at 10:30 yesterday morning, or 2 mornings ago, I'd have been braying on the door of Brendan McCullum saying, I'm going to play for Durham this week, I'm going to play against Somerset, I'm going to knock Somerset over, I'm going to get a big bag of wickets, I'm going to blow them away, and you try and leave me out for the India Test series. You try and leave me out. For me, there's not enough of that going on. All this protecting bowlers this and protecting bowlers that. Bryden Carse played 1 game since he's finished in India. How can people get into rhythm, and how people, I sound like an old man, and I probably am, but for me, Potts bowling here with a white ball to Southey, he should be up at Durham, braying down the England selector's door, saying, you don't fancy me. Why do you not fancy me? I've just took another big bag of wickets. But the one thing you can say about Potts, he's durable, he's reliable, and you know what you're going to get. So for me, because of where every other bowler's at in the England armoury, Wokes is playing for Warwickshire this week. Will he be ready? For me, I'd go with Atkinson, who hasn't had another great day, Carse and Potts, probably along with Bashir. And I have said for quite some time now, I think England should play 4 seamers against India, but at this minute in time, I don't think there's 4 seamers bowl well enough or have bowled enough to say, right, I deserve a place in that first Test match team against India in second, third week in June.
Just going back to that point about players not being picked in a Test and going back to their county, one of the, I suppose, the advantages that England have got is here we've got a Test match starting on a Thursday. The county games all start on a Friday. Therefore, it would be quite easy, because you don't even have to rush back now to jump in your car if you're not in the team come the toss. So it feels, I don't know. Is it that the England management are saying, stay here, work with us? Or do you think... Do you think it might be up to the individual? Do you want to go back and play, or do you think that the England management say, no, you're part of this group, therefore stay here and we can monitor you?
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's a bit of both. I think the player quite happy. I think the player might be quite happy sitting with an England tracksuit on a balcony, games on TV, enjoying watching, being in and around the Test match arena, rather than going back to a freezing cold Durham with nobody really watching and everything that goes with it. But I think that the modern player, I don't want to say they're soft, because they're not soft, but they've got to be more forceful. It's their career. I wouldn't like, in 10 years' time, Matt Potts could enjoy a lovely time. He's been all around the world, but he might end up turning around and playing 20 test matches, 25 test matches. And there's other ways of going and knocking on doors. Bowling in the middle with Jeetan Patel and Tim Southee is all nice and it looks good, and you're bowling with a white ball and you're around the dressing room and you're a good lad. But I tell you what, if you took 8 or 9 wickets against Somerset in the first division of the Championship from up there, what goes around, your name goes around a lot further and a lot quicker in that dressing room. When Potty's got another wicket at Durham, Potty's got another wicket at Durham, Potty's got 5 for, Potty's won a game for Durham and blown them away. That, for me, speaks more volumes in being a good lad and sitting in the dressing room and having a bit of banter with the lads. Like I said before, I'll never forget that game when Straussy said I wasn't playing. I made sure I was here. I was here just as the players come off at lunchtime. Jeff Cook said to me, just take your time. We've got a substitute. You don't have to carry it. You don't have to go straight on. I was like, Jeff, my boots can't get on quick enough. And I remember talking to Ali Brown the Lord, a long time later. And I remember him saying, he said, Harmy, that's the fastest I've ever seen anybody bowl here at Trent Bridge. That attack you had, there was me, Plunkett, Onions. It was a very, very quick bowling attack. And we won the championship that year by about 5 games to go. But that day, I remember bowling from a Stuart Broad end, and the wicketkeeper was miles back. And I wanted to make sure that the word was going from Nottingham to Lords that Harmy's bowling fast. Harmy's taking wickets. Geez, I mean, that noise, and that goes a hell of a lot further than Harmy bowling to the stumps at lunchtime and at tea time and having a good crack with the lads in between. It's your career. Own it and make sure. And like I said before, if I wasn't playing like Sam Cook did, you go and ask the coach and the selectors, what do I need to get better? And then you go and put performances together. For me, Matt Potts should have gone back to Durham, played, bowled 30 overs, 35 overs that week, tried to get 5 for, tried to get a bag of wickets and have the winners column. And that, for me, is the difference between, I think, the modern generation now and even a generation as early as maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago.
Just as we start to run out of time, we're about 8 minutes away from the resumption here at Trent Bridge on day 3 of this 4-day test match. We keep talking about what a massive year it is for England in the fact that they've got India and then Australia. Those are 2 massive series, arguably the 2 biggest series for England cricket. And I know it's difficult with calendars and all of that, but should we have 2 massive series in the same 6-8 month spell? Because we're talking about the amount of pressure that's going to be on the players mentally and physically. You're going to get yourself through that India series towards the back end of the English summer. You then get a couple of months to take a break away, freshen the mind up, whatever. Should you have 2 series of that magnitude, of that quality, so close to each other or not? Or maybe will it help the England players to be so battle-hardened going through India to then go into Australia?
Yeah, I think it'll help, and I think, Marco, watch this space. I think this is the future. I mean, we don't know what 5 years' time is going to look like, but it could just be England play Australia and India, and a little bit of bilateral here, there, in between as warm-up. And it looks like that's going to be the blueprint for years to come. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's great. I mean, I lost 2 away series in Australia, 1-2 here. All I ever wanted to do was play against Australia. So will it be diluted if you continuously play against them every year? Yes, probably, and that's not the right thing. But I'd much rather play against India here in front of 20,000 people than play, no disrespect to Zimbabwe, the West Indies, or anybody else. I mean, they're the big series you want to play in. That's why I'm saying to Matt Potts, go and brace somebody's door in to say, why am I not playing here? Because I want to play against India. You play against India, the eyeballs on you is astronomical around the world. These are the series you want to play in. So I don't have a problem with that. I think the World Test Championship needs to be addressed in such a way where everybody can play each other in over a 2 or a 3 year period. But England against India, England against Australia, Australia against India is going to be the norm for the next few years. And why wouldn't you not want to play in that? So if you have got them back to back, it is a great time. Unfortunately, if you don't get off to a good start and you're always playing catch up, it can eat you up. It can mentally and physically eat you up, and that's a challenge for these players going forward. But for me, if you offered me India, Australia every day of the week for the next 5 years of my career, I would say, yeah, bring it on, because they're the big series you want to play in.
Harmy, as ever, it's a delight talking cricket with you. Absolutely love it. We've sailed through 35 minutes there, and it feels like we've barely scratched the surface on some of the stuff. So make sure you subscribe to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, because you get all this kind of stuff all the time. You got the big man coming off of his long run. You get Neil Manthorp, one of the absolute all-time great thinkers and writers and broadcasters on the game of cricket. You get Jarrod Kimber with some statistical theories as well. Just hit subscribe. You make sure that you never miss any of that, and you get all of this kind of stuff throughout the week. Loads of it coming your way. Don't forget, we are under a month away to the start of that India Test series, and that commentary will be coming your way in exactly the same place where you are now. So you need to make sure that you've got your computer fired up on those match days. Right, we are 5 minutes away from a resumption. We are going to take a quick pause. We'll be back with you very shortly. It is going to be Jarrod Kimber and the former Zimbabwe international Ed Rainsford picking up the commentary on the afternoon session in this Test match. And we didn't think we'd necessarily get this far in the game a few days ago.
All right, hello everybody, wherever you may be, and you're joining us on the talkSPORT channel on YouTube. It is day number 3 of the Test match between the hosts England and the visitors Zimbabwe. And it's been quite an intriguing first session, with Zimbabwe 141 for 3, losing just the solitary wicket of Sean Williams, who scored an emphatic 88 off 82 deliveries. He struck 16 boundaries at a strike rate of 107. He has adjudged LBW to Shoaib Bashir, with the ball just clipping, literally clipping the top of leg stump, as I welcome Jarrod Kimber. In that session,
I like that he said adjudged there. He was adjudged. Whether it was a correct decision or not, he was actually adjudged LBW.
In that session, 111 runs for the solitary wicket at over 4 runs and over. So Zimbabwe came out, showed great fight, but also they were dished up some indifferent bowling by England, which they capitalized on and took full advantage. The gritty, the fighting Ben Curran still out there on 36 off 96. He survived an LBW shot off Shoaib Bashir, which was going over the stumps. Right, we enter session 2. Zimbabwe trail by 159 runs. Raza's out in the middle with 9 off 11. And Ben Curran on 36 off 96 as Cook comes from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end to Ben Curran. And it's a full delivery, and he's played it off the front foot with a lovely block. Full face of the bat and the maker's name. Right, Jarrod, how was lunch for you?
Oh, I don't think I want to answer. It was free. I didn't have to pay for it. That's how it was.
You weren't experimenting with all your various delicacies in the way. You had that cauliflower the other night, didn't you?
Yeah, Korean cauliflower. That was good. That was at the tapas place. Yeah.
He encouraged me to take some or have some, and it was very good. As Cook bowls full delivery down the leg side, angled, and Smith diving away to his right. No run, 141 for 3.
Obviously, Cook can be a little bit nervous and have some issues, but I think he's let himself down a little bit in this Test match, just with the amount of times he's just bowled very loose balls. And you watch him in county cricket, and that just doesn't happen as much. So again, just another ball down the leg side. So, Ben Curran has come out. What's Sam Curran on, by the way? He made a 50. Is he still at the crease? Check that up as well. But
Cook bowls, fuller delivery, defended again by Curran, no run.
Yeah, he's on 56. So we've got Currans everywhere in the UK at the moment. But I just think with Sam Cook, he just hasn't been the deadly accurate, and I don't know if you can survive at international level bowling at 77 miles an hour if you're not deadly accurate.
And I think this was the Test match where, with what he's done in first-class cricket, a great opportunity to set up his stall for the rest of the summer and maybe go to Australia. But it hasn't gone that way, has it? And it's worrying times for him. Short pitch delivery. Way over the head of Ben Curran, not called wide, another dot ball.
So before this Test, I think I looked at about 500-600 balls of Sam Cook over the last couple of years in Test cricket on MV Play, and it was noticeable to me how rarely he bowls the short ball. Now, he hasn't bowled it a lot here again, but it just feels like he's bowling differently than I've seen him bowl for Essex, which is just that hitting the top of off stump almost every time and asking questions. There haven't been as many questions asked.
Comes round the wicket again to Curran, who's trying to work it through the onside. No run again. He watched how many balls? 600 of his deliveries.
I think so, yeah. I didn't count how many.
What stood out the most from what you saw?
How many bowls in LBWs he gets? In fact,
he hasn't done that here.
You see what I'm saying? So I asked Gary Morgan about it. I've got the numbers in my pocket, but I think against left-handers he has 27% of his dismissals are bowled in LBW, and against right-handers it's over 30%. Have you seen him attacking the stumps like that in this Test?
Comes round the wicket, attacks the stumps, and worked away for a single. And
can he hear us?
The first run for the second session at the end of the 36th over, 142 for 3.
So that was the main thing. Another thing I noticed is how rarely he bowls back of a length. So he bowls a lot fuller. So Vernon Philander is the first bowler that came to my mind, where even Mohammad Asif could bowl back of a length, Stuart Clark could bowl back of a length. This was someone who almost always bowled up, was one of the other things. And then, as I said, I didn't notice really many bounces. Towards the end of last year, maybe when the pitches got a bit drier, occasionally you'd see a bouncer that he would bowl. But generally, he bowled very, very full, kept the stumps in play almost every time. And, like most modern wobble ball bowlers, trying to get bowled LBW and caught behind all in the same delivery, right? That's kind of how modern bowlers look at the game. So he just hasn't bowled like that at all.
Shoaib Bashir, he'll carry on from Radcliffe Road end. He sets off to Curran. Flighted deliveries on the drive. They look and maybe think of a single, decide against it. No run. Yeah, for me, if your skill is to, as you rightfully said, and remarkable that you can watch 600 deliveries of just one guy and find out that he's been so successful at going at pads and stumps as Bashir bowls full delivery. Oh, in the air! Gone! It's a tossed up delivery by Shoaib Bashir. Ben Curran goes on the drive. It almost just holds in the surface, but it's a bit of a nothing shot, I think. And he just places it into the hands of the fielder at cover. And now Zimbabwe have lost their fourth. He'll be absolutely disappointed with this, Ben Curran.
Yeah, nothing shot, nothing ball, really. It was kind of a little bit over pitch from Bashir outside off stump. And he's, as you said, maybe it's stuck in the wicket a little bit. he saw the half volley. Maybe he saw it a little bit late and then decided, well, I have to cash in on this. And he's ended up just spooning it to Ben Stokes. He takes a fairly simple catch. It's a real shame. And I'm glad the crowd's getting behind him, because this isn't going to be remembered as an incredible innings. But he came in, because he's only made 37. But he came in before stumps. His team had been asked to follow on. And he batted all the way through that first session. So he's been batting for 3 sessions now without making a lot of runs, but really giving them the stability at the top of the order. And then sadly for him, he's given it away again after doing all the hard work.
You know what that is? That look on that face? It's the look of, oh no, what could have been? I would have loved to just be on 99, nudge one round the corner and get to 100 in front of this crowd, in front of this team, and everybody that's covering the game or watching it or listening to it everywhere in the world, and it's gone a begging because you've chipped it to cover. And that was the expression from Ben Curran, and more importantly, he possibly wanted to do it in front of his mom and his brothers.
He wouldn't have done it in front of Sam, because is Sam still in? Have you checked, Scott?
Are you sure he's not watching as well? He doesn't have one of those earpieces in, and well, I hope he's not listening.
He's on 64 not out. He's batting up the order, isn't he? Is he batting up 4 or 5?
Well, there's an interesting one there. Well, Sam Curran seems to be also out of favour. If you wanted someone that swings the ball, and
did you just come here to try and recruit the entire Curran family? Because I kind of feel like you didn't. This isn't even, maybe talkSPORT's not paying you. You just came here on some sort of mission to get the entire Currans.
Well,
I mean, at dinner the other night, you were dropping every player that had every player who'd ever been to Zimbabwe. You were claiming was going to start playing.
We'll come back to that as Wesley Madevere now makes his way out into the middle. He replaces Ben Curran.
Yeah, he's a player I don't know as much about.
I'll give you a bit of feedback on him as he faces his first delivery from Shoaib Bashir, who comes over the wicket, toss delivery. There's a leg slip in place, and he's off the mark straight away. Wesley Madevere, highly rated. He he went to 2 under-19 World Cups, and he captained both.
Showing off at that point.
Yeah, showing off. He went to St. Charles College in Pietermaritzburg on a scholarship.
Was that KP's school, or was it someone else's school? Someone good went to that school, I'm pretty sure.
Shoaib Bashir bowls, full delivery. It's a drive by Raza, who has to scamper through to pick up the single, which he does, and different throw from Zach Crawley at mid-off. And throughout those 2 under-19 World Cups was really good. And came back to Zimbabwe after his scholarship at St. Charles and went straight into the national team and started off really well. He's still yet to hit those marks and those expectations that Zimbabwe have of him, but he's very capable. A really good fielder, a really good batter. I think he also then offers a little bit with his off spin, especially in white ball cricket, I believe. As he faces a ball now by Bashir. Tossed up down the wicket. Here we go. Wesley. Couple of bounces away for 4.
That was not what I was expecting of him. He just came down and just launched that over mid-on. Almost gone for 6. It was good contact. I mean, I say he came down the wicket. It's kind of half a shuffle, isn't it? And eventually he just stands his ground. It's, again, maybe slightly overpitched by Shoaib Bashir, but very good hit. 2 bounces for 4.
Yep. Wesley Madevere showing that he's not going to be allowed to settle here, Bashir. As he's at the top of his mark, he now bowls, flighted delivery again, low full toss, and squirted out onto the offside for a single. Zimbabwe still trail by 151 runs as that over comes to an end, and a successful over for Shoaib Bashir, and also a very good over for England as they pick up their 4th wicket, and they need 5 more to win this test match.
So how old is he at the moment then?
I think he's 24.
Okay,
24.
So
I can check for you.
He's still 3 or 4 years away from, his batting prime, if that's the case. It was just interesting, and he's 24. He's not very tall, man, is he? I think is he quite short?
Yeah, 24 exactly.
Yeah, and do you know, I don't want you to look up this again, but he's not very tall. About Ben Duckett's height?
Let me just have a look out the window.
Well, he doesn't.
No, he's not very tall.
I mean, it's hard to tell because Jamie Smith is in fact, we've got 2 of the tallest wicket keepers in world cricket at the moment here. Jamie Smith is quite tall, but I'm not sure he was much above Jamie Smith's nipples, if we're being honest.
No, he's
somewhere around his collarbone.
He's probably the same height as a Ben Duckett. But the one thing about Wesley Madebere, which has been difficult for him to sort of figure out, is that they've continued to move him up and down the order. And he hasn't been able to give him an opportunity to sort of bat in one place as Cook bowls and Madebere is on the drive. No run, 2 slips await the right-hander and Sam Cook.
Also, like if he's 24 and he's been playing for a couple of years, and he's been batting at 6. You could argue that Williams should bat at 6. You could argue that Sikandar Raza should bat at 6. Like they're probably, Ryan Burl when he was around is probably more of a 7. But you've got a few players in that area, so it's not as easy to fit him into that side. So you might have to bat him up the order sometimes. Whereas now it looks like the senior players have decided to go up the order, right? As
Cook runs in, bowls, squares up Madebere. It's fielded at backward point by Crawley. No run again. Yeah, you look at his first-class numbers. He's played 34 first-class games. Wesley Madebere. He's got a highest of 150. He's got an average of 38. He's got 400s and 950s. ODI cricket, 39 ODIs. He's got 774 runs. He's got 650s at a strike rate of 77, an average of 21. So you can see he hasn't quite ticked over, has he? Hasn't had those big runs, especially in the international side. I think this is his 5th test match as Cook runs in and bowls to Madebere, who leaves outside the line of all stump. Better line, better length, I believe, on that occasion by Cook, which we haven't seen a great deal of today from him. Well, we'll come back to Madebere. You can ask me any question you want on him, but Sam Cook, has he missed an opportunity here, Jarrod? Has he missed an opportunity to knuckle down a spot?
Yeah, one thing I would say about him in this innings is he's managed to keep the runs lower, whereas in the first innings he also went for a much higher economy.
As he runs in, bowls to Madebere. Now the good line, good length, and Madebere is on the front foot, blocking, no run.
Because I think you could make an argument with Ben Stokes in the side. You probably need one seamer, and you look at Tongue is never going to be that sort of player. Atkinson can go for runs. Stokes is going to go for runs at times, right? You might need one guy who just does the Jimmy Anderson role, even if he's not taking the wickets all the time, of going at 2.5 runs and over, which allows them some level of control, right? Because the other 3 bowlers are not control bowlers.
Cook bowls, full delivery, and it's on the drive as Madebere, and Cook does the fielding off his own bowling.
So this innings is maybe more impressive from that point of view. It could also be that he's just bowled a lot to Ben Curran. And so Ben Curran's not scoring particularly quickly, so his economy looks a little bit better. But he's gone for 18 runs here with 1 ball to go in his 10th over. This is, last little while, he's just looked a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more top of off. There's another thing that's worth mentioning as well, and it's about analysts.
As Cook runs in and bowls, and this one seams back and hits Madebere on the thigh pad. No run, and 38 overs gone, 149 for 4.
In first-class cricket, analysts are not as important, and one of the reasons they're not as important is Cook is going to be playing a game for 4 days, then he's going to have like half a day off, then he's going to be playing, maybe a 50-over game. Then he's do you know what I mean? He's constantly travelling, playing. First-class cricketers don't even practice that much in the UK because they're playing so many games. Test matches, he will be in an environment, and he would have done this with the A-team before, where he would be expected to bowl to the plans that England have for each individual player, right? Whereas I would say the vast majority of the time in county cricket, he's probably just bowling his best ball and the way that he always bowls. And so it's a slightly different situation that you come into for that.
Bashir now bowls, fly to deliver again, and it's work around the corner for no run. Score remains 149 for 4.
And I'm trying to remember, there was a bowler I talked to about this, and he said that it got in his head a little bit because, he always had analysts, and he was used to working with them and chatting to them and all those sorts of things. But he was basically left to do what he wanted until it didn't work, and then they would say, "What about try this?"
Bowled by Bashir, and Raza defends, still no run.
So let's say Sam Cook is bowling in a county game. He might bowl 8-9 over spell at the top of off stump, and they don't take any wickets for the first session and a half. That's when the analyst is probably going to have the conversation of, for this guy, we can actually bowl fuller or wider or, slightly back of a length.
Bashir bowls, and it beats the outside edge with bounce and pace on that occasion of Sikandar Raza. Beautifully bowled.
That doesn't happen as much in Test cricket, because in Test cricket now, it's much more likely to come in and for the team to be like, okay, to this guy we do this, To this guy, we do this. And it seems to have upset his rhythm just a little bit.
Bashir bowls again. This time it's really short. And he doesn't really play it as well as you'd have wanted there. He sort of tries to free up the leg side, but there's more of a top edge. Keep an eye on the umpire. Yes, a bit of bat involved. It runs away for 4. And it'll also bring up the Zimbabwe's 150, 153 for 4. You haven't answered my question.
I answered about 7 questions.
I get it. First test match against India, does he play?
Based on this, no. I don't think he does.
Who plays?
I would assume if Potts is fit, they would go back with Potts.
And Wokes?
I don't want to break any news here, but I've been told that it's very unlikely that Wokes will be playing. You know, that's a bit second-hand and everything else, but I've heard it's very unlikely.
Bashir bowls slightly shorter on this occasion, and Raza is punching to mid-wicket, no run, 153 for 4.
I think Scott might actually have it. Wokes is playing in the game at the moment. Yeah, so we'll know a bit more after this game, but it's my understanding
he's
that
got 2 wickets.
Has he? Yeah. It's my understanding he's still a step away from Test cricket at the moment. So, but yeah, Wokes or Potts makes more sense.
Slip in place for Bashir as he bowls. This is really full, and Raza's closing himself off, and Bashir does the fielding off his own bowling. No run, 153 for 4 after 39. Zimbabwe still trail by 147 runs. Yeah, it's a tricky one. And you know, when you make your Test debut at the beginning of the summer in conditions where you think this is the guy that'll do it well in Sam Cook, and then he doesn't do it as well as you have that expectation, he'll be thinking, well, I've let myself down here. Selectors will be thinking, well, do we persevere with him in the next Test match or the first Test match against India? Because India, if you look at their squad, they've sent out a slightly inexperienced squad, really. It's a big squad, but it's inexperienced, and they don't have those figureheads there in Sharma and Kohli.
Even Pujara and Rahane, like, you know, it's a completely different generation. The thing is, in most selection's too important in cricket, because in most sports you have people coming on and off the bench, right? And so, you know, Sam Cook would come on and he doesn't do very well, and he can be replaced. In the next game, maybe you bring him off the bench, right? In cricket, it's so important. It's a big mistake by the selectors to only pick someone for one game.
Cook bowls. Madhevere on the drive. He doesn't quite make the sound or the requisite timing that he would have wanted, but he'll pick up 2 through the covers.
Yeah, nice shot from Madhevere there, sort of pushing it. Do you know what I mean? So I actually think if you pick someone for one Test and he doesn't work, you're actually saying that you've made a mistake, right?
Yes.
So realistically, he should play more. The problem is that the next series amps up the pressure and the tension and everything.
Yes, I like that.
So, you know, they're in a tricky position now. The way that I would look at it is, I don't think this should be his last Test for the rest of his career.
I totally agree with you.
I also don't think he should play in the next Test against India.
Oh, settle. Bowls does Cook. It's work around the corner. These are 2 very good runners in between the pegs, and they pick up 2 comfortably.
And I think this is part of the problem with cricket is it was Nathan Lehman, who was the England analyst. He told me once, he said, the majority of the conversations you have in cricket are about who are your 8th, 9th, or 9th, 10th and 11th best players. And he said it doesn't make any sense. But the reason we do it is because of the finality of the 11 that you don't get in other sports. So you end up going, oh, that's the reason they've lost this game, which it never usually is, right?
Cook runs in, bowls, and seams off sharply, and Madhevere is taking one hand off the bat as it skips along this very good outfield, quick outfield. Batters have enjoyed it because they've been getting a lot of value for their shots, and he'll pick up another 2, and score will move on to 157 for 4.
Also, you would agree with this. If he had the exact same Test as he's having now, figures-wise, and he's bowling at 87 miles an hour, it's a very different conversation. If you have the pace, you are given a second chance, maybe even a third chance. If you don't have the pace, you almost have to be good straight away.
Yeah. He bowls, does Cook, outside edge, or almost a thick outside edge, and Madhevere again taking the bottom hand off the bat. No run as it squirts out onto the offside.
You know, and it was a big risk for England to pick someone who bowls at 77, 78, 81 miles an hour, right? Like, it's not the norm. It's easier to bowl someone who bowls at 88, 92 miles an hour. You know, that's a more natural decision to make. So I think with that, he's not going to have the same sort of backup. It's a bit like when you pick someone who's 29, 30, 31, right? They don't get as many games to prove themselves like Matavera has, right? Like, he's going to get more games to prove himself because he's coming young, whereas when you're 28, 29, you're expected to be good almost straight away.
Cook bowls, and there's a little bit of a shuffle down the wicket by Matavera, who again just maneuvers the ball through to the onside no run. The score still 159 for 4, trailed by 141. So you think he should play again, but he shouldn't play in the first test match.
I think Potts is a better bowler. I wouldn't have gone with Cook anyway. I like Potts.
So why would Cook have played this particular test match and not Potts?
Oh, I think they just at a certain point you have to check how good all of your bowlers are, right? And also, if you've been, what's he taken, 313 wickets at 19.85 or 65, whatever it is.
As Cook bowls, it's a short pitch delivery, and it's well played by Wesley Matavera. 2 catches. One at short square leg, one behind square, and he finds the gap and beats the fielder out on the boundary to pick up 4 and end the over. 40 overs gone, 163 for 4, trail by 137.
Yeah, so I think it makes sense to, as I said before, we get so final with a cricket. He did hit that in the air, didn't he? It was pick the gap between the 2 catching fielders there, but it was in the air. I think we get too final with it. You really want to know. They might need to know if Sam Cook is up to this level for a long period of time, right? Do you know what I mean? And if you never... Australia had this issue with, I don't know if you remember him, a guy called Chad Sayers.
Yes.
Yeah, you played in South Australia.
I did play a couple of seasons. In
I mean, you might have missed him, but Chad Sayers was around at a similar time. Chad Sayers was a fantastic bowler.
Good bowler. And
one of the issues that Australia had, and I remember talking to them about this, was they waited a bit too long to see if he was test level or not.
Bashir now. Radcliffe Road in. Oh, it's hit the slip fielder in the face, I think it is. I think that's Harry Brook. It's a brute of a delivery. It draws Raza onto the front foot.
Brook's laughing, by the way, so he's okay.
Wow.
More embarrassed than physically hurt, I think.
Oh, was there an edge on that?
Oh, I thought there was. It just sprung up at him.
It bounces, it rips out the surface, draws Raza onto the front foot. And
the umpires want to do a concussion protocol, but I think Brook's saying maybe it didn't hit him on the face. Maybe it hit him on the neck or something?
Yeah, possibly. He's smiling, he's laughing, but you're right, it's more possibly out of embarrassment there, because that really does surprise him, yeah. And it also surprises.
Oh, did hit him in the head.
Yeah, hit him on the side of the head.
He should have a concussion protocol there. It was an edge off the keeper's gloves, off Smith's gloves, or of his legs?
Yeah, off his pad.
And then it's hit him just, what, under the right eye?
Side of the head. On the right-hand side of the head, the temple, and all smiles right now. It could have been quite nasty as Bashir sets off again to Sikandar Raza. Full delivery, and it's really neatly played. He goes on to the sweep. There's no protection behind square on the onside, and he'll pick up 4.
Yeah, really good shot there. Was the previous one edged? Are we sure?
No, I don't think it was.
Yep.
I'll probably just put my neck on the line there and say no. But nicely played, that shot by Raza.
Yeah, again, very, very full by Shoaib Bashir. They've actually swept a lot of very full balls from him, which I suppose from a taller bowler maybe makes it easier. I'm not sure, but certainly gone about it that way.
As he sets off again and bowls to Raza, who plays a big shot now. Over deep, cow corner, 1 bounce for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for the Zimbabwe right-hander. He moves on to 22.
Well, if he didn't edge the one 2 balls back, he's kind of playing like he is, because suddenly he's just decided, I'm not going to sit here and poke Shoaib Bashir. That ball was full outside off stump, and he was hitting it to the leg side no matter what. I'm not even sure you call that a slog sweep. It's almost a slog, but brilliantly hit in the end. He actually knocked himself off his knee. He thrust his hands through it so much.
Bashir sets off again. This time's flatter delivery, a lot quicker, and Raza's well behind that. There's no run. 171 for 4.
So just to get back to the Chad Sayers one, that was the thing that Australia said. They were like, by the time we kind of decided to bring him in, it was almost a bit late. He was only going to have a good 1 or 2 years. Whereas actually they said if we tried him when he was 26, 27, when he was already doing well, we would have had a good idea of when we could use him and when we shouldn't use him. And I think it should be the same with Cook. I think that's the way that England should look at it.
Yeah, I like that. As Bashir bowls, and it's a full delivery, and Raza's defending it on the front foot. No run.
I think in cricket we get so obsessed with who's in the 11 and who's not in the 11, whereas actually that's not how you pick your best team. You have a good team for this position, you have a good team, you know, in this situation. You should know who your best backups are, and you should know that they're tested and can be used.
As Bashir sets off again, and he bowls flatter on that occasion, and Raza well behind it and defending. 2 boundaries in that over. 41 overs gone, 171 for 4. I like that point because it gives you... Oh, just hang on here. We're just having a look at a visual on our monitor. Whether there was an edge there, no, I don't think there was.
No, I think he's just missed it.
Yeah, but it's the ricochet off the leg of Smith that does Harry Brook in the end. But I like that point because if you're trying to win a test series, and a lot of test nations are doing that, where they're preparing surfaces that suit their brand of cricket or their bowlers. You know, we've seen so many test matches now in India, how the ball turns. Yeah, South Africa as well.
India and South Africa have just decided that they're going to openly make the pitches exactly how they want, right?
Exactly, as Cook bowls, and he strikes him on the pad. Big appeal. Big appeal. Looks across to Smith, who then looks across to Ben Stokes. 10 seconds on the DRS timer. Yeah, and he goes upstairs and they want to review it. Where's this going? You said you've watched 600 of his deliveries. This is 601.
I tell you what, this looks really close to me. It's about whether he got his pad outside the line. I don't know how you feel about it, but I thought this looked really close. I thought the umpire was actually going to give it. Don't know if you saw Sam Cook's face. He went a shade of purple. He really put all of that in. It's nipped back off the seam.
Oh,
it might have gone too far.
Sliding.
I thought he might have got outside the line of off stump. I'm wrong. That's gone a mile.
Yeah, that's sliding. It does look like it's sliding, but he's still on the crease, is Madevere. Came a little bit wide on that occasion, and keep an eye on the framing of the wicketkeeper, as you like to put it. And he hasn't moved much, has he?
Yeah, he did just miss the ball a minute ago as well, to be fair. That was an edge. So, no, you're right. So Smith was not expecting that to go down the leg side, but that deviated a long way. I was wondering if it was off stump, and it's almost leg stump that is the issue.
Yeah, it's after it makes or pitches and then makes contact with Madevere and the pads that the movement is quite excessive. So with those kind of visuals, and I mean the technology will help us out here, but with what we can see on our monitor, that looks like it's missing leg stump, or it's done too much. And here we go.
So he hasn't hit it. He's missed it by a long distance here.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting. The technology hasn't quite come through, but
height's not an issue because he's not the tallest individual, and it's hit him above the knee roll.
I didn't feel like it was going over, did you?
No.
It actually, I wouldn't say it kept low, but it felt like it didn't get up massively.
And the other thing here is that we can just see a little bit of the off stump.
Yep.
And
just remember, with some of these angles, you're not always dead straight.
Got you.
So I'm not. It's hard to tell. We're so close in on him. It's actually hard to tell. But I think at best it's clipping the outside of leg stump. I don't think it's going to overturn anything.
So as we wait for the technology to come up, and as they build the ball tracking, find out where this delivery is actually going.
It feels like there's more Zimbabweans in every day.
Yeah, there's more and more flowing in. It is a Saturday, and so some have taken time off work, and also it's a bank holiday on Monday, so it's quite a long weekend. So why not come out and watch some cricket?
I could say this, and you can't. I think Zimbabwean fans are the best cricket fans in the world, because they're very rarely dominating. Like they're very rarely in huge numbers, but you always feel them. You know, there's the singing, they had the chants going for Skandar Raza the other day when he was bowling absolutely ordinary off spin, and they were still getting behind him. We're still waiting for this to be redone.
Well, here we go. Original decision is not out.
It's hit him on middle stump.
And it's missing.
Oh, it's missing altogether. Okay.
Yeah.
Thought it might have just clipped the outside of leg. But.
So 3 green lights, not out and missing the wickets. And so they'll lose a review there. And a good decision by Aladdin Palika from South Africa. And it's not to be for Sam Cook on this occasion.
I think if anything though, that's the kind of bowling I want to see from Cook a little bit more. You know, that's where he's got the majority of his wickets, attacking those stumps, getting big deviation. And he generally, when he gets the ball to move laterally, it's back in that way. Doesn't move it away very much from right-handers.
Right, catching short mid-on as Cook runs in and bowls to Wesley Madevere, who's defending off the front foot, and there's no run. Goes straight to that short catching fielder, who is Ben Stokes on the onside.
He's got 3 catching fielders, doesn't he? He's got short mid-on, sort of a straightish short mid-wicket, and then, you know, like a square leg is probably the best way of putting it. It's not quite a leg gully, it's probably too square to be a leg gully.
Cook at the top of his mark, Madevere not quite ready.
I like this field as well because it encourages him to bowl at the stumps.
Which is what you've been crying out for, Jarrod Kimber, as Cook runs away and bowls. It's short of a length on this occasion, comfortable for Madevere. No run through the onside. 171 for 4. Zimbabwe still trail by 129 runs. But England have picked up 2 wickets. They need to pick up another 5 to win this test match. And Zimbabwe just need to continue to frustrate them. Maybe get past that trailing amount and maybe ask England to bat again. Still a long way to go. Yeah, from what we can see on our monitor, very colourful fans.
They might all be here to see Miss Zimbabwe though.
Miss Universe Zimbabwe, as Cook bowls, and it's an inside edge, and it's beautifully bowled on this occasion, looking to go at the stumps. It comes off a thick inside edge, fielded by Ollie Pope behind square. No run.
You corrected me so quickly then. I just feel like you've done a lot more research on Miss Universe Zimbabwe than even Macca has.
Well, I tell you what, it does say on her sash.
It does, it does.
Yeah, we continue to see a lot of visuals of support for the visitors. As Cook runs in again, slightly wide of the crease, but short of a length again, and easily negotiated on that occasion by Madevere, who's on 16 off 20. Raza's on 22 off 24. All wearing their supporters kit. They're all wearing them one day in the T20 colours. We see the old jersey that I played in.
Yeah, I think I might have 2 of the 3 shirts that are there at the moment. I've got a couple of Zimbabwe shirts.
Oh, nice. What other shirts do you have?
I have about 85 to 90 cricket shirts.
Really?
Yep.
As Cook runs in, bowls, and it's short of a length again, and it's dealt with quite comfortably. And it'll end the over after 42. It's 171 for 4, and there's going to be a change in the commentary box. It'll be Andrew McKenna and Steve Harmison, with Raza on 22 of 24, Madevere on 16 of 20. 171 for 4. A little bit from Steve Harmison, and then Macca will get into his seat.
That LBW shout from Sam Cook. Just looked as though it was sliding down, and Zimbabwe get a reprieve.
New over starts. Bashir, right arm over, drops it down into the offside. Does Raza, and there is no run. 171 for 4. Crowd definitely getting into this one this afternoon, enjoying this. Bashir over the wicket. That's an absolute ripper. Pitches outside of off stump and turns, bounces, beats Smith and goes to within a couple of metres of the fine leg boundary for byes.
This is a beautiful delivery. It's a really beautiful delivery. Just disturbed the surface, and this is what England see in Shoaib Bashir. There's a lot of other stuff in there as well, with the full tosses and short balls and everything that goes. But this is what they want him to be bowling. This is the consistency they're trying to get him at. Play him and get him used to being in Test cricket, be the Test cricketer, because they see him bowling deliveries like that. That's what they see. If they can get him to bowl them more often than not, they've got a bowler on their hands.
Bashir goes in once again. He's outside of off stump. Not quite bringing Raza as far forward on this occasion. No run.
It was a smashing delivery. It had loop, it had drift. turned sharply. This is what this kid can do, and you got to remember, he's still just a young man.
Bashir goes in, padded away by Raza out onto the leg side now. And England are trying to get some energy in the field, in the fact that as the ball is returned back to the bowler, it's going through about 4 or 5 pairs of hands as quickly as possible. Joe Root is leading the charge on that one. He's at short extra cover, and he's just pinging the ball in all directions. Bashir goes in and bowls. Raza uses his feet, comes down the pitch, covers up defensively. Of course, in about 45 minutes, Joe Root's going to start getting a wee bit twitchy, because he is a Sheffield United football fan, and they are in the Championship playoff promotion final this afternoon, trying to get into the Premier League. Bashir is in. Big swing at this one from Raza. He's tried to hit it over mid-wicket, and I think he's got an edge on it that flies past the keeper for 4.
Yeah, I think Shoaib Bashir, as Raza ran past him there, I think Shoaib Bashir had a quiet word with Sikandar Raza, probably along the line of you batting and playing by numbers here, because that was not the ball to have a sweep at. He got into a horrible position and top edged it straight. It literally went straight over the top of Harry Brooks' head at first slip. So a bit of fortune there for Raza, who moves on to 26. A good over from, well, it was a really good over from Shoaib Bashir. And I keep stressing, he's playing Test cricket, but he's not the finished article. He's not loved by his counties, shall we say, because Glamorgan and Somerset haven't really given bowling time, so he's having to find it in international cricket. He's picked up a couple of wickets and bowled a good over there.
Cook from the far end once again will start in, and it's played defensively by Madaveri, and there is no run. Yeah, penny for Harry Brooks' thoughts on that enormous hoik across the line, because of course he got sconned a few balls before, standing at a slip, and he might have been thinking, here's another one coming my way, but it fortunately flew past him at a rate of knots. 177 for 4. Zimbabwe. Partnership now of 35 between these two. Short mid-on is in place as Cook goes in, and again it's punched back past the bowler. Won't be a boundary. They've taken 2. Are they going to turn for the 3rd? Well, Madaveri was interested. Raza had barely completed the 2nd, as Madaveri was about 3 or 4 steps coming for the 3rd, so it will only be 2.
Yeah, I think Raza's quite happy facing Shoaib Bashir and the spin bowler, even though Sam Cook only bowls at 77 mile an hour. I think Sikandar Raza is quite happy when the ball is not bowled with seam up and rather with seam spinning.
Cook in from the far end over the wicket. Madaveri has got it wider of the, well, let's call him a short mid-wicket, sort of about 5 metres away from the square leg umpire in terms of line. England have got 2 fielders there, so the short mid-wicket, and then about 10 metres to his right, so about 2 or 3 metres behind square is another short square leg fielder. There's also Joe Root and Harry Brook at the 2 slip positions. Bashir is out at long leg, and there's a point mid-off and mid-on to complete. And now on this occasion he's using his feet. His Raza comes down the pitch and hits Cook back over his head. It'll go away for 4. Well, Raza has rather decided he's going to play in white ball mode, it would feel there. He's just sounded the charge and hit Sam Cook straight back over his head for a boundary.
Yeah, good positive intent. You're not going to bowl your back of a length to me. I'm going to get a bit closer. You're not bowling that fast. You're not going to try and knock me head off. I know that I can deal with a short ball, so I'm going to come hard at it and play my natural game. It's a good shot.
What's Cook's response? Goes in towards the body. Raza, it'll come off the thigh pad, I think, judging by the speed that it went down to long leg, and will go away for a single. I haven't seen a signal from the umpire, so let's give that as runs then.
I think it hit glove. I think he's just shaking his hand. I think it just clipped it hit the glove. It looked like the iPad because it took the sting out of it, but I think it's hit the glove rather than the bat.
So 31 from 32 for Raza. Madaveri's got 19 from 24. The short mid-on just off of the playing strip is in place once again. Short ball. Mataveri has pulled that one away. He is quite a small man in stature, and that ball got up round about head height, and he simply swatted it away through square leg for 4. 189 for 4 Zimbabwe after 44 overs, so they now trail by 111.
Good shot from Mataveri. It's high. It's high. I think if he had let it go, it might have been given away because it was going over the top of his head, but because it was outside his sort of right eye, you remember, a right-handed batter standing facing up, it's outside his right eye, which means he can get his hands out in front of himself and drag it round the corner. If you're going to bowl a bouncer with no man back at deep square leg, you've got to go at a right-handed batter's left ear, and then he's helping it, especially if you get it high enough, he's helping it around the corner, he's helping it up over towards the fine leg area where you've got a fielder. England had 2 men in square leg and just in front of square leg for that pull shot, but because he got it high and got it outside the sort of right hand line, he can pull it round the corner, and obviously it went comfortably for 4.
Shoaib Bashir will start a new over from down beneath us, runs away, delivers right arm over, and it's played defensively by Raza, and there's no run. Those Zimbabwe fans away in the left-hand side near the old ladies' pavilion are having an absolute brilliant time at the moment. They're loving this ball disappearing to all parts. Bashir is in, inside edge, goes past the short leg slip fielder, and will go away for a single. Ollie Pope is in there under the helmet, and there was just enough on it from Raza to get it wide of the fielder there. Bashir pitching it again. It's a big chunk of the inside part of the bat from Raza. It's away for a single.
Another good delivery from Bashir. Good line, good length, good speed.
In he goes, loop on that one, pushed into the offside by Mataveri. There is some space there, and he's able to just push and then jog after it, follow it, and take a single down to the non-striker's end. And each time Zimbabwe take a run, they reduce that deficit. 109 they trail by now. If they can get it down to double figures, that will be the next target. Bashir is in. Again, square driven. Will take 1. Raza's immediately saying, let's come 2, and they do come 2. It's the deficit reduced by 2 more now. 107. 193 for 4.
Good run in there from Zimbabwe. Raza knew it was just in the gap, and he knew he could get back for 2. 50 partnership, 51 runs off 50 balls between these two.
Bashir goes in and bowls, quicker one outside of off stump. Raza covers up, no run. Yeah, good pace. 51 or 50.
Yeah, good pace, good partnership, big shot, a lot of good running, good intent, positive mentality. Long way behind in the match, but still being positive, which is good from Zimbabwe.
Bashir comes in and bowls outside of off stump. Raza is stretching so far forward to get to the pitch of that one. Smothers it to end the over here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You and I were just downstairs having lunch when the Ben Curran wicket fell earlier. He did all that work before lunch, and it's so frustrating to get out one, just slappy one straight to short cover.
Yeah, it tends to happen, doesn't it? You work so hard and you feel as though you get one to hit, and all of a sudden, you know, the bad balls are the ones sometimes that take the wickets. So many times you see it in one-day cricket where you work hard, then you get a rank long hop and you slap it straight down deep square or fine leg, or this occasion extra covers throw. So, you know, it was a good innings from Curran. He stayed firm. He held his, held his defence in a solid manner. Rotation of strike was good. Hit the ball down the ground quite nicely, but then got out to a ball which you'd be disappointed with.
Sam Cook to start a new over. Mataveri is coming forward, just playing out on the offside, and there's no run. Buzz around the ground as everyone settles in for the afternoon. There might have been a few of them hoping that this would be done and dusted before lunch. Well, that's not the case. We're 15 minutes away from being halfway through this day. And England are almost halfway there in terms of wickets, but we still expect only 9 wickets needed to complete the innings. In goes Cook, solidly defensively played by Maravere, because we're not expected Richard Ngarava to bat after not batting in the first innings. I mean, he may have made a recovery from his, what they hoped was a back spasm. I haven't heard that it is anything more serious than that, so it's possible he will be able to bat today. I'd be surprised. But as we said yesterday, this game is important for England to get players a workout. They didn't want it to be a rollover job. Cook in once again off the back foot. Maravere, he's played that really well. On his toes, top of the bounce, punches backward a pointer. Zach Crawley's got to run after that one out to the boundary edge. 4 more to Zimbabwe, and they're getting closer to getting that deficit to double figures. They now trail by 103.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's poor bowling, though. It really is poor bowling. You know, in that over, about 2 balls ago, Ben Stokes went up to Sam Cook. He had a chat with him. He took first slip out and moved first slipped into mid-wicket, which suggests he wants him to bowl either short or he wants him to bowl a bit fuller but straight. And that was probably fit stump line, back of a length, and it was in a good shot, back foot punch.
Cook goes in again, and on this occasion Maravere is getting a ball on the leg side that he's able to just help down to Shoaib Bashir at long leg for a single. 198 for 4. Raza's got 34, Maravere's got 29. And actually, you'd now say, if you took the 2 innings and combined them, each of the Zimbabwe batters has now made a contribution.
They have, yeah. They've shown fighting qualities throughout. We knew that. Just it was technically whether going to be good enough. We knew the fighting spirit was always going to be there.
Cook comes in from the far end, past the umpire. That's a horrible bouncer. That has got to be called wide. Lads, seriously. Way they have called it. I mean, I'm sorry. That was. If you could have told me what shots Raza was supposed to play, sorry, what cricket shot Raza was supposed to play at.
No, it was a wide.
Love to have known.
Yeah, definitely, no question, it was a wide. And I think that's a sign that Sam Cook's getting frustrated. You know, he'll know there'll be people talking about his pace. There'll be people talking about his debut. Hasn't been the sort of the debut that he wanted.
In he goes. It's on the pull from Raza down to Bashir along the floor, so it's not a catching opportunity. It's another single to Zimbabwe. 199 for 4 becomes 200 for 4. So they now trail by just around 100. They made 265 for 9 in their first innings. They're 200 for 4 in the second.
Yeah, it's been a great fight and display from everybody from Zimbabwe. The crowd have enjoyed it as well. As a huge group of Zimbabwe fans, probably to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket.
Cook goes in. Maravere is trying to tuck this down the leg side, but gets taken on the body to end the over, and there is no run. 204 for 4 after 46 overs.
And from England's point of view, it's a good workout. Ben Stokes just going through some looseners. It looks like Ben's going to come on to bowl. And you look at what they have had. They've had 46 overs in this inning, 63 in the first innings, 0.2 overs. So if I've got my socks and shoes off and my maths is right, it's 109.2 overs so far in the field for England, and that, like you said, Macca, before, is what England would want. I would want that because I'd want them challenged. There's no point coming over and having 2, you know, quite easy bowling displays. You're not going to learn a great deal. I think England are learning a lot from, you know, the characters of Cook and Tongue and Atkinson.
Shoaib Bashir to start a new over. Raza comes forward, just plays quietly on the onside to Stokes.
And Bashir could do with a good bowl. Can we get him 20 overs? Can we get him 25 overs? Hopefully to win the match for us. You know, when I'm seeing him win the match, another 3 wickets for Bashir, get a 5 for, give him some confidence going forward.
Well, this is his 12th. He goes in and bowls. Going across his stumps is Raza, playing defensively. No run. Bashir has got 2 for 52 so far.
Because going forward, Macca, if Ben Stokes does want to play a spinner, he will be wanting to play a spinner. It will be Bashir. But the other 3 bowlers, I mean, their positions are up on offer.
Bashir gives this one some loop, bringing his man forward. Raza pushes into the offside and will take a single. Well, Bashir got 3 for 62 in the first. He's 2 for, so he's got 5 out of the 13 wickets that have fallen so far. So you'd say that's decent.
It is. He's bowled some, indifferent stuff, but it's again I said before, it's about what he can do.
This one's more driven into the pitch from Bashir, quicker, flatter, turned around the corner by Madaveri to long leg and takes a single.
Like there, we had it wasn't a great delivery, it was a poor ball. Didn't get punished for 4, but it doesn't build any pressure. Quite comfortable. Raza and Madaveri are just milking, getting 1s and getting 2s, but he's got that wicket-taking ball in him. He's got that good ball in him.
Bashir goes in. Now that one bounces up a little bit. Raza again isn't the tallest of men and ends up pulling this round to long leg from sort of chest height. 1 more to the total. Raza goes to 37. 203 for 4, so Zimbabwe trail by 97.
And I'm really intrigued to see where England go next with Shoaib Bashir, because there's a couple of weeks left before the India Test series. He hasn't really got a county. He won't play white ball cricket.
Bashir in, bringing his man forward. Madaveri, little shuffle down the pitch, a little shimmy towards the bowler, but he plays it defensively. So Bashir's 12 overs now complete, 2 for 55.
I think it would make a huge amount of sense that Bashir goes into that Lions squad. It really would. And I know people will say, oh, well, we've got to have a look at other spinners, and other spinners have got to be given a chance to stake a claim. England have invested heavily in Shoaib Bashir. Ben Stokes is seeing what he's gone with from very, very early in his captaincy, that he's wanted that young man playing for him. So now it's about how they get the most out of him between now and that first Test match at Headingley. And for me, the only overs he should be getting now is with the Lions. He should be in the Lions squad, because he isn't going to play in white ball cricket. There's no championship cricket, and even when there is championship cricket, he hasn't got a county really that will pick him. So do we get him to play second team cricket? I mean, what's that achieving? I believe he should be going with the Lions. Ben Stokes should go and play for the Lions to get a bat, because he hasn't had a great deal of cricket, and that's where I would go between now and Headingley.
Well, it is Stokes from the Stuart Broad Pavilion and the far end to us, and he's going to come in and bowl. Raza turns it around the corner down to deep backward square, and a single is taken. Gus Atkinson has nipped off the field for the time being. I fully expect to be seeing Joe Root nip off in about half an hour, just so we can watch the start of the football. But I may be wrong. I may be doing him a disservice. 204 for 4.
It's a no ball. Again, just little discipline things coming in.
It's all of those things that you build up from bowling regularly. The thing that Ben Stokes hasn't been able to do. And he comes once again, played defensively by Madaveri, drops it backward of point, will take a single. The other thing, I mean, you've mentioned here, Harmy, about the slope. You don't tend to notice it until you actually go out to the middle. So most cricket squares are like an upturned saucer or plate anyway, so it goes up to the top. But there is a natural slope from the pavilion down to the end that we are. So if you've been going up that slope to start with, you adjust your stride pattern, and then when you come down the slope from the other end, again you have to just adjust your stride pattern and take care to take that into account. Stokes in, bowls. Raza is across his stumps, opening the face, guides it to backward point. Brook will field. Single taken, 206, 207 for 4.
It's not too bad at this moment in time, because Ben's run into the wind. So, when you do run like down a slope, you've got to hold yourself back. You've got to rein yourself in. If anything, you feel as though your strides are going higher as opposed to going forward, just till you get used to the slope and the rhythm of the way you're trying to run. But at this minute in time, he's bowling into quite a strong crosswind, but it's a little bit in his face, so it will be holding him up, and that's why he's running a little bit faster.
Stokes is in once again, bat and pad close together from Madaveri, and there is no run. Well, the bowling is such a rhythm thing. There's such a confidence that you need to know that you can get. It was fascinating to hear. I think Stuart Broad revealed this when he was struggling for a while, that the great, and I will use the word, Richard Hadley said to him once when he was sort of younger, if you're ever having no ball problems for overstepping, So what? Move your marker forward. Because what you do is you make your strides shorter. Because at times people move the mark back, and it's like, no, shorten your strides. Stokes in. Oh, that's an absolute ripper of a delivery, and an even better catch from Harry Brook. It's taken off from Madaveri's bat, and Harry Brook has gone full goalkeeper style, up and away to his left-hand side, and takes a ripper that even Ben Stokes is gobsmacked about. What a catch!
Stokes took one here off Stuart Broad, the aforementioned Stuart Broad, in an Ashes Test match, and the eyes just light up there from Ben Stokes of amazement. What an unbelievable catch this is. Words can't do it justice. He's jumped full stretch and caught it literally behind himself, like Stokes did at the Oval that time against South Africa. The ball was behind him. He's reverse cupped it and caught it, and the ball stuck in his hand, and as he's sort of gone upside down, he's managed to keep a hold of it. What a catch there. It was a brute of a delivery. I've not mentioned the delivery yet because of how good the catch was. It was a ball back of a length, just bounced, just nipped away, and Madaveri, slip catching style, has just fended it towards second slip, and Harry Brook has took probably the catch of the summer.
Yeah, he's got that one nailed on, hasn't he? And we're only in the back end of May. What a grab from Harry Brook. Oh, wow. What a pleasure to be here in person to witness that and to bring it to you here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Madaveri goes for 31 from 36. I guarantee you a photographer got Harry Brook mid-air. That is going to be all over the internet, all over the newspapers tomorrow. Dig out a copy. I hope we've described it to do it justice to you. But when the rest of your teammates, and Joe Root has just gone up now and shaken hands with Harry Brook again and said, well done, mate. When your teammates, your peers, when fellow international cricketers are as shocked as the England team were there, that tells you how good it was.
It was an unbelievable catch. You talk about pictures. Remember back 2005 off Flintoff, I think it was. Gilchrist around the wicket. Strauss was horizontal in mid-air, took a one-hander. Now Harry's going the other way and took a brilliant one-hander.
Seager, the wicket-keeper, the new batter, and Stokes is disappointed with himself because he's run in and bowled about a foot outside of off-stump, and he's given Seager a sighter on that one, and he allows it to go through. Well, of course, your old mate Paul Collingwood at Bristol all those years ago was another one.
The way he took it was a lot like what Collie did at Bristol, because it had gone past him. It was a little bit behind him, and his hands turned as he's made the ball's made contact with his right hand.
Stokes in, bowling, Seager defensively, pushes to cover, no run. What an over. It had a bit of everything in it, but it's had one of the best catches you will ever witness in it. Wow, 207 for 5. And, well, surprise, surprise, TV are replaying it again, and Harry Brook has taken that one, his arm vertical above himself as he's diving. So he's diving to his left, and because his right arm can go further up, he's flung the arm up in the air and taken the catch after Madaveri is up on his toes trying to fend it off with his hooter. What a catch. What a catch.
And nobody will mention the ball, but it was a beauty of a ball. It really was. It was an effort ball, back of a length that sort of bounced and held its line. It just fended sort of 3/4 of the way up the bat, pushed towards slip in the air. What an unbelievable grab.
Shoaib Bashir to start a new over. Raza is sweeping to deep mid-wicket. Single will be taken. Zimbabwe 209 for 5. Still to come. Blessing Mazarabani, Tanaka Chivanga, Victor Nyochi, and Richard Ngarawa. Potentially, we still don't know whether he will bat or not. They trail by 92, with potentially only 4 wickets for England to get. Is that the door open? Bashir goes in, right arm over, outside of off stump. Seager comes to meet that one, pushes into the covers and is off the mark with a single 209 for 5.
Harry Brook, he's now fielding it slip for Shoaib Bashir. That's the mark of where his slip fielding's gone.
Around the wicket is Bashir, takes Raza on the body, no run.
He's probably number one slip fielder now for England, going in for the spinner. They tend to have, what you find is you tend to have a different slip fielder than you will have for a seamer, for a spin bowler. It's a different art.
Bashir in, round the wicket, bringing Raza forward, no run.
The art of being a bit closer and reactional off a spin bowler is different to the one standing back. Many times, you'd have somebody that fielded at third slip would field it slip for the spin bowler.
Bashir round the wicket again. Raza is almost playing French cricket here, a shuffling in front of his stumps, playing defensively, no run.
In Strauss's side, you'd have Strauss and Swanee fielding at sort of first and second, with Collingwood at third. But then when the spinner came on, obviously it couldn't be Swan because he was bowling. But Collingwood would tend to do third slip.
Bashir, a little bit of loop, and it's a drive ball through the covers, and Raza has climbed into that one. It's another boundary. Raza goes to 44 from 49 balls. 213 for 5. Zimbabwe trail by 87.
Yeah, that's not a bad ball. Don't mind that from Shoaib. He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length, and he's just knows that Sikandar Raza is wanting to play the big shot. He's just teasing him a little bit, enticing him into the big drive. And I think because the wind's going across the ground, it is going that way. I just think it's just as he's thrown it up in the air, it's just drifted with the wind, and it's gone a little bit too far outside off stump. And it was a comfortable shot from the middle order batter from Zimbabwe. So it's been a good session, or good hour from England of getting a couple of wickets. And to talk you through drinks and the next part of this second innings will be Jarrod Kimber and Ed Rainsford.
Thank you, Steve Harmison. McKenna. Yeah, the players all enjoy some drinks right now. It's quite a fresh afternoon. Took a walk outside, just say hello to a few people, sat with a few of the supporters, and yes, it is grey and gloomy, and you wouldn't expect it to be that cold, but it is a little bit nippy out there. But all in good festivities, everybody in good voice. It's a great atmosphere out here for this particular test match, and Zimbabwe have fought hard, Jarrod Kimber.
No, definitely. I think yesterday I thought probably 3 hours is where I thought their innings would go, and obviously they've had that great first session to begin with. It still could end quite quickly though. Obviously they're a tail ender down as well, but their batting really does, from number 7 onwards, tail off quite dramatically, and Sikandar Raza, even when he's scoring, gives you a lot of chances to get him out. Although that was a beautiful shot there against Shoaib Bashir at the end of that over. So he's moved to 44, not out. I'm also glad I know he bowled quite a lot on day one and bowled well, but I'm glad he's got some runs because he came back for this, and he's been the person carrying Zimbabwe cricket for quite a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sure has, especially in white ball cricket. It was interesting that he would come back for this particular test match, but against, I guess, the occasion, and I think he has said to the administration that when they need him and when he's ready for selection, and if they need him in the side, he'll make himself available, which does disrupt things to some degree because there's still a slow progression of transition that's going through.
No, definitely. So a while back I did a big video on him, and he contacted me saying, let's do a podcast together. It is almost impossible to work out what country he's in, what city he's in, whatever, because he is so constantly traveling and touring, and we still never managed to do it. In fact, I sent him a message before this test match. We still couldn't get it together. We're in the same city. So we do know just how much he's been around and traveling and everything else. And look, that's the place that Zimbabwe cricket is in at the moment, right? Like, I think with someone like Sikandar Raza, you have to be honest and go, a player of that level is going to be available for you at World Cups. He might play in major test matches, but he's probably not going to play in every single game. He did play against Afghanistan. Did he play against Bangladesh? I don't think he...
No, he wasn't available for the 2 test matches against Bangladesh.
But he played Afghanistan and Ireland?
He played in the test match against Afghanistan, the New Year's test. As drinks come to an end and Ben Stokes will get things started again. He starts off with a bouncer to Tsiga, who gets underneath that one. And conversations have been had by England and also Sikandar Raza and Tsiga on how they're going to approach the next hour. Yeah, so he did play against that particular test match against Afghanistan, and I think he did play against Ireland. Yeah, I think he did. I'll have a look.
I remember him bowling a lot in one of those test matches because the wicket
Afghanistan.
Yeah, that was the Afghanistan one. So I certainly remember him there. So he has played a little bit.
As Ben Stokes runs in and bowls to Tsiga. Ooh, a little bit of a feel outside the line of off stump. That's a nice length. And just drawing the right hand onto the front foot.
I don't know if you were on with me the other day, but I used to work for an agent, and it was.
Did you?
Yeah, and it was Sikandar's agent.
Was he?
Hey,
what's his name?
It was Mo. Oh God, what's his surname? Mo. It was his T20 agent, and so when he was going international, and it was my job to sell Sikandar Raza to franchise leagues and to coaches. And
well. Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, I've done everything.
All right, here we go. Ben Stokes bowls another delivery, but Tsiga's well behind this. It's a slightly short of a length.
And I remember at that stage, he didn't really have much to sell him on. Do you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't a frontline bowler even close. And I know he's not a frontline bowler now, but he's a much better white ball bowler now than he was back then. His batting was really, really sporadic as well. And he just wasn't that level of play. We're just seeing now Steve Harmison thumping into the crease, and with Matt Hayden slashing one that should have gone for 4. To be honest, it was a rank ball, and instead Paul Collingwood has saved Harmy there with a great catch. It is comparing that to Harry Brooks.
As Ben Stokes bowls, this is really full. Tsiga sort of pushes it away through the offside, backward of square, and Duckett does the fielding. They pick up 1, 2, 14 for 5. They trail by 86.
So just to point out, at that stage I was working for Mo, one of his T20 agents, and trying to get him work, and no one wanted him, right? And so now you're in a situation where he's one of the most in-demand players in the world, and he's in his late 30s. He's got to cash in. So he's got to play as much franchise cricket as possible, and he's not going to make a lot of money when he's playing in Zimbabwe. So you can certainly understand why he's not going to make himself available for every single test match, as sad as that may be for a Zimbabwe fan.
Ben Stokes bowls shortish, and Raza tucks this round the corner for a single. He moves on to 45 off 50 deliveries.
Might also be that, what is Sikandar Raza now, 37, 38?
39.
39, yeah. Might also be that once he's banked a little bit more money and he's not as much in demand, because he's gone from the IPL down to the PSL, right? And then, then there's a level below the PSL. He might, at that stage, be like, I'd like to finish my career with Zimbabwe. I know how passionate he is about playing for Zimbabwe. He's been quite outspoken at times about how Zimbabwe cricket is run. So I know how much it means to him.
Ben Stokes again running in over the wicket to Tsiga, who's leaving a ball that's bouncing and rising through to the wicket keeper, and it's well left. After 50 overs, it's 215 for 5. So do you still stay in contact with him? Are you?
Yes.
Are you on the shoulder? Do you know what's happening next? Do you know how long?
No.
Do you know how long he's going to keep going?
No, we're not that close. Mostly because we've never actually managed to hook up correctly, other than a few WhatsApps between each other. So no, I'm not really involved, and I don't work for any agents anymore. So
what made you want to become an agent?
Oh, I didn't want to become an agent at all.
Or part of an agency.
And they offered me money.
Oh, okay, that's a good reason.
No, do you know what? It was a fun thing. I think it was. I'm trying to think of when I did it. It might have been just before I started doing analysis work. And essentially, a couple of agents came to me and said, "We need help in selling our players, and you understand what teams are looking for."
Round the wicket is Bashir. Short, and it's flicked around the corner. Plays a somewhat sort of shovel there, does Sikandar Raza, who moves on to 46, and they pick up a single. So
it was an interesting thing to be able to, you got access to players and agents and everything, and to work out what coaches were looking for and what teams needed, and it was also when you're writing, quite often you're being positive and you're being negative. When you're doing that stuff for agents, it was just positive stuff, right? Because you're really trying to sell the player.
Over the wicket, full on this occasion, and Sega's on the drive, square of the wicket. Work to do for the fielder, sweeper who dives. I think that's Cook out there. And Tung does the cleaning up. Umpires maybe possibly want to have a look. Is he okay? Doesn't touch any of the boundary wedges. Good effort from the fast bowler.
And so, yeah, so it's just, for me, it was just another chance to, learn a different side of the game and hone up some skills. And I like trying new things. It was fun. I don't know if I got anyone any work, but...
Bashir over the wicket, bowls. Oh, question asked. This one doesn't turn as much, almost goes on with the arm. Shake of the head by Damasina.
Bit high?
Yeah, are they thinking about it? No.
Stokes is saying down. Well, Stokes has got his thumb out. I thought Shoaib Bashir said it was a bit high.
Nicely bowled, though. Really nicely bowled. Nothing doing, and it is not reviewed. Bashir again sets off and bowls. Flighted delivery down the wicket. Use of the feet by Tsiga. Yorks himself. Bashir does the fielding off his own bowling. At that particular stage when you work for an agency, who was the most sought after player?
In T20 cricket? It was probably just at the height of sort of...
As Bashir bowls, flighted delivery. Tsiga's happy to go onto the front foot, and it dribbles out onto the offside, no run.
So 2016 World Cup comes around. I would have been doing it around 2017, 2018 before I became an analyst, and a little bit after I became an analyst. So it would have been Rashid Khan that was the one that everyone wanted. So I remember one team asking me for a list of the best 15 leg spinners in the world.
Bashir sets off, bowls. Oh, and he bowls and he beats him. Or does he? I think he's hit the stumps.
I think he doesn't want to leave, but I think that's flicked the bails on the way through. England certainly saw it.
The thing that threw me off here was that the fielder started running off to get the ball, and then Tsiga was like, well, I've got to make my ground back because the keeper's missed this, and it could have been a stumping. But I think what has happened here is that it's gone on to clip the top of leg stump. But why the umpires have gone upstairs, they want to make sure that the keeper hasn't disturbed the stumps with the gloves.
Well, Harry Brook and Tsiga both weren't sure because, as you said, Harry Brook left to get the ball and Tsiga was like, have I been stumped? So I think here he's got a good off spinner. It's jagged back, and I think we'll just see it flicks. It's not the keeper's hand, so they might just now check if the wicket keeper's hands were in front of the stumps, but I don't think they were.
It's a beautiful piece of bowling. It does everybody. It does everybody in the sense that the batter doesn't know whether he's been stumped or whether this has gone on to hit the stumps. But what we're seeing from our visuals, it's an excellent piece of bowling. He's just tossed it up, got a beautiful bit of work on the ball. It turns sharply, takes leg stump, and Tsiga has got to go. Zimbabwe lose number 6.
I'm not even sure Shoaib Bashir was aware of that because he was... he couldn't see through the Tsiga's batting because he'd come down and sort of got himself outside the line a little bit, so he missed it as well. So confusion there, but as you said, good bit of bowling. We'd seen him come down earlier and got himself he yorked himself, didn't he? Shoaib Bashir, he's not the quickest off spinner in the world, but he's not slow, and because of that height and the drop that he gets on the ball, might have played a part there. But good bowling from him. He'll be happy anyway.
It's when he bowls it that he sort of goes away to his left and he puts his hands on his head and says, oh, how does the keeper miss the stumping? And I think Smith's come over and said, well, that's hit the top of off stump.
Also,
the leg stump, I beg your pardon.
It was leg stump, yeah. Did you see where Smith was? Smith was like a metre back from the stumps.
Yeah, he was a long way back.
So obviously the umpire wasn't paying any attention to that. But yeah, it's a good bit of bowling, not the greatest bit of batting. And now, are we going to get fun time, party time?
Well, I might as well.
Okay.
Get on with it and play a few shots. Give this crowd something to cheer about. And
so does Sekunda go for his 100 here very quickly? Is my question. Does he wait one more wicket?
Or does he just stay out there and have red ink?
He seems to me more like the sort of guy who'd rather go down in glory than get a not out. What do you think? I think he's the sort of guy who'd be happy with a 75 off how many balls? 75 off 57 balls.
46 or 51 right now.
Yeah.
He's 4 away from 50.
He'll definitely get his 50 before he presses the button anyway.
Well, I know that Blessing Muzarabani, if it's in his half or anywhere near him, he's going to have a good dip at it.
The whole pitch is his half.
Well, he's made his way out into the middle, 13 matches. His best of 47, so can bat the big man. As Ben Stokes now runs into Raza, who's firmly behind that one, no run. I must say, Shoaib Bashir, after that blow to the hand, he has really done a job here for England, where they did struggle in that first session. But that last particular delivery for me was a beauty. And you can see the reaction there, and that's what threw me off, was that he's thinking, oh, the keeper's missed the stumping, and then there we go. Smith says to him, no, it's hit leg stump, and he goes, did it?
He said,
yes, it did.
He said, it's out. But my favourite bit is Harry Brooks is already gone by that point, and Seager's still lurking around going, am I stumped? Do I need to come back? Because he can see the ball's got a fine leg.
And Stokes bowls as a short pitch delivery, and Raza is trying to preserve himself by getting into a little bit of a muddle and swaying out of the way. This is going to do a great deal for Shoaib Bashir. As you go into this test series, 5 test match series against India. Again, we're seeing these visuals, and it's like, how's the keeper missed that? I bowled a beauty. Oh, thank you. Oh, did it hit? Oh, yeah, high fives now.
Hope he apologised to Smith as well.
Beautiful piece of bowling. Ben Stokes ambles in, bowls, short pitch delivery. Ooh, wanted to take the single, but Blessing Muzarabani was wanting none of that. So no run. Scores 218 for 6, trail by 82. Raza's on 46 or 54. We have Chavanga and Victor Nyauchi to come. We didn't see Ngarawa in the first innings with the bat.
He usually bats at 8, does he? Or 9?
I have been asking the question. No one's actually told me what's wrong with him.
So we were told it was a back spasm.
Yeah.
But then he came back onto the field. That's the confusing bit of that.
Yeah, and then left, because he couldn't actually move, as Ben Stokes runs in again. Bowls, and it's a short pitch delivery, and Raza is able to just place it through to the fielder at short mid-wicket for no run.
But he would definitely bat ahead of Chavaga and Nyauchi, wouldn't he?
Yeah, on most occasions actually bats ahead of Blessing Muzarabani.
They have moved a little bit around.
Yeah.
He's probably a little bit more technically sound. Is that probably fair to say? Like, Blessing's a better hitter of the ball.
They're triers.
I mean, neither of them are particularly good. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. I said they try.
Yeah. But you did it with your eyebrows.
Stokes bowls. It's a short pitch delivery, which Raza's trying to pull through the onside. No timing. Finds Ollie Pope. No run again.
But they're quite interchangeable in the order. And obviously Blessing likes to free his arms and swing. But it is a very combustible tail. Seen that quite a few times in some of those other series. Even when they've been successful, their tail quite often. Yeah. There was wasn't there one game where Sean Williams batted with, was it Blessing or?
It was Craig Urban with Richard Ngarawa.
That's the one, yeah. And they batted forever.
Forever, yeah.
Oh my, that was against Ireland, wasn't it?
Yes, and then he got run out when Urban was trying to steal strike. And then Stokes bowls, and Raza gives himself some room and carves it through the offside. There's a dive at cover to try and save it, but cannot. But Sakandar Raza goes to 50. Thumbs up to the change room. Subdued celebration. Some on their feet. He's a fan favorite. It's his 10th Test match 50 in 19 matches to go along with his 100. End of the over. 222 for 6.
We thought he might just get to his 50 and then start to attack, but he played that from square leg. He gave himself quite a lot of room there. Yeah, that partnership that they had with the I just remember it felt like it went for 2 days, that partnership. And Ireland was so frustrated, weren't they?
And the way it ended in the end was, the conversation was, you've got to check the last 2 deliveries or third delivery, and let's take a single. And that one delivery was the one where Ngarawa was half asleep at the non-strikers and run himself out, as Bashir bowls and beats Blessing Muzarabani outside the line of off stump. And there's no run. Beautiful delivery again.
Bashir's got to be thinking of a cheeky 5 for here now, doesn't he?
Yep.
Got the tail in, and he's bowled a dead straight ball that Blessing's missed by 4 inches. He played as if that was Murali bowling that ball.
Raza goes down and has a conversation with Blessing Zarabani, who now prepares himself as Bashir sets off. Another flight to delivery. Big shot! Is it big enough? Joe Root finds Joe Root at deep mid-wicket. After the conversation with Raza, Shoaib Bashir picks up number 4. Blessing Zarabani finds Joe Root at deep mid-wicket. And England pick up number 7.
Yeah, we said he'd have a go, and he certainly went for it. I think after missing that first one, he decided that it was time to go, but it was just a proper tail-end slog. Loses his shape a little bit here, and just drags that out to where the fielder is, and he knew straight away that he'd hit it straight down his throat, and off he goes.
No worries for Joe Root. Zarabani distraught, hangs his head. He's like, how have I found him? Usually I clear the boundary on that end. No timing, you're right, loses his shape. It has to go without scoring. 2-2-4-7.
I don't think Sekander's going to knock it around now.
No.
Now, does he go? So you still said though he might go for the red inker. I think he must think to himself, I can hit. He could probably hit 15 to 20 runs off a show of Bashir over if he gets on strike for enough of it.
So here comes the gamesmanship right now. How much of the strike does he harbour? And how much do England sort of spread the field for him as well, and who bowls to him? I think Stokes and Bashir will continue, but it's now about how he protects either Chavanga or Victor Nyauchi. I think it's Victor Nyauchi that's making his way out into the middle.
I'm not surprised because I saw Chavanga bat in the first innings.
He tries.
he was batting, he came in at number 9. He might have been batting 3 positions too high.
He tries. No, I do think just before that wicket of Blessing Zarabani, I think if you're the coaching staff of Zimbabwe and you're sort of trying to elongate your batting, I think you've got to pull guys like Ngarava and Muzarabani aside and say, you've got to put more value into your wicket. And I think you actually need to put more work into your batting. So find time during the week, whenever it is, and really invest in that, because you find that in international cricket, those runs are so valuable. Victor Nyauchi now on strike, with Bashir setting off and bowling, and it's a full delivery, and Nyauchi's defending.
I think, especially with Blessing and Ngarava, I just think one of them has to be a number 8. I'm not saying we're not expecting any of them to average 25 or something. One of them just has to be a number 8, and at the moment they've basically got a team of number 10s and 11s.
As Bashir bowls again, it's wide and slow through the air, and it's defended. Still no run. I also look at a player like Hakiso Rabada. I think he could have been a lot better than he is, or have a slightly better batting record than he does. I think he genuinely could bat. And Bashir sets off, and it's a flight to delivery where Nyauchi is placing it through the offside and takes the single.
Why would you take the single off the 5th ball?
Redding.
I think that was Nyauchi that called it though. I think he's like, that's a good shot, I'm taking one here. Not sure why you need a deep point for Nyauchi based on how I saw him in the first innings, but okay.
Well, here we go. The field for Sekunda Raza is that Joe Root will stay where he took that catch of Blessing Zarabani, about 20 yards off the boundary. Long on is brought in.
Yeah, I think you allow him to come down and try and smash this, don't you?
Yeah, and also the fielder out at sweep has also come up. Backward point, and he's going to change the angle of attack here. He'll come around the wickets to Sekunda Raza, short mid-wicket, bowls, goes on the sweep. Where does that land? One bounce for 4 to end the over for Sekunda Raza. 53 overs gone. It's a 227 for 7.
No, good batting there. We've seen it. He really likes that. He quite often sweeps, even pulls from outside off stump. He finds angles that aren't there. But in this case, it was more like the sky shot, the Suryakumar Yadav, where he just tried to get up and under it to make sure that it got over the fielder's head. And once it did, he probably made better contact with it than he even thought himself. I think he was just thinking, all I need to do is get past a square leg here. And he got well over that. It was a good hit. Didn't look like someone looking for a red inker. Is there just a little bit of rain in the air, by the way? I saw some of the England players putting their hands out.
Not that I can visibly see.
I did hear Harmy cry from the back.
Right then, Victor Nyauchi on strike. Ben Stokes sets off from Stuart Broad Pavilion end, and there's 2 slips awaiting. bowls and cramps him for a little bit of space there. It's a thick inside edge onto the pad, and there's no run. What are you doing now?
I mean, you said he got an inside edge. He might have got an inside edge to that, but I reckon he played that. I think the ball hit his pad, and then he played the shot.
He was giving himself some room, wasn't he?
He was just very late on it.
Oh, right, England 2 wickets away, or maybe 3. We'll see whether Garava will bat as Ben Stokes sets off again and bowls, and looking to work it through the onside. It's a short delivery. It was just back of a length, and no run.
Much better on that one. Pick that up. I just think the first one just beat him for pace a little bit. I think he averages about 6 in first-class cricket. I think I was looking that up.
Not many.
Usually you take off a couple when you come to test level as well. He might not have batted at number 9 that much in his life.
Well, you know what? He's actually been quite unlucky, Victor Nyauchi. I think he should have played a lot more of the test matches that Zimbabwe have been involved in the recent past, as Ben Stokes bowls and it's back of the length and is getting behind it. And mid-on will do the fielding. Still no run.
This might be a Zimbabwean bowler looking out for a Zimbabwean bowler here, because I'm not sure there's the phrase "getting behind it" fully illustrates what he just did then.
Well, what would you say he did?
I would say he backed away and then middled the ball quite nicely from. If there was a short leg there, the short leg might have had to take a step back.
Technically, he got behind it then.
He got behind something.
His highest first-class score is 71.
It's not too bad.
Victor Nyauchi averages 10 in first-class cricket as Stokes bowls, and he gives him room, and he guides it away for 4 to the vacant third region. Past the gully fielder. Yeah, test average of 6, you're right.
Oh, test average, sorry, I might have got that confused. A little bit short, a little bit wide here, and that was off the middle of the bat. That was fine. I mean, it was in the air, but just watch his feet, though, have you seen?
Yeah, there's always that tentative move to square leg.
He actually did a double move there as well. No wonder it was so wide. He was so far away from it by the end.
Stokes comes in and bowls again. Nyauchi, it's an outside edge this time. A genuine outside edge, but finds the gap. Frustration for the England captain. Nyauchi picks up yet another boundary. Zimbabwe now trail by 65, and the score advances to 235 for 7.
I tell you what happened there as well. After the edge, Stokes was furious, and his edge is just outside off stump. And he was standing at square leg when he edged it. And Ollie Pope tried to get Stokes' attention to be like, "Are you sure you don't want another slip?" And Stokes was so furious he didn't hear him. So Ollie Pope had to yell out to, I think it's Josh Tongue, and say, "Can you ask him if he wants a slip?" And that's what we have now. 3 slips and a sort of a deep gully.
As Stokes runs in and bowls again, Nyauchi, who's now behind this, and sort of pushes it away to mid-off, I beg your pardon, and there is no run. After 54 overs, 235 for 7. Nyauchi on 9 off 9, Sakanda Raza on 54 off 58.
Nyauchi also, he let himself down with the ball. He's certainly bowled better than that at times in his career.
He was only brought on 20 minutes before lunch, and he's a new ball bowler.
I reckon he bowled the 22nd over. If I remember the exact
right.
one before. So yeah,
I will not even go into that realm of questioning.
Yeah, he's still
your observing of data and time and.
I could be wrong. Maybe it was the 23rd over. Anyway, I think you're right. He was used poorly, and we have to remember that. He also bowled a lot of half volleys down the leg side, even with the older ball. So he wasn't at his best. So hopefully he can get a couple away here, make himself feel a little bit more comfortable. He's what, 31, 32, I want to say. So what's your highest score in first class cricket? What do you mean?
You would know that.
I don't think I do know that.
As Bashir bowls. This one's slightly short of a length, and Raza's well behind it, and there's no run, and there's 235 for 7. My highest, I think 50.
I mean, you think 50?
I think. And bowls this occasion as Raza now tries to play the reverse lap and misses it. Still no run.
something suspicious about the way you said that.
Why?
I don't know. I think 50.
I genuinely think 50.
Yeah, but exactly 50?
Yeah. As Bashir comes in and bowls, and it's slightly short of a length, and Raza is happy to just hit it down the ground to a short mid-wicket and no run again.
I'm just saying, when people lie, they quite often use a round number. I'm not saying you have lied. Let's have a look. First class batting, 51. See, I told you were wrong.
Short this time by Bashir, and it's worked around the corner by Sikandar Raza for a single. Okay, 51.
Good attack. Flat pitch. What
sure.
happened? Tired?
I'm not sure who it was.
Declaration bowling?
Oh, there we go. Against for Centrals versus Westerns in 2009. I think I have two 50s. I think the first 50 was 50, exactly. As Bashir bowls, and it's driven by Victor Nyauchi out to a wide mid-off for no run. Final delivery of the 55th over. Still trailed by 64 runs, 236 for 7 as Bashir comes in. Flighted delivery, and Nyauchi's happy to leave it outside the line of off stump. After 55 overs, there's 236 for 7. Raza on 55 and Nyauchi on 9.
So Harmy's top scorer in first class cricket, 49 not out. So in this box, and I could say I haven't seen Scott bat, I have seen Macca bat, and I've certainly seen myself bat.
You also seen Al Macca Fields.
Mac is a wicketkeeper. That's why he was so bad taking the catch. I'm going to go out there and say you might be the best batter in this box.
I don't know much about that. I wasn't great. But anyway, all right, there'll be a change in the comms. I'll step out for Andrew McKenna, and a few words from you, Jarrod Kimber, as Steve Harmison will then replace you.
Yeah, Josh Tongue coming in. So they're going to go with the extra pace. We saw Nyauchi backing away. There's no point really bringing Cook on, so it had to be Tongue or Atkinson coming in. Be interesting to see how Sikandar Raza. We've got 3 fielders out on the leg side. I can't see if there's anyone beneath this, but there's a deep backward point. The chop out man.
We will start the new over with Tongue slightly short of a length, and Raza trying to flay him through mid-off for 4. Myself and Harmy back for the final half an hour before tea. And by the way, I can officially confirm Ed Rainsford is most definitely the best batter in the commentary box this afternoon. Raza 55, Nyauchi on 9, 236 for 7. Trail by 64 Zimbabwe at the moment. Tongue in from the pavilion, and down the pitch comes Raza and lashes him over extra cover. Couple of bounces away for 4. 240 for 7.
Yeah, good shot from Raza. He's come inside the ball, knowing that he's going to try and flail it over the offside. Flat batter over Ben Duckett's head. Come on, Josh Tongue, you've now got to be aggressive. You've got to be nasty. Got to be nasty. Get wide the crease and make sure that if Sikandar Raza is going to hit you flat bat style, it's got to be from the sort of shoulder area, chin area of the body.
2 slips in place. Tongue goes in. Short ball, flat batted out to extra cover. It'll bounce a couple of times to Duckett, 20 metres off the rope, and they don't take the single. Raza will remain 59 with 3 balls of the over to go.
Aggression is. He's trying to, obviously it's early into his spell, so he's only 3 balls in. So Joe Root goes from first slip to fly slip. Harry Brooks steering at probably about 4th slip. So England are going to go down the short ball tactic, making sure that Sikandar Raza is playing. He is playing aggressively, so it's going to have to do it, and it's got to be higher. You've got to get it higher, Josh Tongue.
In he comes, can he? It's short, it's pullable by Raza, who gets it to wide mid-on, and they will take a single with 2 balls of the over to go. England had Joe Root as a catching third and a deep backward point catching as well. But again, not quite high enough, and or quick enough. Raza are able to play the pull. Now everyone comes back in with Naochi on strike, the lesser of the two batters, 9 from 11. 2 slips, gully, poke back under the helmet at short leg. England are going to station a deep square leg as the conversations at the far end continue. Stokes in conversation with his bowler. Cook is the man who is out at deep square leg, watching as Tongue goes in. Now that one's fuller. There's no shot played by Naochi, and somehow Jamie Smith didn't take that cleanly. I'm not quite sure how or why. It gets through him, but Joe Root will clear up the ball, so there's no chance of a bye.
He's gone for the big boom in Yorker, but not changed. You know, he's being bowling short. You know, he's coming in off a similar angle, trying to drag through his action, bowling short. And there he's just continued with the line he has been bowling, so he's gone full and wide. He's just rolled along the deck.
Tongue goes in once again. Naochi is leg side of the ball, but at least the bat is coming through straight, pushes into the cover, and there is no run. 241 for 7. Zimbabwe trail by 59. Bashir, 4 of the wickets this after in this innings. 1 for Atkinson, 1 for Tongue, and 1 for Stokes, which means that Bashir has got 7 for in the game, and as Gary, our statsman, said, second best test match figures for Shoaib Bashir. Best, of course, Ranchi last year, 8 for 198. Well, at the moment he's considerably better off here, so if we can mop things up, it would be test best figures, match figures for Shoaib Bashir. He's got Raza on strike on 60, slip and a leg slip. Backing away, swing and a miss. Taken by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, keep throwing it up. You know, if he hits you for 6, so what? Keep throwing up. More text, there's a missed time one. He might hit you for a 6, he might hit you for a 4. You'll miss time one. Take the catch. Best figures in Test cricket in a match.
Mop them up, Shoaib. Down the pitch comes Raza. He's going to top edge this one, and it is an 8 for in the match for Shoaib Bashir. He's aimed an enormous swish at this one into the leg side. Gets the leading edge, and Bashir has 5 in the innings, 8 in the match. Zimbabwe are 8 wickets down, 241 for 8. Raza goes for 60. Bashir has 5 for 70.
Yeah, brilliant for the confidence of Shoaib Bashir. Jeetan Patel and Tim Southey on the balcony, giving him a massive clap, and so is a standing ovation as he raises the ball in the air for 5 wickets for Shoaib Bashir. It's not, you know, I'm going to be realistic, it's been good from Shoaib Bashir. It hasn't been the greatest spell in the world, but you'd not be bothered. It's 5 wickets on the board, and where he's been so far this summer, for me it's a brilliant confidence booster, not just for Shoaib Bashir but for the England cricket team. Sikandar Raza goes. There's an excellent innings from him. Again, he's just getting congratulated again. It was a big shot. It was a wild hack. He didn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball. Just being distracted there by what was happening on the screen in front of me. But the England balcony very, very happy for Shoaib Bashir. But it was a wild hack, a top edge or a leading edge, and straight up in the air with a bit of backspin on. And Harry Brook took about 4 or 5 steps back from first slip and took a very, very comfortable catch. 4th 5 for in Test match cricket for Shoaib Bashir. 16 Test matches, and with what's coming up, England really, really need their spin bowler to deliver. And to be fair to him, like I said, he's bowled some beauties, really, really good, high quality deliveries in this Test match. Not the consistency is still to be worked on, but because of where he is and the age he's at, this is a huge plus point for England and a huge plus point for him leading into what is a big 9 months.
Tanaka Shivangat is the new man, so we might be 1 wicket away, depending on whether Jarrod will bat. Bashir is going to go in, and it's a beauty just past the outside edge, just past the outside of the off stump. That could have been it. What a way to finish it that would have been. As a slip, as a short leg. Catching mid-wicket, close for the clip off the toes. Bashir in, over the wicket, gives it some air, hit towards long on. Can Duckett take the catch? No, he can't. It'll land over his head. Duckett does really well, though, to get back and prevent the boundary being taken. Now, Chivanga is still at the non-striker's end, having taken a few steps down, so I think he was told to get back. I don't think they completed any runs there. No, they didn't. So Chivanga still on naught, facing Bashir. Bashir goes in. This time Chivanga is placing the bat there and waiting for the ball to bounce onto it. Plays it defensively, no run. Bashir pauses, goes in and bowls, finds the outside half of the Chivanga bat, drops into the offside. Naochi from the non-striker's end, now is presumably the senior partner, was actually sprinting to try and get a single to get down to the other end and get them to cross. But Chivanga has no interest in that whatsoever, so it's the end of the over. Zimbabwe 241 for 8, and it will be Naochi on strike for the first ball of the next over.
Yeah, brilliant from Shoaib Bashir. He's getting a round of applause going down to fine leg. He acknowledges the crowd, and good signs for England, good signs for the England management, the selectors who have a lot of faith into Shoaib Bashir.
Josh Tongue from the pavilion end, hit off the back foot in the air through extra cover, and that will be away for a couple. So Naochi, he'll go into double figures and go to 11. And Zimbabwe 243 for 8. Well, fair play to the Zimbabwe fans. The end is nigh, but they're still singing and enjoying themselves.
So they should. Shouldn't Amaka, you're right, sorry to cut you off. They should. You know, it's their big day out. These last 4 days of their big day out. They've been well supported. There's been a lot of colour in here from the Zimbabwe point of view, the flag and the yellow and the green and the red.
Short ball from Tongue, and Naochi bails out of that one pretty early on. Allows it through to Jamie Smith, no run.
A lot of young kids in here with the Zimbabwe shirts on. You can see there's either a huge population in England from Zimbabwe, or a lot of people have come over, family. And we've seen on our monitors the pictures of the families, the current families here. There's many others. Bennett's family's here, so it's been a great week for Zimbabwean cricket, no matter what the result.
Tongue from the far end in, swung in the air by Naochi, doesn't get it, or doesn't get enough of it really, and in a way that helps him out because it sort of lands 5 metres to the right of Zach Crawley at point, and there's no run. 244 for 8. I'll stick my neck out, and I don't think I'm taking a great gamble with this statement, but it's been 20 odd years since Zimbabwe played a test match in England. It is not going to be 20 years till the next one.
No, I hope not. I really do hope not. We're in the final throes of this one, and I do hope that Zimbabwe have a great 12 months, because 11 test matches, their chance to get better, back at the big table, their neighbours South Africa not playing test cricket this year. I think that's a sign of the times.
Josh Tongue in, defensively played by Chivanga. In behind that one, plays it out on the offside, no run.
So fingers crossed for Zimbabwe. They've put on a good show. The supporters have come out and supported in huge amount of colour, a huge amount of voice. And their team, I think, got a bit stage fright on day one. The occasion and everything that went in it, the bowlers. But their batters in the second innings, especially here, have shown some fight. And Brian Bennett has been magnificent. Stuart Williams today was good, so was Ben Curran.
Tongue in, full. Dug out by the bottom of Chivanga's bat as he's trying to play an off drive, no run.
And if you want to look for a bright future for Zimbabwe, they've now got a couple of heroes that they can hang their hat on, and hopefully over the course of this next 12 months in them 11 test matches they grow from strength to strength. Cricket community in Zimbabwe comes out, and young kids want to aspire to see what they've seen in the last 4 days and try and make their name in the game of this great game of cricket.
Tongue in, it's played defensively down into the offside by Chivanga, and they've negotiated the over. 58 gone, 244 for 8, trail by 56.
And as for England, well, batting wise, there was some noises about one or two of the players. All they can do is answer their noises with weight of runs, and they did. Crawley, Pope, Duckett wasn't under pressure, but a fantastic innings from him. Ben Stokes is the only one really out of this group who hasn't had any sort of game form time when it comes to the bat, but he looks $1 million with the ball. Ben Stokes has been England's best seamer. Shoaib Bashir will get the plaudits because he's been England's best bowler with 8 wickets in the match so far, and I imagine this will be the last over of the contest. Bashir is in, turned on the onside by Niochi. They will take a single, first ball of the over, so Chivanga will be on strike. 245 for 8, trail by 55. I mean, making England bat again in the second innings following on 300 behind was almost the equivalent of winning the match from Zimbabwe from where they were in the game. So they've done a decent effort in the second innings. In goes Bashir. It is hit hard into the offside, through the offside field, and will go all the way for 4 to extra cover. Chivanga's off the mark with a clumping drive through the offside. 249 for 8. What a shot this is. You know, going against the spin. He's over the top. Fantastic shot. It's got to be saying to his partner, what are you trying to protect me for? Come on, I can hit boundaries as well. You might have been in for 9 balls more than me, but let me have some fun. Throw it up, Shoaib, throw it up. Chivanga waits as Bashir is in. Oh, he's played a reverse paddle over the top of Harry Brook at slip. So that's going to be a couple. I tell you what, he's got some skills, the big lad. He's going out with a blaze of glory. He's going to show all his shots here. What are you protecting me for, he's saying? I've got a reverse sweep in me locker. It's a fantastic shot. 250 for Zimbabwe. I was about to say the cheers aren't for the shot, although they probably should be. The 250 is up, 251 for 8. Right, what have we got next? Bashir in. He comes down the pitch, hits hard past mid-off for 4. Oh boy, this is cracking fun. Chivanga now has 10 from 10 deliveries, and they've all come in the last 3 deliveries. Belting shot, 255 for 8. Yeah, this is great. Keep throwing it up, Shoaib. You'll get him eventually. And just keep giving the Zimbabwe crowd something to cheer on. What a way to end what has been a good 4 days, well, 3 days for Zimbabwe. Shoaib Bashir goes in again, gives this one some air. Punched up to mid-off, no run. I wonder if had they mind the windows Tino equivalent yet. No, not yet. No, just throw it about little. I don't think you can get that far. I think there's a lot of moving parts in Chivanga. I don't think you can get that far. Bashir gives this one some air, hits him on the pad, surely in front. Yes, it is. Out LBW. England win the Test match. There's still the potential of a review. They have taken the review, but that looks like it's hitting the middle halfway up. Yeah, I'm writing LBW Bashir into my book at this minute in time, and also game over. That is stone dead in front of all 3. It's the only thing this is going to do is go under the stumps. It's kept low, it's hit him on the back pad, and it's hit middle of middle. Game over. Well done, England. Brilliant from Shoaib Bashir. You know, take nothing away from where this young man has been so far this season. Not loved by his first county in Somerset. Went to Glamorgan for 2 games and didn't really, whether he wasn't loved from them or he didn't perform from them, that's another story. He's come back to England where he is adored, not only by the management, by the captain, by all the players, and he's walked away. What has he got? Shoaib Bashir, 17.5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 81, when a lot of people are questioning, including myself, the selection of where he is in his career and where this England team is with their spin bowler. Shoaib Bashir, 6 for 81, he's answered a hell of a lot of them. Brilliant from Bashir, excellent from Pope, excellent from Crawley. England, a lot of negative noise coming into this Test match. They were the 3, and they've answered it brilliantly. I did like the fact that they reviewed that Zimbabwe, and then we saw the very first replay about 2 minutes ago, and as soon as he saw
that first replay, Chivanga, he walked straight over to the England fielders and started shaking their hands. He didn't even wait for the ball tracking. He knew it was salmon trout. England win by an innings and 45 runs. But it has been a whole bunch of fun. I hope you've enjoyed this test match. So about 10 minutes to go to tea on day 3. England are victorious, and the Zimbabwe batters are walking off, a slow trudge for them. England are being led off by Shoaib Bashir, ball in hand, after a 6-for. He raises the ball once again to all parts, makes his way off the field. In fact, the Zimbabwe batters are now going to stand and wait and let England go past them into the dressing room, led by Bashir, and then Stokes and the rest of the squad. And they make their way in, and there we go. Test match done and dusted. Handshakes taking place down beneath us. And I suppose that feels about right. In the end, England have been the better side. They are the better side. You know, the world rankings tell you they're the second best side in the world, taking on the 10th best side. They are expected to win pretty dominantly, and they have just about done that. We'll bring you the full debrief shortly. Harmy, though, just some more thoughts on this one. England, we're seeing them on the balcony. Ben Stokes, Joe Root, some experienced campaigners. They look just as happy to win this test as they would any other test, because when you play for England, every game is important.
Absolutely, and rightly so. Of course they should be. They've had to work hard. England have had to work hard. I think it's been a brilliant advert and a brilliant 3 days of test match cricket. Zimbabwe are back at the big table. They come to play in one of the top 3 nations in their own back garden, come to England for the first time in 20 years, and it didn't disgrace themselves. They had a bad day on day 1, which can happen, but the fight and the character and the spirit that they've shown, and the support that they've had throughout here. We've had 3 days where the crowd has been very, very good for test matches for these last 3 days. And the noise going into the start of the test match was all about Ollie Pope. Will we learn anything? Yeah, I think we did learn something. I mean, England have fielded for the best part of 120 overs there. They've made Zimbabwe follow on. Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley, 2 of them were under real pressure, and actually they were in a no-win situation, and all they can do is score runs. The same with Shoaib Bashir. I'm really pleased for that young man, because a lot of people have doubted him, especially, because of what county cricket has given him, which is very little. So he's had to do it in the test match arena. And like I said many times before, when Ben Stokes is standing next to him, there's a different bowler there, and boy, do we need him, because England want to play a spinner. They need to play a spinner in the next 10 test matches. And 9 for about 150, 9 for 140 is, that's a good way to answer, if anybody had any doubt about the young man.
We're going to start the following on podcast very shortly, but before I kick that off, I want to just tell you one thing more that's happening at Trent Bridge at the moment. And while the rest of the players are inside the dressing room doing what they need to do before the presentation ceremony, half of the Zimbabwe squad are actually doing a lap of the ground at the moment to thank all the Zimbabwe fans who are in Trent Bridge at the moment, and they are getting a rapturous applause. You can probably hear that through the effects microphones. They're down the far end of the ground at the moment, about to head in front of the pavilion and then make their way around to the other side, to the Hound Road side of the ground, where there's an even bigger pocket of Zimbabwe fans who are bouncing and singing and swaying. So they will reach them very shortly, and the noise will continue once again. But this is the Following On podcast here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and on talkSPORT 2, and we are reflecting on England's victory in the sole test match against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. Victorious by an innings and 45 runs. Put into bat in the first innings, England posted 565 for 6 from 96 1.3 overs. As Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope all made hundreds. Crawley 124, Duckett 140, Pope 171. Zimbabwe's first innings, 265 for 9. Ngarava absent in the first innings due to a back spasm he picked up. And while bowling, Brian Bennett, the top scorer, and quite magnificent 100 from him, 139 from 143 deliveries. 3 wickets in the first innings for Shoaib Bashir, 2 apiece for Atkinson and Stokes. Cook and Tongue 1 apiece. That meant Zimbabwe were 300 behind on first innings, and England said, would you mind having another go? And they were bowled out in their second innings, as England were victorious by an innings and 45, as I said, 255 for 9. Sean Williams 88, Sikandar Raza made 60, Madaveri made 31, Ben Curran at the top of the order 37. The bowling figures dominated by Shoaib Bashir, 6 for 81 from 18 overs, giving him 9 for 143 in the match, his best Test match return for a match. Gus Atkinson 1 for 17, Josh Tongue 1 for 65, Ben Stokes 1 for 41. Sam Cook went wicketless from 14 overs, and Joe Root bowled 1 maiden. Steve Harmison, let's turn to you first of all from an England point of view. Ed Rainsford is also here for a Zimbabwe point of view, but let's start with England, as they were victorious. I guess probably the thing we should say is England did about as much as they could have in this game. There weren't many boxes left unticked.
Yeah, they had a lot of questions going in. Like I said, just at the end of the game there was, some of them were in a no-win situation. We needed to have a look at some people. We had to test whether, characters and whether players were good enough to play at international level. I think some of them questions are still needing to be answered. There was a lot of noise about 3 or 4 of our players, actually, with the form they're in. What happened in New Zealand coming into this series with what's coming up, the likes of Crawley and Pope. All they can do is make runs, and they did, which is fantastic. I think from a batting point of view, I'd give England good marks. I mean, top marks. They did what they needed to do. They were ruthless, and that's all you can ask for. They had to be ruthless. They had to make sure that, when the questions that were needed to be answered, they were answering them in a positive way by scoring runs, scoring them quickly, and scoring them with a high volume. So that's that side of it. The bowling side of it, Shoaib bowled really well. He did. He bowled nicely. He bowled some good balls. He bowled some very, very good balls. He's young. He's naive. He's a bit raw. He's only played a handful of games. He's going to bowl bad passages and bad spells. So that's something we're going to have to get used to. But he bowls wicket-taking balls, and that's why England like him. The rest, well, I think the jury's still out. Atkinson didn't look fit. Back end there, he didn't look anywhere near fit, and I think that's why he only bowled 6 overs. Stokes was the pick of the seamers. Really, really impressed in how Ben Stokes looks and the where he's at this moment in time. I'm not going to throw anything at Sam Cook. I think we have to let time, I think, work its magic and see where Sam Cook is in relation to where he is. And the same with Josh Tongue, because I didn't think he was at his best. So I think England, from a seam bowling point of view, I would say they were below par. From a bowling point of view, I think Shoaib Bashir is just getting them, I think a little bit more credit in the bank than there were possibly 2-3 hours ago, because 3 hours ago I was sitting ready to have a real go at England's bowling attack and say they haven't bowled very well this week.
That's the England point of view. Now, Ed Rainsford, let's get into the Zimbabwe point of view, because I'm going to say this. The scorecard officially might say England win by an innings and 45 runs. Zimbabwe are the winners here. First Test match in 20 years in England. It has been a blast for 2.5 days. It's been brilliant entertainment to be here. The fans, the colour, and you know what? The team, they're slightly short in some areas. They've given it the best crack that they could, and that's all that we could have asked for them.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think the real winner here is cricket. The culture, the diversity that came into the stadium from a supporter's perspective, this particular venue, all the broadcasts that have gone out, or either on radio or the television, and what everybody's enjoyed about this, that's the first win for me, because the game of cricket and Test cricket is somewhat alive. And yes, it was a 4-day Test match, but you are able to see that a smaller nation and their cricketing ability have come to the fore. The world have seen it, England have seen it, and the door was left open and they walked right into it, and they've entertained all the players. So then you go back to Zimbabwe. What a proud moment for them. I think the administration, both the ECB and Zimbabwe Cricket, did well to organize this Test match, to allow this Test match to happen, even though it's just the one and it's a 4-day one. So that's a big tick in the box. And then these Zimbabwean players, which some may have thought could have gone horribly wrong, but they stood up. And I always go back to Harmy, what he said probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. These bunch of players came out here and they fought with everything they had. Maybe the gap is slightly big from what they need to close up in Test cricket. Maybe their bowlers, besides Muzarabani and Osangarava going down, maybe they need to find a few more players there. And then from a batting perspective, I think a lot of them put their hands up. Some of them didn't quite go on to put their names in the lights, but Brian Bennett has showed you that, you know, on his day he can do it. Sean Williams, on his day he can do it. The skipper got to start, didn't push on. But there's so many positives around this particular game, and England are also the winners, because you know what? They said, Zimbabwe, come to England, we're going to fit the bill. They said they're going to fit the bill. Everything. So England cricket said, you know what? We haven't played you in a long time, with all hosts of reasons. But here we go. We're one of the richest cricketing boards, but we're going to give back to a smaller nation and bring Test cricket alive for them. So there's a lot of winners in this particular Test match.
And England, and to be fair, England, the respect that England showed Zimbabwe by the way they played. The way they played, England. You would not know that England were playing against a smaller nation by the way they conducted themselves. Every single person that's gone out there tried their everything. There was no, even at the end of the game there was a respect level there. England walked off. Ben Stokes' teams walked off and let Zimbabwe have the stage. They've lost by an innings in 45, but it's your stage. You go and enjoy this stage, because you were saying before, they might be short at this moment in time, Zimbabwe, but I tell you what, people at home watching this in Zimbabwe and Harare and Bulawayo, they'll be inspired by, I'm going to be the next person. So your 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds who are going to school in the next few weeks are going to try and be cricketers, and the next Brian Bennett is going to come out off the back of watching this, and that is what Ed's saying, great for cricket.
And absolutely, and I said it in the commentary, I'll say it again now. 20 years since the last Test match between the teams in this country. It is not going to be 20 years till we get the next one. That I am absolutely sure.
Do you know what I hope for? Is that if England can come play a Test match at Harare Sports Club, and you have a look at how that stadium will fill up, not just for Zimbabwe, but for England. And you're right, I hope the door is left open, and I hope that it's ability for England to come there and do the same thing, and Zimbabwe cricket can host England. Whether, Harare Sports Club, the way it buzzes now, and there's a lot of things that are happening in Zimbabwe cricket. Now they're building a stadium in Victoria Falls for the World Cup, so maybe that will host Bamiami will like that. That's a cricket ground that's being built. All the other stadiums are being revamped and modernized for the Under-19 and the 2027 World Cup. So there's going to be some venues and also people that love their cricket in Zimbabwe that would want to see this England side there.
I'm in. Are you in?
Yeah, why not? I'll have a go at Vic Falls, yeah. I'll have a go at Vic Falls. It's not a bad place, yeah. But it comes back to the fact that we want to inspire and we want to take the game to all four corners of this world. Zimbabwe have been in exile for far too long. It's a great country, and they're doing the right things. They did the right things this week, and when it comes to further down the line, I can only see Zimbabwe going from strength to strength.
I was going to ask a question. I don't know any of the bigger, or they're called the big three, or maybe the big four, who have done what England cricket have done right now, along with Zimbabwe cricket, to create this relationship, and for the bigger nation to then also take the cost, because it's expensive to host a Test match, and they've done that. Australia haven't done that. India haven't done that to a smaller nation. Perhaps India can do it with Sri Lanka. Is England maybe going to do it with the West Indies? Who have Australia going to pull along as well? Because they're the Test nations that benefit a lot financially from Test cricket, because they are the best nations in the world, and they have stadiums where they can fill up in this manner, and everybody wants to watch it. So it's something that can be done in the future for the smaller nations to also catch up with the bigger nations.
Ed, I want to ask you this about England, because obviously sometimes you see things through your own eyes, and you know, we ask Harmy a lot about this, and you know, he sees that. Sometimes actually you need a neutral perspective, someone who can actually step back. So from what you've seen of this England side coming into this game, there were question marks supposedly about Crawley. There were question marks in some ways about Pope, who's the vice-captain. Well, they've both gone out and made hundreds. What did you make of that England top order?
They're very good. And it's very difficult. And what they've also done here, those particular batters and the batters that were under pressure, they've said, you know what, I'm going to put it in your hands as a selector, as the coach, as the skipper. What I'm going to go do is score runs on a test venue against, yes, you know, that's probably one of Zimbabwe's best bowling attacks, even though they didn't bowl as well as they could have on that day, barring Heath Streak maybe and Raymond Price. That's one of Zimbabwe's strongest bowling attacks, and they went out there and they scored it more than 5 runs and over, and they've done it against some of the best nations in the world. That particular top 3, top 4 have said, right, we'll leave it in your hands. When India arrive, you decide whether I'm going to play in that first test match or not. I'm impressed by them. I've been impressed by them for a very long time, because with Brandon McCullum coming in and asking a lot of these players to change test cricket, essentially, to be ultra positive, to score better than a run a ball, and they've all done it. They've all had to go and re-transform themselves, like an Ollie Pope, who was you'd say the typical test batter you'd ever want, or a Joe Root, and they're scoring so quickly and they've transformed themselves. And I think that this England side has set the bar in terms of where other cricketing nations maybe have seen a little bit of a gap in terms of moving the game forward, making it entertaining, filling up the stadiums, and also leaving people a bit agog by everything, because you know what? We will chase down, we'll set the weirdest fields, we'll bat the way we want to bat, we'll go at 6-7 runs and over, we'll score 500 on the day, or 600, or whatever it is, but that's just how we're going to do it. And whoever wants to do it their way, they can do it, but we're sort of setting our own path. So to answer your question, very impressed. I'll be interested, and I'll be watching and I'll be listening, gentlemen, on that first day of that test match. I think it's the 20th of June.
It is.
India play England. I'll be waiting to see which the 11 is. I'm only slightly concerned with their bowlers. I'm concerned with Sam Cook. This was the typical venue for him to do what he's done throughout his career and really challenge the Zimbabwean batting lineup. And I think he was sort of nullified and didn't quite have that X factor that everyone thought with the moving ball or seaming ball or bringing the stumps into play. Atkinson, I'm a bit concerned. I think he's not what I saw probably 8-9 months ago here in England. I think Tung still getting back in. He was out of the game for a long time with injury. I think you can give him time. But I'm also worried now, thinking who replaces if you make any wholesome changes. I understand Wokes may not play, or will he? Potts is in the squad. So there's a lot there. And what you don't want to do is put pressure on the man that's on our monitor right now, Ben Stokes, to bowl 1 million overs. You don't want to do that, because you want him to play every game.
It can't happen anymore, can it? There might be some people looking at some of the numbers saying, well, the top 3 have all got hundreds, but it's against Zimbabwe. Now, I want to make the point. Look, they are the 10th ranked team in the rankings, but look, you know Zimbabwe cricket better than I do. Shoot that down for me. Shoot down those people who haven't been here and watched this game and are just looking at a scorecard going, yeah, but Crawley's made 100, Duckett's made 100, Pope's made 100. What does that tell us? That you should make 100 against Zimbabwe, some people will tell you.
I'm gonna hold back first, because I did have a long waffle there. I would like Harmy to go in there and what he thinks about scoring. Do you want me to go, Harmy? All right then. No matter what you do in sport, whether it's Nottingham Forest that's playing Millwall, you go out there and try and score as many goals. If you score 10, you're not going to say just because it's Millwall, you're trying to win the game. For me, yes, some people will say, and they'll write their articles and they'll say whatever they're saying, yes, it's just Zimbabwe. You still got to go out there, be professional, first of all. You still got to put in the work. You still got to rack up the numbers, because, for example, if England didn't get that 585, everyone would be sort of not looking at Zimbabwe doing well. They'll be thinking about how England did badly. Do you get what I mean?
Absolutely.
So for me, that notion I can't accept it, and I don't care who it is, and not just because it's Zimbabwe. If you're given an opportunity to play against the best side in the world or the worst side in the world, you go out there and get the runs, get the wickets, win a test match, win an ODI, or whatever it may be.
I couldn't agree more. There's a different type of pressure, Macca. There's a different type of pressure. Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope have come into this game knowing that whatever they do will never be good enough. It will never be good enough. And that has a different type of pressure. England, Ben Stokes, his team, come into this game knowing that whatever we do is never really going to be good enough, because there'll be people out there, no matter what, that haven't seen this game or don't really care. They'll just go, it's Zimbabwe. They weren't very good. They made a ton of mistakes. But the pressure to go and be ruthless, and this is what I've been saying for the last 3 or 4 weeks. The England cricket team had to get to this game and be ruthless, right? Whether it's, no matter who they're playing. Their batters have got to score runs. Their bowlers have got to take wickets. They've got to go and win the game. They've got to go and do it in a style which is accustomed to Ben and Brendan and the leadership qualities that they have got. And they've done that. They've gone and done that. But Ollie Pope, can you imagine the noise if England got 320? The top 6 didn't get any. Gus Atkinson got 80. Stokes got 60. Smith got 50. Top order didn't get any runs. Can you imagine the noise going for 3 weeks, waiting for India to come? So no matter what you do, you can't win. The one thing you can do in the sanctuary of 4 walls is go and enjoy what you've just done. Everything we've talked about the game of cricket has won. Ben Stokes' team has, in their eyes, because they don't look at anybody else, they don't care about anybody else. Some of the rhetoric, some of the stuff that they get criticised for and what they say and everything that goes with it, they're not bothered about the other eyes, and that should be right? It's our job to debate and create an environment for people outside that dressing room to talk about and who should be playing, and that's the barroom stuff. What they've got to do is go in there and be as ruthless as possibly can. Like Ed said, prepare well, turn up, make sure that you go through the right process, and when you get a chance to be ruthless, be ruthless. And the thing that I've enjoyed about today was this week is the people that were under pressure have gone and done that. The things that I'm slightly disappointed at, because is that we weren't ruthless with the ball. Right, take Shoaib Bashir out of it. This is a young man who was hardly bowled this summer, right, being unloved, and he's different when Ben's there. I'm sick of making that point, but the rest of them, other than Ben, I would say a 5 out of 10 for England's 3 seamers, and that worries me a little bit going into Leeds, because there's a lot of talk about Potts, and I had a big rant at lunchtime, right? And I said, and Scott Taylor's behind us. I said on a couple of podcasts in talkSPORT, whether it was County Cricketer or the following on, that I'd pick Matt Potts every single time, and it's not because he's from Durham. It's not because of anything other than he's going to be fit, you know what you're going to get, and you can build a bowling attack around him. So that, for me, is important. You can build a game plan around him. We look like 3 individual bowlers bowling today. Atkinson, Cook, Tongue. We didn't look like in my time. I played with Hoggard, Jones, Flintoff, right? We spoke like a bowling attack. We look like a bowling attack, and we bowl like a bowling attack. Yes, it's their first game bowling with each other, but there was no cohesion. There was no plan of him looking after him and him bowling from that end. This is what happens. This is how you start something special. And this week was the perfect time to start something special from a 3-man bowling attack. And for me, I think the 3 seamers fluffed their lines.
Well, very interestingly, as England line up to take the trophy, Ben Stokes has made sure that Shoaib Bashir and Sam Cook are in the centre of that lineup, standing right behind the trophy. And that, again, is just a little thing of Ben Stokes. You're in the middle of the group. You're not on the edge of the photo. You're not standing near the edge. You are 2 of the people that we brought in for this game. We wanted to love you. We're going to make sure that you are front and centre.
Yeah, and they're good at, and they're all great things. They're all great things to do, and they're all, from a huge amount of love point of view, and getting people to make sure that they feel welcome in the dressing room and the environment. I was interested. I said I wasn't going to say it before, but when I was off air, but you know what I'm like. I can't help myself. I will say it. There was a telling point towards the end there when Josh Tongue came back on. I think if there was a thought that Ben Stokes further down the line is looking at Sam Cook in India and thinking, right, we need to pump his tyres up like he would with Shoaib Bashir. If I think there was a longevity in Sam Cook, I think Ben Stokes would have brought him on to get a couple of wickets in that last half an hour of that second innings. I just wonder, because he hasn't done that and he did it to Josh Tongue, that is a possibly putting 2 and 2 together and getting 22 like I normally do, but it might be a telling sign that the England captain has looked at Sam Cook and possibly thought, well, yeah, I'm gonna give that confidence to Josh Tongue rather than to somebody that might not play too many test matches against India.
We've got about 5 minutes or so to go, so let's be positive. Shoaib Bashir, as you mentioned earlier, has had a tough few weeks, but Ben Stokes, the day before the game, said he's in a better place this year than what he was this time last year going into the test matches. You know, he really was pushing his man, and he's backed him up. And 9 for 143 in the match from Shoaib Bashir is a great return. He is still young, he is still learning, but he is so clearly integral to what Ben Stokes want to do with his team.
100%. Ben Stokes wants a spinner in his team. He never goes without a spinner. I've said a few times that if it was India, I probably would have played 4 seamers. You know, Australia possibly could play 4 seamers, but Ben has backed Shoaib, and that boy is a different character when he's away from Ben Stokes. I mean, Ollie Pope last year had him as playing for England. He wasn't the same bowler. His body language and I think his confidence is not as high. But what I will say, you know, from Ben's point of view and from Shoaib's point of view, let's be realistic about Shoaib Bashir. He's young. He's naive. He's still learning the game. I was out for dinner last night with Philip Tufnell, and we've seen him a couple of times. And I think the point that I think the cameras were, the Sky Boys were making while the cameras were on Tuffers. I think Phil Tufnell bowled something stupid like 3,000 overs before he made his Test match debut. I don't even think Shoaib Bashir's bowled 1,000 overs yet, and he's played a lot of that in Test match cricket. So he's learning in the harshest and the hardest environment. He bowls bad balls. He bowls bad spells. But like we've seen this week, he's got 9 for. He bowls wicket-taking balls. His ceiling level is very, very high. And that's what Rob Key, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum sees in him. And all we have to do, and like I said, when we came away from New Zealand, he averages 45. Can we get him to the middle of the summer, averaging 40? Can we get him towards Australia, averaging 38? If he does, brilliant. He's learning, he's getting better, and he'll be a spinner for England for a long time to come, because he's still young, so he's still developing. And give the kid a chance. He started the summer with a massive spring in his step, and for me, if I was Shoaib Bashir, I'd be packing my kit and going, bring on India. But I'll also be saying, in this time between now and India, he needs to keep bowling. Where he gets that bowling from, I'm not so sure. For me, he goes and plays in the Lions.
Well, he's going to have to, because we're running out of red ball cricket. We're about to get into that white ball phase of the season. And Ed, if you were a bowler looking for a bit of form at this, it's going to be tricky. And as I mentioned earlier, we're less than a month away from the first test, and there's not a massive amount of red ball cricket to actually go and find rhythm and maintain it.
Well, the beauty about it is that you have a Ben Stokes and a Brendan McCullum and a good system in place. So, and Homie, that's a great point. That he cannot have a lull right now. He cannot go the next week without having a decent bowl and being challenged as a bowler. So, with those individuals and with the hierarchy, Rob Key, they must find opportunities for him to bowl, wherever it may be. Assign him to a county. Have a conversation with a county or whoever it may be. I don't know if he can play in the Lions game. I'm not too sure about that. You don't want to expose him too much to India. But I think in a county setup, let him bowl. Find a way of getting him to bowl somewhere as much as possible. And like you say, bowl as many deliveries as possible and keep this bowling form ready for India.
Well, we are just about done and dusted at Trent Bridge. It has been a sensational event. Let's call it an event, because it's been more than a cricket game for 2.5 days. It has been a tremendous event to be a part of, to be able to bring you. I hope you've enjoyed it. The first ever Test match in England, brought to you by talkSPORT on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And it is going to be the first of plenty of cricket between now and the end of the season. It is going to be absolutely jam-packed. Stay with us. Make sure you subscribe to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, because you not only get this commentary, you also get, as Harmy said, the county cricket roundup. You also get all of the cricket coverage, Jarrod's super overs, they're all uploaded there. You'll never miss anything. So make sure you subscribe to all of that and stay with us. Final word, though, Ed. Absolutely loved having you here for the last few days. A brilliant part of the team. Have you enjoyed it?
I have. I've absolutely enjoyed it. But you know what? The one thing is that before you walk into a commentary box, you're not sure what the family dynamics is. And you know what? You've all made me feel so welcome, and I've enjoyed my time with you. And I'm thankful and grateful, because this is not my right. It's a privilege, right, to do what we do. And thank you very much, England. This was excellent to be inside this test venue and actually commentate on a game where England plays Zimbabwe. Until we meet again, thank you very much.
Well, we'll see you at Victoria Falls. We'll call it a day, shall we?
I'll keep them cold.
Yeah, keep them, you better keep them cold.
If the people at talkSPORT are listening, get your checkbooks out. Me and Harmy, we're going to Victoria Falls when England plays Zimbabwe out there. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Well done, team. Thanks, mate. Well done, pal. Brilliant. Mate, thank you. Great to see you.